I'm going to call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to members of the public. We welcome you to our regularly scheduled meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Today is Tuesday, January 23rd, 2024. We take note that a full complement of the board is present. The Chief Executive Officer, County Council, Executive Officer, and the Sergeant at Arms are all here to assist. We will begin today's board meeting with the county's land acknowledgement. The County of Los Angeles recognizes that we occupy land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, Tataviam, Serrano, Quiche, and Chumash peoples. We honor and pay respect to their elders and descendants, past, present, and emerging, as they continue their stewardship of these lands and waters. We acknowledge that settler colonization resulted in land seizure, disease, subjugation, slavery, relocation, broken promises, genocide, and multi-generational trauma. This acknowledgement demonstrates our responsibility and commitment to truth, healing, and reconciliation, and to elevating the stories, culture, and community of the original inhabitants of Los Angeles County. We are grateful to have the opportunity to live and work on these ancestral lands. We are dedicated to growing and sustaining relationships with Native peoples and local tribal governments, including, in no particular order, the Fernandino Tataviam Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Tongva Indians of California Tribal Council, Gabrielino Tongva San Gabriel Band of Mission Indians, Gabrielino Band of Mission Indians, Quiche Nation, San Manuel Band of Mission Indians, San Fernando Band of Mission Indians. To learn more about the First Peoples of Los Angeles County, please visit our website. The invocation today will be led by David Kendrick, pastor, Shepherd Church in Porter Ranch in the 5th District, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, which will be led by Roberto C. Arnold, former Sergeant First Class United States Army from Pomona in the 1st District. If you are able, please stand.
Thank you. Would you please pray with me at this time? Heavenly Father, this branch in the city of Los Angeles has much favor because they allow in their agenda an invitation of your presence in this room. And because you're still welcome in this room, my prayer is that you would provide these board members wisdom and spiritual discernment in their leadership roles. May this prayer assist to unify their decisions, and may the blueprint for today's meeting be truth and honesty, integrity, and righteousness. Additionally, please extend your blessing to all the staff that is here today, the supervisors, as well as the security and law enforcement teams. Heavenly Father, may you be honored and glorified this morning, and remind all those present in this chamber, including those in the audience, of your love and care for every person that is on this earth. I thank you for the promise in your word that reminds us, that says, trust in the Lord with all of your heart, and lean not to your own understanding. In all of your ways acknowledge the Lord, and he will direct your path. God, we welcome you into this meeting today. Thank you again for all that you've done within our lives, and we pray this in the powerful name of your Son and coming King. Amen.
Good morning, everyone. Please place your right hand over your heart and join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Go ahead.
Pastor, please join me in thanking Pastor David Kendrick for leading us in this morning's invocation. Pastor Kendrick was born and raised in Burbank and graduated with his bachelor's degree from CSUN and his master's degree from Azusa Pacific University. He taught at Valley Christian School for 10 years. Additionally, he served 36 years as superintendent of Heritage Christian School. Pastor Kendrick is one of the amazing pastors of Shepherd of the Hills Christian Church. He attended the church for 40 years and has been ordained for 30. Throughout his journey, he's had the support of his wife, 4 children, and 7 grandchildren. Shepherd of the Hills has 4 different church campuses spread across Los Angeles County, one of them being in Agua Dulce near the Santa Clarita Valley. I am happy to have Shepherd Church as a part of the 5th District. We share with the Kendrick family a very special history. Pastor Kendrick's mother, Marion Kendrick, was the first female assistant chief deputy to serve in Los Angeles County. She was appointed in 1973, not that long ago, serving under the leadership of County Supervisor James Hayes. Of course, back then, it was a board led by all men, and here we are today, having come full circle with a board of all women. Mrs. Kendrick is doing well and is 99 years old. We are very grateful for her service to the county. Marion helped break the ceiling, and for that, we are forever grateful. Pastor Kendrick, thank you for leading us in today's invocation and for your service to the community.
I was going to say, I know the script said Porter Ranch 5th District, but that's my district. So I'm glad to know there are many locations and that the church is serving many people throughout Los Angeles County. Thank you very much. Supervisor Solis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to thank Roberto Arnold for leading us this morning on the Pledge of Allegiance. Roberto Arnold is an Army veteran. He enlisted in 2004 and has served until 2019. Roberto served in Iraq and Afghanistan. His highest rank achieved was Master Sergeant. Roberto is also the founder of Alpha Prime Consulting, a firm that focuses on helping small businesses in the development of their company from inception to growth. He is the co-founder and chief of operations of Imperio Technologies, a firm that specializes in business development. Imperio focuses on helping small businesses that are starting up, that are struggling and seeking growth with their executive leadership, all through the power of artificial intelligence. Wow. Roberto graduated from Westwood College with an associate degree in criminal justice and Bachelor of Science in business management. He completed a cohort with University of John F. Kennedy in Chamber of Commerce Leadership, sponsored by the California Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. Roberto serves as a commander for the Post-30 American Legion in Pomona in the 1st District. He is the current director of Veterans Affairs with Casa de Adelanto initiative to help veterans in need ranging from homelessness, disabilities, career enhancement, peer counseling, and entrepreneurship. He currently lives and resides in Pomona, and it's because of his accomplishments and experience that I present Roberto Arnold with the Certificate of Appreciation for his tremendous dedication and service to our community. Thank you so much, Arnold. You're welcome. You also have a nice...
Appreciate you.
And next, we will have the pet presentation by Supervisor Barker.
Yeah, this is like the perfect pup. This is Peggy, a 14-week-old Beagle mix. She is currently staying in the Downey Animal Care Center and is looking for a forever home. If you'd like to adopt Peggy, I mean, you've got to see the paws. It's like brindle, absolutely beautiful. You can call 562-940-6898. You can also drop by the Downey Animal Care Center Monday through Saturday from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. New pets are great for cuddles in this cold weather. And with the rain over the past few days, remember, on rainy days, pet adoption fees are waived. I again say, on rainy days, pet adoption fees are waived. And then I would like to also direct your attention to the screen to introduce you to a dog from Palmdale. Meet Tammy, a 4-year-old German Shepherd. She is very gentle and has a lot of love to give. Our Antelope Valley Care Centers are still very full and have incredible pets. If you want to bring Tammy home, call the Palmdale Care Center at 661-575-2888. But Peggy here at the board is absolutely adorable. It looks like a little bit of, yeah,
Look at
I don't see the beagle, but it's the sweetest dog. So I would encourage you, if not Peggy, go online. Our shelters are full, and I can tell you, if you cannot adopt and you want to foster, I know they would welcome it. And if you want to volunteer, I know that all of us in our centers are encouraging people to volunteer as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And now I'm going to acknowledge my colleague Supervisor Hahn, who would like to recognize a group in the audience today joining us. Supervisor Hahn, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is an annual tradition, but really pleased to have visitors from the City of La Mirada's Youth in Government program. This program partners students from La Mirada High School with city council members and city staff to engage local youth in city programs and services. The program provides students the opportunity to learn about local government operations, develop their leadership skills, and become involved members of their community. And along with the 15 students this morning, we have their mentors, Jorge Orozco, Paul Castillo, and Erica Rivas from the City of La Mirada. Thank you for being here today. I know my field deputy, Ivan Sulik, is here and is going to help lead you on the tour. I hope you enjoy your tour today of the Kenneth Hahn Hall of Administration. Why don't you all stand up where you are so we can all give you a wave.
Thank you, Supervisor Hahn, and welcome. We're so thrilled to have you. Ask us questions and feel free to participate as much as you like. With that, we will move on to today's agenda. Executive Officer, please call the agenda.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. Today's agenda will begin on page 2, consent calendar, Board of Supervisors, items 1 through 20. On item 1, this includes an addition as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On items 2 and 3, Supervisor Solis requests that these items be held. On item 4, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. Also on this item, Supervisor Solis and Supervisor Horvath would like to revise their joint motion to add to Directive Number 1, the stakeholder engagement and the report back to the board should include the available unincorporated areas rental dwelling data from the rent registry and the assessor's office on age and unit mix to inform the ordinance and implementation plan, and to direct number 2B to add energy efficient air conditioning and take other cooling measures with the landlord timely and reasonable consent, and to add to directive number 3 to add landlord occupant rental units. Also on this item, Supervisor Barger requests to be recorded as a no vote. On item 5, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 6, Supervisor Solis would like to revise the last directive in her motion to request the sheriff and others to report back to the board on the items listed in Directive 1. On item 9, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 10, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 11, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 12, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. Also, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 13, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 14, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 15, Supervisor Mitchell requests that this item be held. On item 19, Supervisor Barger requests that this item be held. On page 21, administrative matters, items 21 through 62. On item 21, the Chief Executive Officer requests that this item be continued 2 weeks to February 6, 2024. On item 22, this includes a revision as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 28, the Director of Arts and Culture requests that this item be continued to April 9th, 2024. On item 33, Supervisor Solis requests that this item be held. On item 37, Supervisor Barger is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Christopher Martin and Al Sanella, who are parties, participant, or agents of a party or participant in the proceeding. Also on this item, Supervisor Mitchell is recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Paul Vivino, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceeding. On item 51, the Chief Probation Officer requests that this item be continued to February 27, 2024, as indicated on the posted agenda. On page 48, this includes miscellaneous additions to the agenda, which were posted more than 72 hours in advance of the meeting, as indicated on the supplemental agenda. On item 60C, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On item 60E, Supervisor Horvath requests that this item be held. On page 49, ordinance for introductions, items 63 through 65. On item 64, Supervisor Mitchell would like to amend the ordinance, County Code Title 4, Revenue and Finance, under letter C, item number 2, as follows. If the report value of the unclaimed personal property is $250 or more, notice of unclaimed personal property should be published at least once in a newspaper of general circulation after expiration of a holding period. In addition to any notice published on a county website, a general description of these notices procedures should be posted on or easily accessible from the main county website at www.lacounty.gov. Also on item 6, Supervisor Hahn abstains from the vote. On page 50, notice of closed session. The requests for continuances through CS1 are before you.
Moved by Supervisor Hahn, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items, and that will be the order. Executive Officer, please play our code of conduct.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I please have your attention? The meeting of the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors is about to commence. A code of conduct will now be read, and we request that you comply with it to ensure the efficient administration of the meeting. Members of the public, it is your right to participate in today's board hearing, and the board encourages such participation. However, the right of the public to address the board must be balanced with the need to ensure that public comment does not interfere with the orderly course of the board's business. All are reminded to abide by the following rules. Speakers must cease speaking immediately when their time has ended. Public comment on agenda items must relate to the subject matter of that item. General public comment is limited to subjects within the jurisdiction of the board. Public comment does not include the right to engage in a dialogue with board members or staff. Please remain respectful of the forum and refrain from uttering, writing, or displaying profane, personal, threatening, derogatory, demeaning, or other abusive statements toward the board, any member thereof, staff, or any other person. Members of the audience should be respectful of the views expressed by speakers, staff, and board members, and may not clap, cheer, whistle, or otherwise disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any person engaging in conduct that disrupts the meeting is subject to being removed from the board meeting. And finally, if you witness conduct or behavior by other members of the public that disrupts your ability to remain engaged or participate in this meeting, please notify the Sergeant at Arms or other county staff. Thank you for your cooperation.
Thank you. Today we will begin with item 2, followed by items 3 and 10, then item 11, which will be taken up with item 15, so that's out of order, followed by items 12, 14, 19, 33, 60C, and finishing with item 60E, followed by the remaining items not held by the board, as well as general public comment. So that's our order for today. If you're speaking on any of those items, that's how we will proceed. Before we begin, Executive Officer, please read the call-in information that was provided on the agenda and explain our speaking rules.
For members of the public wishing to participate remotely, as indicated on the agenda, please call 877-226-8163 and use participant code number 1336503. Members of the public participating remotely and in the boardroom, you will have the opportunity to address the board throughout the meeting. You will receive 1 minute to address the board on items held by the supervisors and up to a total of 3 minutes on all remaining items and general public comment for a total of 6 minutes for the meeting. Please note, once your time has expired, we will immediately move to the next speaker. Please monitor your time and the items you're signing up for, as your name will not be called once your time has elapsed. For members of the public joining us remotely, when the board moves to the item you wish to address, promptly press 1, then 0 to be entered into the speaking queue. Remember to turn down the volume on your device as soon as the moderator calls on you, or there will be an echo. You will need to press 1, then 0 for each item on which you would like to speak. To ensure we hear from both in-person and telephonic speakers, we will alternate between the two speaking queues. Members of the public who are in attendance, when you hear or see your name displayed on the screen, please come down to the front of the boardroom and staff will assist you. Please do not approach the podium until directed to do so. We will begin by calling in-person speakers, and while they are coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
We'll now move to item 2, moving forward with recommendations and restrictions on alcohol consumption in the Sheriff's Department's Safety of Firearms policy, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1, then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I turn it to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, for co-authoring this item with me as well. I want to especially thank you and your staff for getting the motion ready and prepared for us today. And I know that this is a topic that we heard at our last meeting. Members, as you know, this motion is in response to the OIG's recent quarterly report that flagged this concerning issue to all of us. And this was in response to our discussion about the behavior of the Sheriff's Department deputies when under the influence of alcohol, along with their weak firearm safety policy that we learned about. As the report pointed out, there were recommendations made back in 2019, yet according to the testimony of the LASD's Assistant Sheriff of Patrol, no actions were taken and no recommendations were formally adopted. As I reiterated at the last board meeting, I was surprised that LASD firearm safety policy was filled with weaknesses and loopholes, and the inclusion of a rebuttable presumption language that enforces a dangerous culture and behavior that can potentially pose a risk to the staff and safety of our public. We know that mixing of alcohol and guns never ends in a good manner, and rather increases the risk of injuries and death. Alcohol in general has had a negative impact on duties, as evidenced by flyers that I've seen in their break rooms and hallways cautioning them not to partake in alcohol, including not to drink and drive. Deputies have lost jobs due to alcohol abuse, and we know deputies have harmed themselves and others because of that abuse. Deputies have been in confrontations with each other and members of the public because of that alcohol use. So here we are today asking the sheriff and the department to take a more affirmative approach, to revise the existing policy and include a strict prohibition against deputies carrying a firearm while consuming alcohol on or off duty, and even look into the broadening of their wellness programs, initiatives that can include alcohol safety and dependency. Additionally, not only should a deputy be tested if there is evidence or suspicion of consumption of alcohol, but if they refuse testing, there should be immediate and proportionate consequences that follow. I also would like to say that the overconsumption of alcohol and with a deputy who has a history of consistent misconduct or discipline due to alcohol could also be a sign that the deputy needs help and support. I share this because my intent of this motion is twofold. One, to protect LASD staff and the public from any potential mishaps, including fatal, because of the mixing of firearms and alcohol. And two, to ensure that LASD staff requires support because of an alcohol dependency, and that we can provide them with wellness resources or a plan similar to what we have offered with the fire department. This topic is a very serious one, no doubt, and it needs to be addressed head on. The department nor the county should be in a position of allowing behavior that will lead to injury, harm, and death. Members, I'd like to thank you for sharing your concerns on the issue at the last board meeting, and I humbly ask for your aye vote. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, and I appreciate you including me as co-author on this important issue, especially following up on the conversation from our last meeting as we continue to receive reports about alleged misconduct by deputies when both alcohol and firearms are involved. Action is required. LASD's policies must be clear and consistent as to when deputies have a duty to act, emphasizing the importance of clear and sober judgment when acting in a law enforcement capacity, either on duty or off duty, and investigate and evaluate whether deputies are intoxicated while carrying their firearms under any circumstances. I've communicated my concerns directly with Sheriff Luna. He's going to engage in the appropriate processes to evaluate the impacts of this direction, but I believe this is a step in the right direction and would also encourage support. I see Supervisor Mitchell next.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank you both for taking quick and swift action. I think we were all shocked by the testimony we heard at the board meeting, and clearly from my perspective this is a common sense policy. We should, as a civilized society, have a heightened level of expectation of those who are licensed to kill and licensed to carry a firearm. And so I think it is very reasonable. It was shocking to read about the number of incidents in the OIG's report. It's not just a one-off. There were a series of incidents, and it clearly shows a pattern. So I'm looking forward to the report back and the policy revisions that will come as a result of the motion. So I'm proud to support the motion today. And thank you again for your swift action.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger.
Thank you. And, you know, I think the frustration that we all had when this was discussed was the lack of clarity. Because the .02 by the National Highway Safety Administration, there are some effects of a person with a blood alcohol content of .02, including loss of judgment, relaxation, altered mood, decline in visual functions, and others. And I have to believe that that standard is carried within the department, and I was shocked to hear that there was no clarity as it related to the understanding, because I'm told by individuals I've talked to that in fact there is a zero tolerance in effect within the Sheriff's Department. And if that's the case, then I think there needs to be some clarity on that, because even if you're not when you're on duty, if you get in an accident, even as a civilian, if you get in an accident and you are slightly impaired, that will be taken into consideration as it relates to the cause of the accident. And with the concerns by the contract cities about the increased liability as it relates to the trust fund, I think it's important and I think it's imperative for us also to reach out to our contract cities and talk to them about any issues they may have, because again, this is a liability issue, and even if they're not anyone, and take them out of uniform, if you're at anything below 08, you get in an accident, that will be considered as being impaired. So, you know, I know this is a recommendation, and it's up to the sheriff to take that and decide what he's going to do. But I have to believe that the department is going to err on the side of wisdom, especially when contract cities are grappling right now with the increased costs as it relates to their liability trust fund. So I appreciate the motion. I know that last week's testimony actually confused things because also I looked at my mouthwash, and mouthwash now does not contain alcohol. Yeah, and that was used as an example of why it was at .02. Well, I was curious, you know, and so I wanted to see it. In fact, that is not the case. So anyway, I just thought I'd throw that in. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Supervisor Hahn.
Okay, well, thank you. I've been out talking to these young people in government all this time, but I certainly understand the intent of this motion. I just want for my colleagues to explain the reason I'm going to vote the way I do, because I do believe that this is a policy decision, which I know everybody knows that I really believe belongs with our new sheriff. And I've made a real commitment to support the sheriff in how he runs the department and the decisions that he has to make. I'm sure he's read this report, like we've read this report, and I'm sure he knows that there's other police departments that have this type of restriction on drinking alcohol while armed. But I just want to make sure I'm supporting him and making the decisions that work best for his department and his ability to lead that department. So I'm just going to abstain on this vote because I really think it's his role to decide these policies. Thank you.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers to address the board on this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 2, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Irma Cooper. You may begin.
Good morning. I just want to say that I agree with Supervisor Hilda Solis on how important this topic is. And I ask the Board of Supervisors to vote yes on this motion to avoid harm to the public and law enforcement. There should not be two standards, one for the public and one for the citizens when it comes to alcohol and the use of firearms. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tamara Kay. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good day. In the name of Niani Falason, who was recently killed on a domestic call, and her daughter witnessed the sheriff murdering her 9-year-old daughter. In the name of Ryan Twyman, in the name of Paul Rea, in the name of John Horton, in the name of Jelani Lovett, in the name of Anthony Vargas, and too many more of our Black and brown community members. We're saying that deputy gangs is a problem, and yet fails to go as nearly as you should to hold LASD accountable. Sheriff Robert Luna was asked to provide a clear policy on eradicating deputy gangs and has still had not delivered anything to the board. It is clear that the county's inaction in relation to deputy gangs has allowed another gang to form.
Your time has expired.
The industry of
May we have the next speaker, please?
Hello.
Yes, and it appears everyone else in queue is not queued up under item number 2. They are under other item numbers or general public comment.
Okay, we do have one speaker here in person. Go right ahead.
Good morning. This is mixed emotions, yes and no on this one. And as somebody who used to work with the Los Angeles County Sheriff Department, are there some people that can drink responsible and carry a firearm all at the same time? Yes, there is. Should you be left without your firearm and you're booking people and you're arresting people and you might come up across one of your enemies, that's a tricky situation. So I would like to see this situation get evaluated and hear the specs on this just a little bit more, because after working with the Sheriff Department for 8 years in the 90s to the 2000s, yes and no. Sometimes you can go out and if a sheriff deputy has arrested somebody and they see the person that they arrested be a conflict of interest, should they be allowed to have their firearm with them? I think by law they should have their firearms required at all times. The Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you. We have more speakers on the telephone, so we're going to go back to that queue. Moderator, we'll take the next speaker, please.
Hello. Our
Yes.
next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Okay, there was some very weird activity there with my phone being, thank you. Okay, this is an important issue, and I really want to thank Supervisor Solis, who doesn't mind a margarita herself, for bringing this forward. And, law enforcement should not be drinking and driving and operating firearms, but I think we do have to become a little bit cognizant, someone used the term wisdom, about what's at play here. The idea that we want to hold people who are almost in a PTSD situation on a everyday basis to an unrealistic standard like they should be, but a reasonable standard. So I think reasonable is the right thing. And maybe it was Miss Supervisor Hahn who said, let the sheriff police these characters is a reasonable thing. But to be standing on some sort of like weird, it's like, think of what's going on in, say, Supervisor Mitchell's district and the various egregious behavior over and over again. It's not the sheriff's fault. And yet, I just think we have to be mindful that this is a very hard, difficult job. And, we don't want to have an unrealistic rate. I agree.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mary Galindo. You may begin.
Hi, this is for District 4. I am a family support for Mr. Murguia, the family of Murguia. They've been, this is happening right here, which I think a member of the government or
Excuse me, this item is item 2. We're talking about the Sheriff's Department safety of firearms policy. If you have a question for your district representatives, you can call their office, or we have your contact information and they can contact you directly. If you'd like to speak publicly about a general item, you can speak at the end of the meeting, but right now we're talking about the safety of firearms policy.
I apologize, but thank you very much.
No apology necessary. We're here to help. I just want to make sure we get your comment in the right place. Thanks for calling in. Are there any other speakers in queue? No. Okay. Item
Our
2.
next participant is Stephanie Luna. You may begin.
Okay, go ahead.
Hi, good morning. So I just want to say it's such a crazy time that we're living in, where we need a motion that sets a policy where the sheriffs cannot be intoxicated while on duty or have their service weapon in hand. I mean, it's 2023, and here we are still trying to implement some means of accountability. It seems like we have a different leadership, but a lot of the problems are still existing. I think Supervisor Barger gave a clear example of, if we civilians are intoxicated and we're held to a certain standard, then the Sheriff's Department should be no exception to this rule. I don't think that this motion is one that needs to be delayed or abstained on. I think the supervisors really need to take a stance and ensure that the public is protected, from any type of harm that the sheriff can perpetrate while intoxicated and on duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mr. Carter. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to item number 2. For one, Janice Hahn's vote on this motion speaks volumes because I presented information to Janice Hahn in regard to the Sheriff Department and what they did to me, and her office ignored me time ago. So her vote on this matter speaks volumes and to the truth of what she represents. And also Holly Mitchell, where I reside in her district, she says she's shocked about all these things.
Your comments should be directed to the safety of firearms policy. If you have comments about your experience working with offices, you can comment in general public comment at the end of the meeting.
My comments are relevant to item number 2. I'm speaking about the biasness and what these representatives are stating. Ms. Mitchell said she's shocked about these things. So you never told Ms. Mitchell that wasn't a part of this matter.
This item is about safety of firearms policy. Her comments were on topic, and we need yours to be as well, please.
Okay. The comment I'm referring to Mrs. Mitchell's comments that she said she's shocked about this. When members of her
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in the queue to address the board.
Thank you. Item 2 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, and I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 2 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Thank you. Yes.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn. Abstain. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 4-0 with 1 extension.
We will now move on to item 3, proclaiming Lunar New Year 2024 and memorializing the 1-year anniversary of the Star Ballroom mass shooting in the city of Monterey Park and heroic efforts by Brandon Tsai at the Lele Ballroom in the city of Alhambra, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair, and also for co-authoring as chair of the board this motion and having all of our county flags flown at half-mast on Sunday in honor of the victims killed at the Star Ballroom in Monterey Park. I wanted to start my remarks by saying the names of the 11 individuals who were lost 1 year ago. Valentino Marcos Alvaro, Hong Yi Ji An, Yo Long Kao, Leili An Lee, Ming Wei Ma, Mai Mai Nong, Diana Tom, Mu Hai Dayong, Chia Ling Yao, Wen Tao Yu, and Shu Zhou Ang Yu. This Lunar New Year, as you know, is somber. One, because we celebrate the Year of the Dragon. Our AAPI communities, especially the cities of Monterey Park and Alhambra, which belong in the 1st District, are commemorating the 1-year anniversary of an unfortunate tragedy. Healing from this tragedy is a true community effort, involving not only government at every level, but also community-based organizations and residents themselves. Over the past year, we witnessed resiliency and strength in action in the San Gabriel Valley. In the immediate aftermath of the incident, our county departments, including the Department of Mental Health, the Sheriff's Department, including the District Attorney, all responded to provide resources to those who were impacted. Community-based organizations stood up, such as the Buddhist Sushi Foundation, our very own Red Cross, Advancing Justice Southern California, and the Chinatown Service Center, who further provided immediate support and ongoing resources and comfort to the residents. I want to thank each and every one of them who worked tirelessly this past year to bring about this healing. It was something to watch and feel. Monterey Park, Alhambra, and the San Gabriel Valley, including the cities themselves, are first responders and their first responders, and our own local hero, Brandon Tsai, for preventing an even greater tragedy when he stopped the assailant in the lobby of the Lai Lai Ballroom at the risk of his own life. Through this tragedy, he received national attention. The San Gabriel Valley community also saw that they had many allies across the country and internationally. Shortly after that incident, I visited the survivors at our own LA County General Medical Center, and it was quite astonishing, but I was so proud of our staff for providing the treatment and linguistically appropriate services for these individuals. I also personally called upon President Joe Biden after the incident because I was so remorse and feeling so upset as to what happened, and asked him if he could please do something in his administration. In fact, he did. Both he and Vice President Harris visited the cities of Monterey Park and Alhambra and met with the survivors and families and first responders. President Biden also announced an executive order to expand efforts to reduce gun violence during his visit. He also sent one of his deputy assistants to the president, Erica Morisugo, and she also came here last year and spoke before this board. She represents the Asian American and Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander Senior Liaison position, and she will also provide us with a message about this incident. And I want us to reflect on that, and I was happy that we were able to reconnect with her because she's recorded a special message for the residents of LA County and to the Board of Supervisors. So if we could please have that played, and I beg your attention. Thank you.
Aloha, y'all. I'm Erica Moritsugu, Deputy Assistant to President Joe Biden and Senior Liaison to the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities at the White House. I want to start by thanking Supervisor Solis, Chair Horvath, Supervisor Mitchell, Supervisor Hahn, and Supervisor Barger for all of your leadership on behalf of the people of Los Angeles County and for inviting me to share this space with you today. It was my honor this time last year when I was able to join this esteemed body at the invitation of Supervisor Solis immediately after the shooting murders to bring a message of sorrow and commitment to help the hard, long journey of healing at a time when we should have been celebrating Lunar New Year, a time of joy and renewal and hope, not just for Asian Americans, but for all families and all of community. Shortly afterwards, the Vice President came to Monterey Park to meet with the families of the innocent people who were killed in a heinous act of gun violence that struck at the heart and soul of one of our largest Asian American Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander communities. And then the President came to Monterey Park and spent hours meeting with surviving victims and families who lost loved ones, and to announce an executive order containing new actions to crack down on the epidemic of gun violence tearing our country apart. And yesterday, Ambassador Catherine Tai, a member of the President's cabinet, was in Monterey Park to be in community for the vigil and commemoration and hope of healing. Now, right now, I'm overseas in the Pacific on a presidential delegation. Otherwise, I would be there with you in person this time too. Instead, I bring a message from the President that I will read to you now. And it's dated January 24th, 2024. And here I'll quote his words. 1 year ago today, the lives of 11 people were stolen in a heinous act of gun violence. Jill and I join all of those gathered today in honoring and remembering the victims and survivors of this senseless tragedy. No person, family, or community should ever have to experience what Monterey Park community went through that night, a night that should have been a time of celebration and being with loved ones during the Lunar New Year. As a country, we owe the victims of this devastating attack more than thoughts and prayers. We owe them action. We owe it to them to channel our pain and sorrow into purpose, to finally end the epidemic of gun violence that has torn apart too many communities in America. My administration has been working relentlessly to prevent future tragedies like this from happening again. We're continuing to implement the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the most meaningful gun safety legislation in nearly 30 years, which strengthens background checks, expands the use of red flag laws, improves access to mental health services, and more. Last September, we launched the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention to drive and coordinate a government and nationwide effort to reduce gun violence in America. Because we know the heartache felt in Monterey Park and across the SUV has been shared widely throughout the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities. My administration is continuing to stand against hate-fueled violence in all of its ugly forms. In the midst of so much destruction and despair, the people of Monterey Park and the local community members turned into heroes, people like Brandon Say, reminding us that we can heal and make progress in our fight against gun violence. To the families of victims, I know how hard these anniversaries can be, and I often think of the time I spent with you, hearing about the beautiful souls of everyone you lost. I know we have a long way to go, but in part, because of the resilience of your community, I'm optimistic that we can come together as a country to prevent future senseless acts of gun violence. And God bless the people of Monterey Park.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to thank President Biden and Erica for sharing their message of unity, and each of the board members have received a copy of the letter that he sent, and you can have that and read it as it was just read to us. It was a very heartfelt and emotional ceremony on Sunday that some of us attended, and it reminds us that we still have struggles to go through, and healing is a big part of it, but providing assistance continually, linguistically appropriate is still of utmost importance. I kept hearing that time and time again from the residents and from our leaders that represent the area. I want to personally commend our Department of Mental Health, because Dr. Lisa Wong did make it an effort to have her AAPI individuals in her operation come out immediately, shortly after this incident occurred. And I know our sheriff, Sheriff Luna, did an outstanding job, and in a matter of hours after this took place, was able to find and identify the individual who created this horrific emotional tragedy. And we had a coordinated effort by the DA's office as well to provide victims assistance, in addition to our own Department of Economic Development, providing information for grants for businesses that were impacted. And the community came together. And I'm really proud of the work that our city council members and mayor of Monterey Park did and held. It also was demonstrated by Brandon Say from Alhambra, a young man who's now become, I don't want to say the word, but almost a rock star. Humble individual too, who's had his own demons because of what he saw and faced, but is working through that and helping a larger community understand how important it is to heal and to not be afraid. I'm happy that we are also going to be celebrating with these cities in the San Gabriel Valley, Monterey Park, and Alhambra, and greater LA County, the special Lunar New Year, because now we have a chance to rectify, to come together, and celebrate the Year of the Dragon, which some of you may know represents a spirit of renewal every 12 years. And this year, our communities have embraced this spirit and demonstrated the capacity to not only move forward, but to build happy and prosperous futures. As we remember the 11 cherished community members we lost 1 year ago, we honor their memory by supporting one another and working to build safe, equitable, and prosperous communities for future generations. For all of those who celebrate this momentous holiday, I wish you and your families a happy and healthy year ahead, a year of the dragon. And I know we have a special guest, Madam Chair, the Pro Tem Mayor. If he can please join us at the dais to say a few words. I know we invited the City Council, but they were not all able to come at this time. But we're so happy that we have the Vice Mayor here. Please.
Thank you, Chair Horvath and Supervisor Solis. Appreciate you authoring this motion. I'm honored to serve as the Mayor Pro Tem for the City of Monterey Park, and proud to be here to speak in support of this item. The Lunar New Year, this Lunar New Year hits particularly hard as the first anniversary of the mass shooting at the Star Ballroom, as was mentioned, the deadliest mass shooting in LA County's history. On behalf of the city and the community, I want to express our tremendous gratitude to the county, who came in to support us in response to this tragedy. The supervisors in the county for providing the resources, as was mentioned, particularly the Department of Mental Health, the Sheriff's Department, and the District Attorney's Office of Bureau of Victim Services, who all came in and poured resources and support and their love into our community to respond and to bring and to start the process of healing for many in our community and in the region. I also want to thank the county for taking leadership over this past year in adopting policies to reduce access to guns and to reduce gun violence and increase the access and use of mental health resources in our community, where there still exists a lot of stigma for those who are seeking access to these resources. And also in supporting our small businesses who were deeply impacted by the trauma of the shooting and directly impacted, right? During the Lunar New Year, this holiday tends to be, like many others might be familiar with, a Black Friday, the Black Friday for holiday for many small businesses across the country. This is when a lot of, especially Asian and ethnic businesses, get into the black in terms of being able to operate in their revenue. And for the tragedy to hit at this particular time, hit a lot of Asian-owned small businesses particularly hard. So we appreciate LA County for supporting Monterey Park and our wider community in all of these efforts over the past year, and look forward to continuing to partner on these important issues and all those who are interested in continuing to partner to support our businesses and our community in our time of need. We know the journey to healing and rebuilding will continue to be a long one, and that some of these scars will never fully heal. But we are resilient, and we've proven that over this past year, and we will build back stronger. Appreciate Supervisor Solis and others who came to join us in the one-year remembrance this past weekend in the city. We know that trauma can arise and come and show itself years down the line from the moment of trauma. And so we appreciate the continued commitment of the county to support our community members who continue to need it. And just want to close by saying and hoping with a sense of hope that the new year, this Lunar New Year of the Dragon that is upon us will bring strength, continued healing, and resilience for our community. Thank you so much, and urge your support for this item.
Thank you, Thomas Wong, for being the leader that you have shown yourself in many ways, and especially during the last 2 years. We know how this past year has been so difficult, but you stood up at every moment, at every time that was appropriate, you were there. And you and I saw each other on many occasions, and that's just going to last in my memory and my mind, and how wonderful it was to see all our civic leaders really come together. And you said something very important: healing and love. LOVE, simple as that, showing love. So I thank you for that. And I also would be remiss if I didn't mention our Office of Emergency Management, who's here too. I want to give them a shout out because they played a big role in helping to coordinate when we have disasters. And this was a first for LA County to have a massive shooting occur on a Saturday night, very 11 o'clock at night, and then just going into the following Sunday, and having all the resources there from the county. The county family is to be commended, and working collectively with the city of Monterey Park and all of our partners, federal, state, and everyone. So thank you. And I too ask for my colleagues' I vote on this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Solis, for this motion today, for your steadfast commitment to Monterey Park in the aftermath of the terrible tragedy we experienced last year. And thanks to the Vice Mayor for being here to share his reflections and words with our board. We appreciate your presence here today. As we remember the 11 lives lost and 9 individuals wounded at the Star Ballroom, we stand together in recognizing the heroic, life-saving actions that Brandon Say took to prevent the loss of additional lives. Brandon, thank you. You and your family remain in our hearts, and we will never forget your heroism. Now, as the Year of the Rabbit comes to an end, we honor individuals and organizations for their strength, their dignity, and their grace in all we've been through this past year. As we celebrate the upcoming Lunar New Year on February 10th, we join in celebrating the Year of the Dragon with our AAPI community and all who celebrate this momentous occasion. May the Year of the Dragon be full of hope and renewal, and may we continue to protect our AAPI communities against hate and fight for more common sense gun safety reforms that will create lasting safety for all of us. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, and thank you for bringing this motion in. You know, during the Lunar New Year festivities, families travel from far and near to be together. Last year's tragedy that occurred in Monterey Park heightened the need to be with loved ones more than ever. Too often over the last few years, we've seen hostility against the AAPI community. And make no mistake, while this happened in Monterey Park and Alhambra, it had a ripple effect throughout the entire San Gabriel Valley, where you have many AAPI living. Our county has stood in solidarity with the AAPI community against hate in all forms. I will continue to lend my support to ensure the AAPI community feels safe. And I am extremely thankful to the cities of Monterey Park and Alhambra, which actually I know is in the first, I represented it, but also having been born and raised in that area, I know what a sense of community they have. And you saw it firsthand when they all came together to support each other. Resiliency in the aftermath of the tragedy stood tall. I would like to extend my deepest appreciation to Brandon Say for his heroic actions in disarming the gunmen and raising awareness on mental health this past year. Supervisor Solis, you're absolutely right. He's taken a tragedy and is trying to use it and see that silver lining in a very, very, very dark cloud. I'd also like to recognize the efforts of many organizations, including our county departments, for lending their support to those that have been impacted. These organizations include Advancing Justice Southern California, the Buddhist Chi Foundation, the Chinatown Service Center, along with our Department of Mental Health, the District Attorney's Victim Services Bureau, the Sheriff's Department, and other local first responders. This year is the Year of the Dragon, which symbolizes challenges, changes, and opportunities. And I think, you know, everywhere I go, I was out in Arcadia on Saturday, we were talking, so many opportunities to be met. And I believe that this is going to be a beautiful reminder that despite any challenge we may face, there are opportunities for growth and strength as a result. So may the year of the dragon renew our determination and strength, and I wish everyone happiness, health, and prosperity this year as we celebrate the Lunar New Year. I will be supporting this motion. And again, to the Vice Mayor of Monterey Park, thank you for being here, and thank you for being a true leader. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to both you, Madam Chair, and Supervisor Solis for bringing this forward today. We'll probably never come to the point of recognizing and celebrating the Lunar New Year without remembering what happened a year ago. And thank you to the Vice Mayor, Monterey Park, for being here and reminding us that it was the deadliest mass shooting that the County of Los Angeles has experienced. And it was doubly troubling just because celebrating the Lunar New Year, which is what we're doing now, is a time of celebration and hope and dancing and fun and all the things that we associate with the New Year. And the fact that this tragedy happened then will, I believe, forever sort of mar this tradition that many people have. But hopefully this year we can celebrate how far we've come, and celebrate the newness of the year and the opportunity to accomplish many things. I also wanted to give my shout out to Brandon, who really was a hero. We kind of throw that word hero around a lot, but clearly he that night was a hero, not thinking about himself, not thinking about his own safety, but when you see that video of him wrestling that weapon from the hands of the shooter, it was quite remarkable. And as you've said, he's a very shy man. President Biden had reached out to him. He was there at the State of the Union address, and President Biden let the nation know that we all thank Brandon. Could have been much worse if he had not had the courage that night to do that. I also wanted to remember that, Sheriff Luna, right? He was new on the job. He had just started taking over the department, and he showed up there immediately. And you were there too, Supervisor Solis. Your ability to show up for that community, really not knowing. Sometimes we don't know what to say, we don't know what to do, but you by showing up and coming alongside people who are grieving is so important. And you showed tremendous grace and resilience for your people. And the sheriff too. I know facing that bank of international cameras that showed up was probably unnerving for all of you. And yet the words that the sheriff spoke, each and every word was calming, was reassuring, and was a determined sheriff's department to bring this to an end, which it did. The shooter was found in Torrance by the Torrance Police Department, who had a very watchful eye out for that all points bulletin. I was just going to say, one of the things I love about serving on this board with all of you, that we don't just do prayers and condolences. We actually act. And coming from Congress, where that's all we ever did was stand and offer our prayers and thoughts. And in light of it's probably going to never happen at the congressional level, the federal level, that we have any meaningful laws to prevent gun violence. This board was not waiting for that. And just to remind us, we enacted 4 really strong laws to try and prevent gun violence in our unincorporated area. Remember, we banned those 50 caliber bullets, which are those guns can rip through the human body. We implemented a buffer zone between gun stores and safe sites, like playgrounds and parks and daycare centers. We decided to make gun owners responsible. Like, we've ordered that they keep a good inventory of who buys and who sells guns and ammunition. And we ban guns, people carrying guns on county property. So I appreciate that about us, that we are doing what we can in light of inaction at the federal level to do what we can to protect our residents of LA County from any further gun violence. So as we prepare to celebrate the Lunar New Year this next month, let those of you in Monterey Park and Alhambra know that we are mindful. We are mindful of the trauma. We are mindful of the ongoing grief and distress, but we are also mindful of the resilience of the people in those communities and how they have determined that what happened a year ago will not define them, nor will it prevent them from hopefully celebrating those things which they can celebrate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Donald Harlan please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 3, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Tamara Kay. You may begin.
Yes, just want to send, just honoring the ones that families impacted and their loved ones that their lives were senselessly taken. The tragedy should never happen anytime. It's real unfortunate. Gun violence is a serious problem. We need to address it at a federal level. From settler colonialism until now, Black and brown people and people of color face endless amounts of gun violence, from white supremacists to law enforcement. And in the names of Andres Guardado, A.J. Weber, 2 young men that lost their lives at the hands of LASD, we need to also address the gun violence within law enforcement and deputy sheriff gangs.
Thank you. Your time has
We also
expired.
need to address.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Mr. Carter. You may begin.
Hi, I'm calling in regards to item number 2, and I think it's a great thing to honor
We're
people
on item
who
number
have done
3.
heroic.
Excuse me, we're on item 3.
I'm sorry. Item number 3? Okay, so this is regarding item number 3. Sorry for the saying the wrong number. But I think it's a great thing to honor people in their heroic acts, but I also think that it should be done in a non-biased way, the same way that this day is being recognized for Heroic Day and people have lost. The Board of Supervisors has a habit of selecting certain groups of people to be honored. And as an example, Ruben Salazar was giving a $300,000 statue in Boyle Heights, but Frederick Robert Madison, an African-American male, was born before him, was the first African state assembly member in Boyle Heights. He's been forgotten about. So I think it's a great thing to honor people, but we're forgetting about certain groups of people that have had heroic and done heroic things also within the Board of Supervisors jurisdiction, and they are not being honored. Again, Ruben Salazar by Mrs. Solis was given a $300 statue.
Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Agenda item number 3, I'm Donald Harlan. First of all, happy Lunar New Year. I suppose it's a big day for fae creatures like you guys. I don't know if mermaids are considered fae, though. But anyways, so terrible what happened in Alhambra at this mass shooting. That should never, ever happen under any circumstances. I don't know what all is involved. But I smell some kind of cover-up, some distortion of information. One of the things I noticed is that they're claiming the hero of the mass shooting, his family owned that building, that dance studio since the 1990s, and I know that's not true. That there's a cover-up, it's just too convenient. People generate heroes right before State of the Union addresses and stuff. I don't like it. It smells like a cover-up. You guys should take a look at it.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Item 3 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis. I will second to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 3 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 10, Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital, Keeping the Dream Alive, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Mitchell, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. Colleagues, this motion is before us today for really one simple fact. Martin Luther King Community Hospital estimates that unless it receives financial relief, it will run out of cash in December 2024. So, this motion will provide temporary financial relief to Martin Luther King Community Hospital so it can continue to be the vibrant provider of hospital services in the South Los Angeles and the greater community. This motion stays the course on a commitment this county made back in 2010. The county created and funded a nonprofit to provide hospital services to an underserved community of South LA that the county had failed to serve. The county created an unprecedented public-private partnership that ushered in a new hybrid model of care. MLK Community Hospital is unlike any other private hospital, not only in this region, but in the entire country. The county determined the size of the hospital and built the hospital and its emergency room. The county placed MLK Community Hospital on county land adjacent to county-run services, including the Behavioral Health Center and an outpatient center. The county funded the hospital through county-issued tax-exempt bonds. The county also created the nonprofit to run MLK Community Hospital and chose its first board members. At that point, the county and the nonprofit entered into a 40-year lease that included an unprecedented level of financial oversight from the county, which continues today. The county created MLK Community Hospital to provide hospital services for a population that the federal and state government told us we had failed to serve. And so this hospital is keeping its end of the bargain and more. It serves a patient population that is tragically, woefully underserved and has historic health disparities. And all the while, it meets nearly every marker of high unmet need and chronic illness. Supervisor Hahn, when we looked at the patient population, 42% of the patients are residents of your district. The South LA region is a medical provider shortage area. Per the county CEO analysis, the hospital's service area meets all health equity related indicators, including but not limited to concentrated disadvantage, the federal poverty level, the California Healthy Places Index, and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention's Social Vulnerability Index. And in spite of all of those challenges, this hospital is getting rare top quality of care scores from our federal and state government patient oversight partners. I'm proud to say that the hospital was visited in the last year by Secretary of Health and Human Services, Javier Becerra, and 2 days after Christmas, our junior senator in the U.S. Senate, Senator LaFonza Butler, came to tour because she'd never been there to see the hospital, so we were glad to host her. It is providing quality services despite the fact that the community's demand for emergency services continues to far outpace the capacity that the county built. Before it was built, the county had projected that the hospital emergency room would receive roughly 25 to 30,000 visits a year. Last year, the hospital handled 4 times that number, 100,000 visits. The CEO's report notes that MLK Community Hospital's emergency department burden is almost 3 times the statewide median. The hospital reports that its county-created financing model has not kept pace with inflation, including the rate of rising healthcare costs and the volume of patients seeking its care. The other troubling element is, most hospitals have to balance their books based on the types of patients they serve, those with private insurance, private pay, and those who are subsidized. Martin Luther King Community Hospital, based on who it serves, frankly, in its geographic location, doesn't have that patient mix. And so it is only providing indigent care and those who receive Medi-Cal, and we know and have known for decades that the Medi-Cal reimbursement rate is not, doesn't come anywhere close to the Medicare reimbursement rate. And so a hospital with that patient mix, it suffers like Martin Luther King is experiencing now. By the county's design, this hospital is not eligible for disproportionate share funds that support other hospitals with high volumes of Medi-Cal and uninsured patients. I understand that was a strategic decision made when the board decided to reopen the hospital, and as a result, MLK is suffering today. So we, plus the hospital, are pursuing multiple options for long-term sustainability, including relief from the state, as well as managed care plans. They have a role to play in this too. So until we see whether our federal, state, and health plan partners will also step up, this motion proposes modest relief at no net county cost. I'll repeat, at no net county cost, to ensure that the LA community has uninterrupted access to top quality hospital care. For the big picture, our action today, the approval of this motion, will allow us to support a community asset that earned a rare 5-star rating from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services for 2 years in a row. In the middle of the COVID pandemic, they still received a 5-star rating. Recently earned an A from Leapfrog, an independent national nonprofit that measures quality and patient safety among 2,300 hospitals, and a recent California Attorney General report ranked the hospital among the top scoring among public and private hospitals in the state for its compliance with the California Dignity in Pregnancy and Childbirth Act, which addresses implicit bias in the Black maternal morbidity and infant health care realm. For all those reasons, colleague, I ask that you help me, help us support a thriving community asset that is stepping up to the plate and is playing an integral role in the overall county's health care infrastructure, and support these allocations to support Martin Luther King Community Hospital's ongoing viability. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. And Supervisor Mitchell, I will be supporting this motion today. You know, I remember, and actually, I know Supervisor Hahn, your father was instrumental in bringing Martin Luther King Hospital to the community. And I saw the void that occurred when it closed. And make no mistake, that is a county-wide impact, because it will impact Harbor, UCLA, it will impact LA County USC, all of you, and I know that the need in that community. I went out to that campus about 6 months ago, and it is a very busy campus. Yes, it is. When I hear the increase in the emergency room visits, it makes me wonder if we need to look at our outpatient provisions in the area, because one of the things we found with LA County USC in particular was a lot of people were coming in there because they couldn't get into outpatient care. And that's how we got the original 1115 waiver, actually, from the federal government. So I believe that while this is not a trauma, and we talked about this, Supervisor Mitchell, it may not be designated trauma. I would argue, I'm sure they see many cases that St. Francis as a trauma would probably see, but MLK is there. And when an ambulance, a paramedic is driving, they don't differentiate between the county and the private. They want to get that person to a hospital to be treated as soon as possible. And I know this is one-time funding. I'm committed to working with you because, again, I believe that this hospital serves a role, especially when you look at the patient mix, which is startling when you told me that, that we need to really rethink, not only at a local level, but actually at a national level, how we are reimbursing for healthcare, because you are absolutely right. The reimbursement rate is far too low for the actual cost. And I would argue that even our private insurance is getting off easy, because I've looked at bills that are received from someone that's private insurance and then someone that does not. And the disparity in what is charged will make you gasp. And so I think the time has come for us to really focus on sustainability for our overall healthcare system, because while we do have many that now have insurance through the state, it still grossly underfunds the actual cost for the services being provided. So I will be supporting this. I thank you for bringing it forward. It's a thoughtful motion, and the community is lucky to have you as an advocate. Thank you.
Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing this motion forward. It's clear that this hospital serves an incredible need, and you're right, 42% of those who show up there are in the 4th District. But this hospital has such a history in LA County. It was, for those of you who are not old enough to remember, after the 1965 Watts riots, the McCone Commission did a report on what the underlying causes of that insurrection, uprising, whatever you want to call it, was. And the number one issue was that community, unlike every other community in LA County, did not have access to a full-service healthcare hospital. Those residents of that community would travel downtown to the Big General, and many times they would die, not necessarily of their injury or their illness, but because of the length that they had to travel to get health care. And many times they would take several buses to get to the hospital, only to find out that a doctor maybe couldn't see them. They would have to go home and try again the next day. So my father was the supervisor at the time and was determined to build a hospital over much of the objection of his colleagues on the Board of Supervisors who didn't support that. So much so that I remember being on a vacation, like one of the few vacations that we ever took, and having to repack our suitcases urgently and catch a flight home because he was told the supervisors were going to vote against the pathway forward while he was gone. So he fought for it, and the financing, as you mentioned, Supervisor Mitchell, was a unique bond issuance, financing to construct it, but nevertheless, it was important for that hospital to be built. And in the early 2000s, when that hospital was in distress, I remember before I was even elected on the city council, I was an outspoken critic of the then board's decision to close the trauma center. That trauma center, by the way, was one of the most renowned trauma centers in the country. In fact, at the time, the federal government's Department of Defense would train their doctors who were headed to the battlefield at the trauma center at MLK Hospital because the kinds of injuries and wounds that were similar to a war battlefield. So, and when that trauma center closed, it left a gaping hole for the community. I think the LA County has gone from 22 trauma centers, we're way down now to how many trauma centers we have. And it's a network, as Supervisor Mitchell said, it's a network. And it's a safety net network. And anytime we lose healthcare, anytime a hospital is closed or reduced or compromised, that hurts our entire network. And God forbid, there's a major disaster that might happen in LA County. Every hospital, every doctor, every nurse, every emergency room will be on high alert to receive those that might come from a disaster. So I think, the fact that they had 4 times the visits that was even projected says that they might have been a little bit of a victim of their own success. And I remember being there with former Supervisor Mark Ridley Thomas as we reopened that hospital, redesigned it, changed the look of it, went from being a county hospital to a public-private partnership. And I felt very gratified to him. It was almost like we were, you know, from the ashes, we were letting it rise again. So please know that I will continue to be your ally, your advocate. We must keep that hospital open. We must support that hospital, and anything we can do going forward. If this motion today is not enough, then we need to, you know, bring it back and find out what is enough. It is not an option for the Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital to fail on any level. And I will be a strong advocate with you, Supervisor Mitchell, to make sure that doesn't happen.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing the motion forward. A lot has already been said, and I too stand to support the motion. I know how critically important it is for the Southeast communities. When I represented the area not too long ago, Supervisor Hahn, we knew that there was a shortage of facilities and healthcare, and we still are faced with that. But I know that the patient population has changed dramatically as well. And so we need to have strong, vibrant assistance out there. And one of the things that you mentioned that I, too, would like to see happen is that we look at a viable fiscal plan that actually provides a mixture of not just the Medicaid or indigent population, but also to see how we get our health insurance providers, LA Care or others, Health Net and what have you, or even Kaiser, well, not Kaiser, but I'm just saying that we need to have more people put skin in the game and allow for adequate reimbursement so we can have sufficient services provided. It is a spectacular hospital, no doubt. I remember going to the opening when Mark Ridley Thomas was serving as supervisor, but also recently to see the services that were being offered in treatment for our mental health, and knowing how really important it is and the commitment of the staff. I really want to give them a shout out as well because that was really remarkable. So I too plan to support the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And I am also supportive of the motion to financially support Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital. This hospital is part of our county family, as we have heard, through its unique public-private partnership. And this board's responsibility is to ensure that its doors remain open to continue providing quality health care, especially in a community that needs and deserves this care. MLK Community Hospital is not only providing health care beyond its capacity, it's also doing so while maintaining quality service. As you've heard, for 2 years in a row, it's earned a rare 5-star rating from the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services Agency for patient satisfaction and safety practices, and it recently earned an A from Leapfrog, an independent national nonprofit that measures quality and patient safety among 2,300 hospitals. The actions today in this motion are a bandage to an ongoing structural deficit, as we're alluding to, but it is my hope and expectation that ongoing dollars are identified to ensure the long-term stability of MLK Community Hospital for years to come. I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for bringing today's motion forward. It is the embodiment of equity, and I'm proud to support it, and I will turn it to you for the last word.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Madam Chair, and the comments of everyone. I just wanted to quickly state to Supervisor Barger, a part of the motion is to direct Department of Health Services to put a clinical team outside of the hospital's emergency department to better direct non-emergent patients over to the county's urgent care. That is like right next door. Like we've done things like made the signage bigger. We're doing all that we can to make sure that the county, as a very close neighbor, frankly, the hospital is impacted, the entire campus. You know, if we could wave our magic wand and create more land space, we could do, you know, we could do more. And I appreciate when the hospital was reopened, it was, as my grandfather would say, a tough row to hoe to get what we got. The 25,000 projection was probably about the best and most the board at that time was willing to do. It is simply too small. So they are both a victim of their success, and it is simply too small, really given the needs in that community. To your point, Supervisor Solis, the cultural and linguistic competency and compassion of every staff member at that hospital is stellar. And when we look at the birth and delivery outcomes of Black and brown women and birthing people, when we acknowledge the number of hospitals that are closing their delivery rooms, that is going to further impact this hospital, and the fact that they are doing it so well for Black and brown communities, again, is a testament to the commitment of Dr. Batchelor and her entire team there. This is our first step. There will be multiple steps. We are working with all of those other partners, health plans, looking to the federal, state government, and the county has a role to play as well. When we first developed this unique model, we also didn't make our own commitment, financial commitment that would keep pace with inflation. And so we've got work to do to make sure that we are continuing to support the hospital in a way that allows it to be fiscally healthy and fiscally solvent. With that, Madam Chair, thank you very much, and thanks to all of my colleagues for your commitment to this institution. Thank you for your patience in allowing me to kind of walk us through, to remind some of us who weren't here at the time how we got here, how it came to be the kind of hybrid, unique model nationally, the fact that it is not a disproportionate share hospital, and why we have to step up to make sure that the hospital stays open and continues to provide high quality, stellar services to residents of LA County.
Thank you very much. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who've signed up to speak on this item.
Will Arna Fulcher, Arthur Gomez, Danelle Garcia, Danette McBride, Danielle Wilson, Deborah Prothro-Stith, Devora Reyes, Donald Harlan, Dotun Ogunyemi, Gloria Davis, Ingrid Rivera Guzman, John Posto, Juan Washington, Kelly Hawkins Davis, and Luz Zabala. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 10, and if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Mr. Carter. You may begin.
I am calling in regards to item number 10 that Ms. Mitchell proposed. One problem that has been going on for so long is that Ms. Mitchell's area has neglected this matter for so long. So I don't know if it's election time coming up, she's trying to make changes, but many people have been complaining about emergency assistance for some period of time. And in this item number 10, she says by July 4th or 14th, they should be implemented. If this is an emergency, I feel the implementation should come prior. And it's also strange that on this motion, she speaks about disparity, but Ms. Mitchell sits on the board of the MTA, and West Hollywood constituents have phone chargers at their bus stops. But in Ms. Mitchell's district, where she sits on the board
This item is about the MLK Hospital. You can talk about phone chargers and general public comment at the end of the meeting if you'd like.
Yes, this is about the hospital and the disparity. She used the word disparity, and I'm speaking about the word that she used about the disparity. So, and also bringing this hospital up to par and to meet certain conditions.
Thank you. Your time is expired.
Should not be done in a biased
Next
way.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Genevieve Claverell. You may begin.
Yes, good morning, Board of Supervisors. You know, when I was very involved about the closure and the reopening of MLK with Supervisor Hahn and MRT. And one of the conditions of reopening that hospital was also to have a branch where they will also raise money for the hospital. And I have not heard anything about that. And we have been giving money off and on which I know is needed, but we need to really look more of what's really going on because, like I said, it was some provision to have a branch of the hospital raising money also for the hospital. And I have not heard anything about that. Anyway, thank you for bringing that item.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tamara Kay. You may begin.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, so it is vital that this hospital stays open and receives the funding and supplies and staff that it needs. I witnessed, during COVID, hospital closures, right? And South LA cannot afford to lose a hospital. It needs it needs funding, beyond what y'all are talking about. And I don't know, I can't understand how it receives a 5-star rating when it's overburdened and it doesn't have the resources that it actually needs. A motion is needed, but ongoing funding to keep this hospital running, right, for the community. It needs resources and staff and supplies and ongoing funding. I don't think a temporary
Thank you. Your
fix
time has expired.
is what we need
Next
here.
speaker, please.
Our next participant is Reverend Darlene Watley. You may begin.
Good morning, everyone, and I am here to support the funding for the Martin Luther King Community Hospital, keeping the dream alive. This hospital has saved 3 of my family members' lives. My brother was shot during a drive-by shooting 10 times with an AK-47, and that trauma center saved his life. My granddaughter was shot 3 times, a drive-by shooting, and that hospital not only provided the safety for her family and security, but also saved her life. And my 3rd granddaughter, my second child, was having complications, and the delivery department saved her and my granddaughter's life. This hospital is so important to South LA, and I can't even see what it would be like not to have
Thank
MLK.
you. Your time has
So I want to
expired.
thank you, Supervisor.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you.
Our next participant is Barbara Wilson. You may begin.
Good morning, Supervisors. Thank you so much for bringing this motion. I am a longtime resident. I came out here as a young psychiatric social worker working in the Crenshaw district, and I saw firsthand how important Supervisor Kenneth Hahn was. So I am in support of doing whatever it takes to keep this hospital running. It provides so much support and necessary. Some other people have mentioned their support of trauma. So I'm all in. If there's anything I can do, and thank you to Supervisor Bargum, my personal supervisor at this time in my life, for supporting this motion.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Ricardo Martez. You may begin.
Good morning, afternoon, Madam Chair and fellow supervisors. My name is Ricardo Marquez, calling as treasurer of the South Central Neighborhood Council. I'm really applauding the work of Supervisor Holly Mitchell and the rest fellow supervisors in supporting the MLKCH to make sure that it continues to stay open and support the 14 families and everyone who lives in South LA and within the area who are within the low AMI poverty line. Really applaud the continuation of support and making sure that this happens. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for the support, and I look forward to making sure that this continues to stay open.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Michael Browning. You may begin.
Hello, thank you. And thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. My name is Mike Browning from Black Women Rally for Action, Los Angeles County. And I'm very overwhelmed with that comment made by the resident who had lives saved. We've been working in behalf of King for years, and to see it open and to see the stellar services being provided is excellent. What's more important today than the money is to hear all supervisors voice support for King, because as we all know, that wasn't the case some years ago. And so we really appreciate the efforts that you're making now and that you're going to continue to make. And if anybody doubts the success of King, they should have been there during COVID because many lives were saved, and we're grateful for every life that was saved. Thank you, Supervisors.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no other remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you very much. We'll now turn in person. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Avis Ridley Thomas. I'm honored and grateful to address you today about my January 13th experience in the emergency department of Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital. It was the closest medical provider to me when I needed emergency medical care. At the recommendation of Dr. Deborah Prothro-Stiff, the Dean of Charles Drew Medical School, who happened to be with me, she recommended that I immediately get care, which was across the street. We were joined later by Dr. Bob Ross, President and CEO of the California Endowment, who joined us in that overburdened emergency room. Patients lined up, not only inside but outside in the ambulance bay. I got excellent care. The medical staff were professional and very responsive. I really appreciate that you all expressed support for this motion. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. We appreciate you being here, and thank you for your testimony. Next speaker, please.
Good morning. I'm Arna Fulcher, and I'm here today representing as a member of the Empowerment Congress Executive Leadership and Chair of its Economic Development Committee. I am once again frustrated that we are back again to request support for MLK-CH to continue operations for much needed services in a community that provides healthcare services to a large population of our underserved community who are consistently impacted by social determinants that impact healthy environments. This motion brought by Holly Mitchell will allow the county to continue to financially support the hospital in a manner that would have impact on no net county costs by assessing Measure B funds in order to address the hospital's projected funding shortfall this year. The shortfall has nothing to do with the service delivery, but everything to do with the needs of this local community. I look forward to seeing this motion pass as you've done thus far, and to see women who look and children who look like me get the services and the care that they need. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Dr. Roberto Vargas. I'm the Assistant Dean for Clinical Partnerships and Health Policy at Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science. I'm here with my colleagues, and I have a brief excerpt from a letter on behalf of our President, David Carlisle. The Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital community hospital was opened in 2014 to address the access to care void created by the 2007 closure of the County King Drew Medical Center. The community this hospital serves is also severely financially challenged. Despite these challenges, MLK Community Hospital continues to perform commendably from a quality of care standpoint. We are proud of the numerous accolades and awards they have received for this care. It is a true beacon of hope for our community where, unfortunately, highest level services of any kind have historically been few and far between. For these reasons, we endorse and strongly recommend the approval of item 10 by the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. With your support, as you know, we have opened a new medical school at Charles R. Drew University of Medicine and Science. I'm Dean Deborah Prothro-Stiff, here to strongly support item 10 and to thank Supervisor Holly Mitchell and all the supervisors for supporting this initiative. I can't overstate how important this hospital is, not only to the community, but to the training of the future healthcare providers who will serve in that community. We know that doctors stay where they train, and being across the street is huge for us. Not only that, you heard about a recent episode. There are several hundred employees every day at Charles Drew University who, if they're
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Go ahead.
Distinguished board, my name is Arthur Gomez. I'm Senior Associate Dean for the Charles Drew University College of Medicine. And as you might recall, we brought our 60 brand new students here to see your government in action just 6 months ago. And so it's a pleasure to be here, a part of that process. These students are now ready to roll up their sleeves and work at the Martin Luther King Community Hospital. So we are certainly in solidarity with the community hospital and its goal to really treat the underserved, treat those with language access difficulties, treat those who have health disparities, treat those that come from certainly very underserved populations, not only for the selfish reason of teaching our students, but they really want to start to roll up the sleeves and care for the community. Thank you so much.
Next speaker, please.
My name is Dalton Ogonyemi. I'm currently the DIO, which is the person in charge of graduate medical education, training all residents at Charles Drew University. I'm also the chair of OBGYN department at Charles Drew University. I'm a maternal fetal medicine subspecialist who's interested in decreasing the disparities related to women and birthing people giving birth in our area. And so this is very important to us. Again, I'm also a product of King Drew Medical Center. I trained there, and I remember all the work we used to do. Data shows that 1 out of 3 every Black and brown physician in the Los Angeles area trained from that institution. And so we need to replace that. We need to bring back more residency training programs. And for us to be able to do that, we need to have a vibrant Martin Luther King Junior Community Hospital. It's very important for you all to support this. I remember the work that Supervisor Janice Hahn has done back for decades. I remember being in the meetings where she strongly supported.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you very much. Your passion is inspiring this morning. I'm so glad to hear these comments. Our next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Daniel Garcia, and I come from Stafford, California, all the way from the city. And I want to say, hi, Mitchell. I remember you. I want to say that I approve the motion, but here's my problem. My problem is the number. It should be $10 million, not $8 million, because the thing that you are forgetting about it is people with disability. Okay? As you well know, people with disability have trouble sitting down on the examination table. They're not accessible. They're not accessible for people with disability. So please, $10 million, the $10 million should be there. $2 million for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
Good morning, Supervisors. Ingrid Rivera Guzman, Policy Director with Special Needs Network, here in strong support of keeping the dream alive at the MLK Hospital, a vital community resource providing life-saving care to millions of our South LA neighbors. We thank you for approving this critical funding today and taking bold action to affirm that the lives of all Black and brown Angelenos matter and are worthy of compassionate, quality, and innovative healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Danette McBride. I am a South LA resident and a member of the Empowerment Congress. I'm here to urge the board to support Motion 10, Martin Luther King Jr. Community Hospital, Keeping the Dream Alive, authored by Supervisor Holly J. Mitchell. Residents of LA, South LA in particular, deserve quality and accessible health care. The Martin Luther King Community Hospital has demonstrated that it is a quality hospital, as demonstrated by its 5-star ratings for 2 consecutive years and its A rating from Leapfrog. And it has demonstrated that there is a need by the number of residents who are accessing services. This hospital is vital to the health and well-being of South LA residents, specifically and collectively to the County of Los Angeles. This motion allows the county to continue to financially support the hospital in a manner that would have no impact on net county costs by accessing Measure B.
Thank you.
I thank you for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, supervisors, for your leadership, especially my supervisor, Mitchell. We finally have an outstanding hospital in a medical underserved area that could disappear. This hospital is vital to the health and Wellness of South Los Angeles. Last year, this hospital served 100,000 folks when the maximum should have been 30,000 and still received a 5-star rating for 2 consecutive years. This hospital should be here receiving an award. The significance of these numbers cannot be overstated. This is just a glaring reflection of the community health care needs. The closure of Martin Luther King Community Hospital would not only be a loss of a health care facility, but it will be a devastating blow to the ongoing fight against health inequities while intensifying the existing health disparities. This institution is not just a hospital, but it's a lifeline to South Los Angeles. Thank you. Gloria Davis.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chair Horvath and honorable supervisors. My name is Danielle Wilson, and I'm speaking on behalf of the 32,000 hotel and food service workers of Unite Here Local 11. I urge you to support Supervisor Mitchell's motion today. More than 2,500 of our members and their families are among the more than 120,000 patients who rely on MLK Community Hospital. This hospital is an anchor institution in South Los Angeles and a national model for quality care in safety net communities. When the pandemic hit, over 95% of our members were out of work. It was a time of absolute existential crisis for our members. MLK provided desperately needed care for them and continues to be on the front lines of the pandemic for some of the most vulnerable communities in our county. Please support this critical South LA institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Okay. Muy buenos días, Presidente Horvath y supervisores.
Very good morning, Chair Horvath and supervisors.
Mi nombre es Luz Adriana Zavala. He trabajado en el Departamento de Housekeeping durante más de 3 años en el Hotel Fairmont Century Plaza.
My name is Luz Adriana Zavala. I've worked in the housekeeping department for more than 3 years in the Fairmont Century Plaza Hotel.
Vivo en el distrito de la supervisora Holly Mitchell.
And I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district.
Soy miembro orgullosa de Unite Here Local 11.
I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11.
Solicito amablemente apoyar la moción de la supervisora Mitchell.
And I very kindly ask that you would support Supervisor Holly Mitchell's motion.
Para muchos miembros de nuestro sindicato, MLK Community Hospital es el hospital más cercano y confiable.
For many members of our union, MLK Community Hospital is the closest and most trustworthy hospital.
Es el hospital más cercano y confiable. Esto es para más de 120,000 pacientes.
So it's the closest and most trustworthy hospital, and this is for more than 120,000 patients.
Por favor, apoyar esta importante institución del sur de Los Ángeles.
So please support this important institution in the south of Los Angeles.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Before we go to our next speaker, we're going to call more names.
Well, Maria Dominguez, Marvin Espinoza, Mary Lee, Miriam Arpatella, Red Chief Hunt, Regina Ofodio, Rosa Hernandez, Sarah Harris, Salam Alem, and Zenaida Smith. Please come forward and staff will assist.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the board. My name is Kelly Hawkins Davis, and today I'm speaking as the chair of the MLK Community Hospital Dream Council, as well as a resident of South LA. We are a group of volunteer community members committed to fostering philanthropic support for the hospital. MLK Community Hospital is critical to our safety net. Not only is it a national model for success, but it is also globally heralded as a premier hospital for labor and delivery, all the way through street medicine programs and behavioral health. Dr. Batchel and her team are bringing culturally competent quality care to our community. As you may recall, when the old hospital was closed, the strain and impact on other regional hospitals was insurmountable, and the devastating impact on patients without resources to travel far distance was severely impacted. Today, I urge you to support Supervisor Mitchell's motion to allocate funding to this hospital. We need this now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Buenos días, Presidente Howard y honorable supervisor.
Can you speak a little closer to the mic so we can hear you? Thank you.
Buenos días, Presidente Howard y honorables supervisores. Mi nombre es Rosa Hernández.
Good morning, Chair Horvath and honorable supervisors. My name is Rosa Hernandez.
Y he trabajado como housekeeping durante 16 años en hoteles.
I've worked in housekeeping for over 16 years in hotels.
Vivo en el distrito de la supervisora Holly Mitchell.
I live in Supervisor Holly Mitchell's district.
Soy un miembro orgulloso del Lunar New Year Local 11.
And I'm a proud member of Unite Here Local 11.
Apoyé la moción para apoyar MLK Care.
Support the motion for MLK Community Hospital.
Si hubo una lección que el mundo aprendió en los últimos años,
If there was a lesson that the world learned during the last several years,
es que no podemos ignorar la salud.
is that we cannot ignore public health.
Los numerosos trabajadores y pacientes de MLK-CH
The many workers and patients of MLK-CH
sabrían que nadie en el hospital sigue estando en primera línea.
They know that no one in the hospital who are at the front lines
De la pandemia de la coronavirus y protege la salud.
at the front lines of the corona pandemic, and they protect the health
De algunas de las comunidades más vulnerables de Los Ángeles.
of some of Los Angeles' most vulnerable communities.
Por favor, apoyen este hospital, es vital.
Please, your support for this hospital is vital.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is John Postal, and I'm a registered nurse. I also will not be going postal, just in case you were wondering. I've been working at Martin Luther King Community Hospital for the past 7 years. 5 of those years were spent in the emergency department and 2 years in the intensive care unit. In my time at MLK-CH, I can say honestly and 100% truthfully that MLK cares for the community. Each and every day I go to work, I see a healthcare system that truly lives its mission to provide collaborative and quality healthcare to a community that in the past has gone far too long without that adequate care. I know that my coworkers, like myself, come to work each and every day to provide much needed care and support for patients, families, and the community as a whole. With that said, at MLK-CH, we strive to continue to serve our community, to be able to continue to house an emergency department that sees over 400 patients a day, a labor and delivery department that provides incredible care to mom and baby, and an intensive care unit that heals our sickest community members. In order to do this and more, I urge the board to vote yes on item number 10 and continue to do everything it can to help MLK-CH thrive as a model of public-private partnership for communities like ours throughout the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Sarah Harris. I am President and CEO of the Black Business Association and also a proud commissioner of the LA County Small Business Commission, appointed by my supervisor, Holly Mitchell, who brought this motion, and here to support the support for the MLK Hospital. I've had the privilege of being on several check-in calls to learn not only about the amazing quality of this 5-star hospital that is on track as a national model, but also to learn of the financial crisis facing the hospital, where it is seeing 4 times the amount of patients in its emergency unit, and also needing support in terms of just all around funding. The county created the new MLK Hospital, a unique model that works, and let's make sure that it continues to do so. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Juan Washington. I've been at Martin Luther King CH for 5 years. I'm an outreach coordinator with the street medicine program, providing medical services and housing navigation to the unhoused population. I believe in MLK-CH is a great place to work. I believe in our mission and quality care for our community. I believe in my fellow colleagues. I believe that they matter and are supportive and capable and committed to their jobs just like me. I represent all 2,000 employees when I say we love our hospital. At MLK-CH, we see a great need in our community. We see about 400 patients in our emergency department every day, and it's our privilege to work hard for them. So I urge the board to vote yes on item 10 and continue to do everything it can to help MLK-CH thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Reyes. I'm currently an employee for MLK-CH, and I work in the environmental services. I've been with them now going on 6 years. Aside from us serving the great community that we have, they also are a great benefit to my department as well as to other colleagues. I'm one of those people that was given the okay to get my GED, not only because I had the support system of my fellow management, but also as from the hospital. Not only myself, but I also have colleagues that just graduated from high school. I'm 54 years old, and I can say that I'm a proud high school graduate, all through the MLK CH program that they have for my department, as well as for other departments. Now, I not only urge you to vote yes on item 10 for our community, but also for all employees that are in the hospital. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi. Healthcare and housing should be a must for everyone. A must. You did it. We need to have a national meeting, town hall meeting addressing this issue. There is a serious disconnect under your watch, under each one of your watch. You did it. So injustice somewhere is injustice everywhere. Healthcare disparity and quality care. This is something I have been coming and telling you. What did you do? You and Mark Redley Thomas dream. You want to keep Martin Luther King dream alive. Is that what you want? Healthcare disparity, you know, talking about healthcare disparity. I want each one of you know to be investigated by outside agents because we need to know from A to Z what you have been doing and continue to do within the Department of Mental Health Care, healthcare providers. It is under your watch and the preview Board of Supervisors. That's my precious daughter was discharged from the hospital.
Thank you.
Up on the
Your
streets.
time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good morning. My name is Maria Dominguez. I've been working for MLK for 5 years. I'm a patient care technician for Float Pool. The hospital deserves the funds to help better serve the community. MLK Hospital is a good place to work because we're a quality hospital, not quantity. And I want you guys to keep that in mind. We're here to serve the patients. We're here to help each other as a staff. With that being said, I urge the board to vote yes on item 10 and continue to do everything it can to help thrive as models of public-private partnership for communities like ours throughout the nation. Thank you.
Thank you. You did great. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Mary Portela, and I have been with MLK Community Hospital for 9 years. I worked 8 years in the med-surg unit, and the hospital has helped me grow, and I'm currently in the operating room as a surgical aide. I believe in our values and our mission is to provide quality care for our community. But my colleagues and I see the urge that the community has, and we need the support, and that's why I ask you to please, in favor of 10, to be able to give us that, not only for the community, for the employees, because we are MLKCH. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Zanetta Smith, and I've been a member of the MLK Community Health Foundation's Dream Council since its inception in 2021. I'm a proud ambassador as a second-generation Angelino, born and raised in South Los Angeles. I remember a time when community members had to go to other places for care, but due to the success of the hospital and the public-private partnership, community members have returned to receiving care at a more convenient location. The emergency room cares for 120,000 patients per year. As a trained clinical social worker, I'm most proud of the mental health efforts, where 12,000 community members experiencing mental health issues are being served. Without MLK Hospital, they would have very limited choices. I'm also most excited about the building of a unit that will be especially for patients experiencing mental health issues, and even more proud that this unit will be privately funded. Thank you so much for considering the motion before you and supporting an institution that's critical to South Los Angeles.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, the Red Chief Hunt. Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell. Thank you, Supervisor Hunt. Martin Luther King Hospital's come a long ways, and we have a long ways to go. But not only that is that I'm gonna have to give my hat off to Dex King, who just passed away. We are gonna keep Dr. King's hospital open and things like that. Not only have my uncle been there for gunshot wounds, I've been there having service there as well in the past 2 years. And then my daughter also works there too. One of my daughters also actually works there. So on that note, we are going to vote yes on this, and we are going to keep the dream alive and stuff like that. I want to thank everybody who's fostered and who supported this bill. Thank you, and thank you guys again. Thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for doing a great job. Thank you, Han. Thank you as well. All right, you guys have a great day.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Marvin Espinoza, and we have a partnership with Charles Drew University, and we have interns that come and work with our youth leaders in our community. And today I ask that you support this motion. The motion, as we know, will provide much needed funds for this hospital, which serves us, our parents, our families, and our friends. So it's essential to our community and families that MLKCH remains financially solvent and open to the community. It is vital to the health and well-being of South Los Angeles and our medically underserved communities. Now, the absence of MLKCH would mean losing the lifeline to health access and equity needed in our community to address the high risk of heart disease, stroke, asthma, influenza, and pneumonia, diabetes, and HIV/AIDS. The MLKCH resources allow us to work, educate, and uplift South LA. Today, vote yes on 10. Our communities are relying on this vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning to Supervisor Mitchell, Madam Chair, and to the board members. I strongly endorse item 10. As a community advocate with Special Needs Network, this funding is not just financial support, it's a commitment to health equity and community well-being. Martin Luther King Hospital is a critical healthcare partner in our high-need area, serving as a primary medical resource for thousands of families, many of which will be serving our families with disabilities. The hospital is an emblem of hope and resilience, particularly for those facing economic hardships and healthcare disparities. And as we have heard, that is the majority of those patients. Again, I thank you all, supervisors, for supporting this bill, and we do hope that we can be able to keep the dream alive.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Regina Ofodole. I am the Associate Dean of Student Affairs and Admissions at Charles Drew University College of Medicine. I'm a proud graduate of that institution, and I'm also a proud graduate of the Martin Luther King General Surgical Program, where I trained during the height of the gang warfare. So we do return. I wanted to say that I'm here to express my support of the MLK Community Hospital, as it will support the educational process at Charles Drew University College of Medicine to produce physicians from underserved and underrepresented populations, and the mission of CDU. The individuals will care for populations and communities that surround Martin Luther King Community Hospital. And the hospital will also serve as a resource for physicians that work at the hospital, as faculty and staff and students, as well as visitors who visit our campus. So please, please approve this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. This is concerning agenda item number 10, Martin Luther King Jr. Hospital. I don't want anybody to worry. The county should pick up the cost of that hospital. But I am concerned about the redevelopment and remodeling and redoing the hospital all the time, that every month it seems it comes up, there's a magic money to spend there that probably doesn't exist. If there's money that can be spent there to be grabbed, that's great if they get it. I'm not trying to stop that, but I don't want anybody trying to claim that, the government gave them the money for the hospital, or try and make it into something that it's not, or try to spend money in there. That's not yours. I would like it if that hospital stays within the property border there. If necessary, they're tired of watching a parking lot build a parking structure, but I don't want them expanding the size of the hospital or making satellite hospitals or doing anything else. I'd like them to stay in there. They can barely afford.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay, then item 10 is before us, moved by Supervisor Mitchell, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 10 is before you. Supervisor Solis. Item 10 is before you.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to both item 11. Yes. Thank you for your participation. It was very inspiring. And now we're going to move on to item 11, implementing a paid family leave pilot program as a step toward full gender parity for county employees, as well as item 15, proclaiming February 2024 as Protected Leave Programs Awareness Month, which were held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. This means if you're here on 11 or 15, this will be the time to comment. We'll take comments on both from my colleagues, and I will turn it to Supervisor Mitchell first.
Madam Chair, thank you very much. I truly believe that it is long past due. The time has come for the County of Los Angeles, as the region's largest employer, to provide paid family leave for its 114,000 employees. If the county is to attract the region's top talent, it should align with many public jurisdictions across the country, including the cities of LA, San Francisco, and Chicago, and LA Unified School District, in offering paid family leave. Most importantly, from my perspective, this is a racial, gender, and LGBTQ+ equity issue. The county's current benefits package does not provide short-term paid disability leave for non-birthing parents, and any employee with a sick family member is not able to receive paid leave. That's the impetus for paid family leave. This hurts families who may have non-traditional family structures, like parents who are adopting. It also hurts families who are perhaps sandwich generation and have caregiving responsibility for sick family members. And only the most privileged employees can take advantage of our current state and federal laws that only offer protected unpaid leave. Additionally, family caregiving responsibilities tend to be particularly substantial for people of color who are more likely to live in multi-generational households than our white family counterparts, according to data from AARP. According to the Pew Research Center, Black and Latino workers are more likely than white workers to report that there was a time in the past 2 years when they needed to take leave for family or medical reasons but could not take it. And this is likely because they couldn't afford to go without pay. I held this motion along with item 15 because it also addresses protected leave. Item 15 states in its preamble, quote, accordingly, the county takes pride in its adherence to federal and state regulations, including their rights to protected leaves of absence, including the Federal Family and Medical Leave Act and the California Family Rights Act and other protected leave benefits. From my perspective, it is not enough for the county to educate its employees about leave programs when many people won't be able to take their leave because they can't afford to go unpaid. Encouraging research from California State Paid Leave Program, the longest running program in the country, thanks to our former colleague, Supervisor Kuehl, when she was in the state legislature, finds that the state's program has increased parity in the duration of leave taken by white women and women of color. Before the state's program, black women took on average just 1 week of maternity leave, and white non-Hispanic women took 4 weeks. After implementation, Black and white mothers took an average of 7 weeks of leave. That's why the mandatory option is the best path forward. It allows for us to share the responsibility of investing in our parents and caregivers. When families in LA County are thriving, when employees in LA County are thriving, we all benefit. The CEO's proposals for the voluntary option are prohibitively expensive and assume employees will plan for family emergencies in advance. Based on the CEO's report, those earning the mean salary as proposed in the motion would be paying $655 per pay period for the voluntary program, compared to $27 per pay period for the mandatory program. This leads to serious equity concerns given the high costs and implications for who will get to take paid family leave in the first place. Our board prides itself on our commitment to equity, and so we must adopt paid family leave for our workforce. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Hahn is author of item 15. We'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, this is just a proclaiming February 2024 as Protected Leave Programs Awareness Month throughout Los Angeles County. And this will direct the Director of Personnel to continue to advance awareness, education, and advocacy efforts related to protected leave policies and other family-friendly leave policies for employees and their supervisors county-wide, and to hold the annual Protected Leave Symposium during the Protected Leaves Programs Awareness Month. So as we go forward to look at other ways that we can give protected leaves, this is just an opportunity to let everyone know what we're already doing and why this is important to proclaim this month as the Protected Leaves Awareness Month. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I too wholeheartedly support paid family leave, and I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for her steadfast leadership on this issue, as well as Supervisor Hahn for authoring her motion. I had the privilege of growing up in a family that took care of each other. When my great-grandmother was ill, we took her into our family home. When my grandfather was ill, we brought him into our family home and took care of him at home to the best of our ability. I grew up in a culture and with the opportunity to have this kind of family care for each other. And I just thought this was how the world worked, that we have the opportunity to do this. Obviously, we know that is not the case for everyone. And not everyone has this protected in their employment. All studies and data show improved outcomes as a result of protected paid family leave, whether it's caring for an aging or sick parent, family member, or bonding with a child. Caretakers are disproportionately women. Members of the LGBTQ+ community are also more likely to care for a chosen family member as opposed to the family they're born into. And unless they are the person carrying and giving birth to a baby, LGBTQ+ people may be ineligible under most paid family leave laws and policies. So how it gets implemented matters. Paid family leave should be a benefit given to all employees. But the way I see the motion before us today, this is not how I understand paid family leave. In my experience as a council member in the city of West Hollywood, we worked to ensure that even hourly wage workers had paid leave in their work to be able to leave their jobs and know that their jobs would be protected. Because that is essential. We know that sometimes not only are people sick, but they have to care for sick relatives. They may become pregnant. They need protected leave, and they need to know that their job will be there when they come back. When the expense of this benefit, however, is borne solely by the employee, it can no longer be called a benefit. Recent surveys suggest that there may be reluctance in our own staff based on how the policy is implemented. And we've heard there's interest in this program, but how it gets implemented matters. And so to that end, I am introducing an amendment to the item that would direct our CEO to implement paid family leave alternative 1D instead of option 2A. Option 1D will make the program require the county to fund 50% of the benefit. And I think it's important that the county has skin in the game and we understand the impact if this is what we're doing. If this pilot program is being studied, we need to understand the impact of a program that actually has county skin in the game. And that would make the program voluntary, so we understand the interest in the program based on the kind of program that we're implementing. I think it's a good option for a pilot program, which will allow us to see the level of employee interest while having the cost absorbed by both the employee and the county at an equal rate, with the goal potentially of the cost being borne entirely by the county at a later stage. But I think we have to understand more about this program. There were certainly questions in my office, and the employees who will be impacted exist in my office. These are employees who are not represented by another union, but they are represented by me. And in talking with my own staff, there were questions as to why the county would not be partners in implementing this program for this this pilot program. So I would like to see the county have skin in the game and would offer that amendment for our consideration today.
Need a second?
Yes. Okay. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the interest. I think it's important as a board of all women that we bring this issue forward to talk about it. We've been working on it for a couple of years on my team. And I thank you for the amendment language. I got it very late last night, Madam Chair, and I cannot support it. And let me talk to you a little bit about why. First of all, the CEO's report on options for paid family leave came out in October of last year. Offices were briefed in early November. And again, we've really been trying to work on the most viable path forward for quite some time. Of the options presented, the mandatory option is the most equitable and allows an employee to take leave at any time. For adoptions, illnesses, family emergencies can come at any time, and not just when you've had the opportunity to plan in advance. While I certainly completely understand the desire to have the county have some skin in the game, let's talk about our budget process and where we are in terms of budgeting. We pass motions by this board by the dozens that somehow don't find their way into the budget process. I think we shut down the budget for next fiscal year, December 12th. So my concern is we will pass something today and pat ourselves in the back and say we passed paid family leave, but how will we, I hope that we will have the same amount of vigor and interest in making sure that the money is in the budget and we actually fund the program when it comes forward in June. And this will require us to include funding for other essential programs in a very tight budget year when there's no additional general fund revenue, as we've been told by the CEO. So if we're going to put skin in the game, then we as a board have to prioritize it and make sure it gets funded, not simply pass another motion that doesn't see the light of day because there's no money associated with it. I also hope that we'll ensure that employees don't have to exhaust all of their personal time before accessing this new, quote, benefit, as the CEO suggests in the report back. That's not paid leave. And finally, I think when I look at option 1D, it only allows for 8 weeks of paid family leave every 2 years, rather than 8 weeks annually as proposed by the motion in chief. Even with the cost spread out over 2 years and a county subsidy, the program in 1D would cost the average Megaflex employee $233 per pay period. By comparison, the mandatory program put forward in the motion in chief would cost the average Megaflex employee $26.77 per pay period. So while I'm thrilled that people want to focus on this, I think that we have a responsibility that if we're going to provide true paid family leave to county employees, that we also have to guarantee that it's going to be funded. The pilot, as we've put forward, could go and be implemented in 2025. I believe we've missed the funding option time for this next fiscal year, so it would delay implementation. And I don't think if this board is going to support the proposed amendments, we can afford to do what we often do, which is to tell the CEO to go find the money to make it happen. If it's going to be a priority of people who support the motion, then the folks are going to have to make sure that it's funded. The option that I brought forward after reviewing what the CEO put forward, after many meetings and actually 2 years of trying to figure it out, is the best option we could come up with that gives a sense of how many people will accept the benefit, and in the long run give us a clearer, more accurate account of what it could cost the county if we were to implement a paid family leave. To your point, Madam Chair, that the county would have some skin in the game. At this point, we have no idea how many people would take advantage, and this again is a pilot to give the county more data to try to figure it out. For those reasons, I will not be supporting the amendment and will continue to stand by the motion in chief. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Barger?
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Mitchell, for bringing forward this motion and for engaging in dialogue today regarding paid family leave. Like you and the rest of my colleagues, I do believe in the concept of paid family leave and its importance in supporting our workforce who are often torn between needs of their family and the financial burdens of life. I know the lack of paid family leave can impact the ability of our employees to make deeply personal choices, whether it be to start a family or care for an ailing parent. And I know this board has made a priority to bridge the fact that many women put their career on hold, which impacts their ability to promote. So I feel that we as a board have walked it and we've talked it, but now we have to walk it. My concern with today's motion, however, is that it does not reflect the wishes of our workforce as stated in the survey issued by the Department of Human Resources. Our employees deserve to have voice and choice in their benefits, especially ones so deeply personal as the decision to start a family or to be with a loved one who is sick. I appreciate the research in the report by the Department of Human Resources and the CEO that included proposed structures and financing models for paid family leave. But the motion does not reflect the wishes of the majority of the participants who did respond to that survey. Only 161 employees out of 3,000 that responded said that they would want a mandatory program that requires all MegaFlex and Flex employees to participate. The vast majority, actually 68% of the respondents, said that they would be interested in a voluntary plan only. In addition, the actuarial cost estimates that are included in the October CEO report were not available when Human Resources conducted its survey, so employees were not able to make informed decisions about what options they would support based on how much it would cost them. This is an important issue that will impact roughly 14,000 employees. I believe that there are opportunities to conduct a more in-depth research that garners sufficient feedback from our workforce and gives them a true voice in the process as we contemplate these decisions on their behalf. As such, I would suggest that before this board implements any paid family leave program as it's done, that is going to be done, it be included with provisions of adequate data and input from our workforce. This effort should include ample outreach to ensure that the majority of our workforce are responding and providing input. I would propose an amendment that moves the following. I would therefore move that the Board of Supervisors direct the CEO to work with the Department of Human Resources to conduct a survey of all MegaFlex and Flex employees regarding paid family leave that prevents the various options, including cost, length of time, and salary replacement, laid out in the CEO's October 16, 2023 report entitled Implementing Paid Family Leave for Employees Receiving Flex or MegaFlex Benefits. The CEO and Department of Human Resources director should utilize best practices in developing the survey and work with county departments to ensure maximum transparency and participation in the survey. CEO and DHR should report back to this board within 60 days on the results of such survey and a recommendation to move forward based on the response gathered from the impacted employees. And I would just say, I think it does matter what is mandated versus, I mean, under the current provisions, the county does have skin in the game, almost on I think on every MegaFlex employee. You know, we actually do provide resources to offset the actual cost because it is so expensive. And my concern, and again, I appreciate the fact that you're bringing this forward. I mean, we have to have this discussion. But I think now more than ever, people are more cognizant of their paycheck and how much they're bringing home. And to make it a mandate across the board, people that don't feel that it's a necessity for them, I think is unfair. But that doesn't mean that we can't get to where you have led us and where we need to be. So I would support your motion with that amendment, recognizing that this is going to have, this is going to help us do it right and do it better.
So my amendment is to her motion. So her motion is still on the floor. Mine is an amendment. So your amendment would also need a second to be considered. So is there a second to her motion?
Can I have a question about that? What would that delay do in terms of?
It isn't a delay.
a
Because it's 60 days. I mean, they've already done, Human Resources already done the survey, but there was information that you didn't have. I don't know who I'm pointing at over there, that you did not have, that I think.
I mean, what's the difference between implementing either Supervisor Mitchell's or the 1D versus the 60-day delay? I was told that we miss the ability to implement it in this budget cycle. Can someone answer that?
Yeah.
Madam CEO, would you like to respond?
Thank you. So if we did a survey and delayed for 60 days, and there are a couple of things. One is the time that we need to implement. We put in our report, and we've shared with board offices that implementation should start now, that work should start now. We need to bring on a third-party administrator, et cetera. And then I think the second part is if the survey comes back and in order to align with that survey, we're changing the model, which means the costs, there is no guarantee that funding will be available in final changes or supplemental for that matter.
So is there a second to Supervisor Barger's amendment? Okay, it fails for lack of a second.
That's fine.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I want to say, Madam Chair, that I support in concept what Supervisor Mitchell has brought forward in her item 11, and also I fully support Supervisor Han's motion. And well, no, the motion. Yeah. Item 15. I'm going back to the beginning. I'm sorry. And you know, I do recognize that we have to have you know, protective leave programs, awareness month. That's something we should always be doing. But I also think that there should be more outreach and education to our county workforce. And this is a new state law that expands bereavement leave and for expecting parents or parents and for qualifying events such as miscarriage and even adoption. That didn't go through. I support Supervisor Mitchell's motion 11, and I agree that we should provide our employees with paid time off to care for their family members. But I do have some concerns as well. First, the pilot for non-represented Megaflex and Flex employees who are, for the most part, the county's highest paid employees. Our represented employees, some of whom are generously our lowest paid employees, are excluded. Represented, likely, you know, those needing this benefit just as much. So I do think that there's an equity issue here in my mind. And I think that we should be prioritizing our represented employees. But I know that this is going to be a major hit on the budget for all of us and for personal budgets, for people that right now are looking at their paycheck. I'm also concerned that the benefit to our non-represented employees would be mandatory. And although Megaflex includes our department heads, executive leadership, and several levels of management, I do know that there are some non-represented employees, such as secretaries and analysts, who are on Megaflex. They are our Megaflex employees, and they make less than $100,000 a year. Those employees would be required to subsidize the paid family leave of our top earners, which to me doesn't seem fair. And I do think it's necessary to look at other alternatives or options on how to implement this benefit to all county employees. I don't know that we're there right now, and I do feel there is information that is lacking, but I do understand the urgency of doing something. And I do think that we do have skin in the game as a county, and we have to do something. So, you know, I support the motion amendment that we just that I seconded, that Supervisor Horvath has put forward, because I still think that we can do something, but we should take cautionary steps at this point. Thank you.
Supervisor Han.
I actually got my question answered.
Okay, so you have no other comments at this time? Okay, Supervisor Mitchell?
Thank you. To address the point that my colleagues are raising about it being money out of the pocket, I'm wondering if the CEO could explain to us how the motion in chief would work in terms of, you know, Megaflex dollars, that go unused, that whole piece. Could you explain that? And you'll do a much better job at it than I will.
Thank you, Supervisor. So employees that receive MegaFlex get a percentage of their salary to purchase benefits. A part of that amount is used to purchase the benefit, and then whatever is unused, that employee gets to take that amount basically home in cash. It's added to their paycheck. So based on the cost of this program, a MegaFlex employee could have the entire cost of this covered by their MegaFlex benefit. I just wanted to provide some context. I want to cite some numbers. I'm not going to cite too many, but I just want people to understand like what we are talking about in terms of dollars. So under Plan 2A, an employee that makes $128,000 a year, they would have a deduction of $23.47 from their paycheck, which is a total of about $563. That's just one example. Yes, $563 a year for 8 weeks of paid leave. So the amount of the leave, 70% of their salary, would far outweigh the $563. I'll just give you one other number. An employee that made, an employee that makes $146,000 a year, the deduction from their paycheck would be $26.77 per paycheck. That would equate to a total of $642.40 a year in exchange for the ability to use up to 8 weeks of paid family leave at 70% of their salary. So they would be able to receive 70% of $146, 8 weeks worth of that time.
So if you make more, you pay more, you make less, you pay less.
That is correct.
And to the point raised by several of my colleagues, we carried a motion about 3 months ago that led to the report back we got in October from the CEO. And in that motion, we also directed the CEO to start negotiations with labor organizations for represented employees. So that's, from my perspective, on a dual track. You know, timing is such that those negotiations are on their own time frame. So that motion, about 3 months ago, if I remember correctly, directed the CEO to start that. Last point I'll make is mandatory, versus voluntary. None of us plan to have a sick family member. And I, like many working women, found myself most of my professional career as a sandwich generation, caring for, since I was a geriatric mother, became a mother at 35, that's a technical term. I was caring for aging parents who both died during my career as a state legislator, along with my school-age child, right? Also, it's commonly known, I'm an adoptive parent, and so none of the leave, pregnancy leave is often tied to disability. So as an adoptive parent, none of the current leaves available typically meet the need of adoptive parents. And so there are so many reasons why a paid family leave option, given the reality of people living longer, given the reality of working class people needing to be able to care for a sick or ailing family member. That's why I think we can't afford to continue to kick the can down the road. This is a pilot. We have instructed the CEO to begin negotiations for our represented employees. It is never my desire to leave anyone out, but I am willing to take the mantle and continue to figure out a way in which we can push this forward for our employees. It's a pilot for one segment of the population. We've asked that the represented employees, those negotiations happen. I'm concerned about the proposed amendments because I frankly think it's a poison pill given where we are in the budget process and You know, unless people can guarantee that you're going to make it your first and only budget priority and we're going to get it funded, I don't know that there's a guarantee that beyond, you know, what we talk about as our priority today becomes reality for employees because we actually put NCC funds to the table to pay for it. This is a pilot. It will get us to one segment of the population. We can then figure out what our take-up rate will be if we move forward in a different format. So for those reasons, I'm asking for support of the motion in chief.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. Visa, I don't know if you can answer this question, but I'm just curious. Megaflex is it's 16% of the salary?
It is, it differs based on the years of service, but I believe the lowest amount is 14.5%.
So and how much has each individual's salary gone up each year? What was the COLA last year?
Last year was 3.25%.
And if I look at my Megaflex and I look at each thing that I purchase, is that the actual cost or is the county putting money in to provide that?
If you're referring to,
let's say health insurance, if my premium's $325, is that the actual cost that we're paying, let's say Kaiser, or are we providing Kaiser with additional?
That is not the actual cost, so that amount is bought down. So that means the county puts in money to buy the cost down for the employee.
And we're negotiating right now with the representative, correct?
Correct.
On this issue.
Yes.
You know, I guess I'm sorry. I mean, I listened to Supervisor Mitchell make a compelling argument that we should look at this, and I'm thinking about the fact that the Megaflex goes up with the individual's salary. It's not stagnant.
That is correct.
So it's almost like a windfall, if you will. It's actually, many view it as an additional raise. And I'm starting to think that maybe given the fact that that we don't want to hear from our employees on another survey to see what their thoughts are. And obviously, we're negotiating with the unions right now to include it there. Maybe it is time for us to look at implementing it immediately.
Thank you, Supervisor. What I would say is implementing a program like paid family leave with a very large population, let's say our over $100,000 employees, is bound to have glitches and, you know, some implementation bobbles, so to speak. The reason why the pilot is so important, because it allows us to roll out a program, identify any implementation issues, things that we hadn't thought about. It allows us to work out all of those issues, get additional information about the take-up rate, like who's actually using it and who's not, and then we can have an ongoing conversation with the members of the pilot population that would actually be very valuable to help inform what a countywide rollout might look like should the board decide to head in that direction.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm trying to get at is if you get a 5% raise,
yes,
say, you also get a bump in your Megaflex.
You get a bump in the Megaflex amount. So because the Megaflex is a percentage of the salary, when the salary goes up, then the Megaflex amount goes up as well.
So, I mean, that's why when I listen to Supervisor Mitchell talk, it's almost like getting a 5% plus whatever the percentage would be for your Megaflex, correct?
That is correct.
And is that taxable?
When the board, when the board approves COLAs, people that receive Megaflex will get more Megaflex money based on the higher salary. The amount initially, whether it's taxable or not, depends on how much is used to pay for benefits.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to ask. So if, let's say that we did go ahead and make it mandatory, if it was $24 out of someone's Megaflex, that's not taxable. Because it is. It only is taxable if it goes into your paycheck.
Say it again. So under this model, under Model 2A, it is an after-tax deduction. So they would still have the benefit of a higher Megaflex allowance. Whatever they don't use drops to their paycheck as cash.
And then it's taxable.
Yes.
But if it's used, as Supervisor Mitchell is proposing, for each Megaflex to have, for it to be mandatory, that would come out of the Megaflex before taxes.
No. What would happen is their Megaflex, after they buy the medical and the dental and whatever benefits they're going to purchase, that amount is deducted from their Megaflex allowance. Let's just say there's $800 that they are not using that would drop to their paycheck. It would be included in their paycheck. It would be a taxable amount, and then the amount for the paid family leave would be deducted. So it would be considered taxable.
So, I mean, I just think, when I think of mandatory, I know that you're mandated to buy some sort of health insurance.
Yes.
Because an actuarial is done to figure out insurance companies want to make sure that they can cover the county employees. I have to wonder if, I don't know how you would do an actuarial on this, but I have to wonder, we've already mandated for health insurance. So what's the difference? I mean, we do that for employees right now, and you have to, if you don't want to buy health insurance, you have to buy catastrophic.
Yes.
Which no one ever uses, because if it's catastrophic, you're at the end. So I guess I'm just saying, why wouldn't we look at something like this mandatory? If this is something that the board has been consistently supportive as it relates to family leave. You can't answer that. That's more me thinking out loud to my colleagues.
But I do think that in terms of establishing a precedent of a mandatory program, that precedent has already been established, and it's long-standing in the county, because we do require employees to purchase some form of health insurance. And so so I understand the point.
Thank you.
So I just want to address a couple of things that have come up, especially as it relates to our amendment. The CEO estimates the cost of option 1D, which we are proposing in our amendment, to be $30 million annually, but I believe that this cost is not accurate and that it's too high for the following reasons, with all due respect to the CEO. The CEO estimates that 50% of employees will utilize the benefit each year. I don't think there's a scenario where 50% of employees will go out on paid family leave within the 1 year. This many employees probably doesn't even have the circumstances in their lives to make that necessary potentially. Also, I doubt that most of the positions will be backfilled with overtime or temporary employees when the individual is out on leave. Overall, 15% of the county's positions need to have someone in them every day, such as public safety. There's a typical salary savings each year from vacant positions, and since we are uncertain about finances, it's good to have a 2-year pilot. More importantly, lots of people, as has been referenced, are watching what we discussed today. Setting precedent that employees alone pay for the benefit might not seem like a big impact to the people that we're studying in this pilot because of what their salaries are, but I guarantee that our lower earners will feel the impact. And if it is our intention for this pilot to instruct us on how we might work in those negotiations, they're going to feel it. And so I think we should be proposing that the county participates in this program if we intend to launch it. Supervisor Hahn.
Yeah, I was just going to go back to the scenario that you were mentioning and kind of trying to relate it to Megaflex. If an employee at the end of the year has not used certain things, they get it back, as you said, in their pocket. What I've heard from some Megaflex employees is that this mandatory pilot would basically translate to a pay cut, any way you look at it, without their approval, and that if they did not use it, that's the difference for me, is that if they did not use this, they don't get a check back in their pocket at the end of the year. Is that correct?
So under the current, under Model 2A, we would have to, so some of the models do have like an automatic return of
Not
the
one where
benefit.
we're proposed, not the one that's on.
Right.
Right.
But because this is a 2-year pilot, if after year 2, let's say it's not going to be extended, we would have to figure out a plan, like what to do with that money that has been accumulated, because the purposes for which it was collected would no longer be in existence. There wouldn't be a year 3 of the pilot.
Why would you have to determine it? Why wouldn't it just go back to?
Because we would have to look at who used it, who didn't, if you used it, how many days. All I'm saying is that there is a way to figure that out.
It probably doesn't give a lot of comfort to the employees. And I agree that we need to get to paid family leave. And I think a pilot program will tell us a lot of information. I feel like it's a little bit backwards in that the pilot program is on the backs of the employees. I wish the timing would have allowed us to do a real thorough survey so that we could determine how we make it right. So thank you for that answer.
Madam Chair, may I? Oh.
Do you have any other comments? Okay. I'm going to go to Supervisor Mitchell, but if you want to hear from CEO, we'll do that first.
So just a couple of things. We require employees to pay for medical insurance, as folks have indicated, and we have folks that don't go to the doctor for a whole year. Like they don't hurt themselves. They're not, experiencing issues. And so in terms of the comment that this is a pay cut, I think that feeling, I get it, but there is something on the other end of this. It's an opportunity that you don't have now. That's number one. With regard to the numbers, we are not saying, Supervisor, that actually 50% of folks will use the program. It is an assumption because we need to forecast. So we're saying if 50% of the folks use the program, then this is what the numbers are. On the issue of backfilling positions, those are called post positions, and you usually have them in your law enforcement department so that if someone's out, the work still has to be done, and so you're going to have to use that, you'll have to use another employee to make sure that that work gets done. But that is not what's happening here with the majority of these employees. I have a number of Megaflex employees in my department, and if they decided to take this benefit, there isn't another person, necessarily waiting in the wings to do that work. So I understand you have concerns about the numbers, but I think the numbers are right on. We took a lot of time. We worked with an actuary to vet the numbers, and these are all actuarial assumptions. So we're not saying this will happen. We're saying if this is our user rate and we pick this model and we offer this level of benefit, these are what our projected costs are.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you. Actually, the CEO just raised it because I was going to say 50% of the people who opt in and pay. So I think she just covered that. Thank you.
Supervisor Barker.
Thank you. Fezia, where do you see is the estimated $30 million coming from?
So the employees would have to, I'm sorry, you mean on item?
If we are going to cover and not make it mandatory. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, in the amendment, because I know that there's an agenda item number 9 talking about prioritizing fiscal.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to figure out where this would fall.
So that, I think, is the big question. It would have to come from NCC. And what we would have to do is take this motion and line it up with all the other motions. I think currently we're tracking about 74 motions that would need to be funded, that we would look at for recommended budget. I think the figure on those 74 motions are probably about, about $200 million. And so we would have to work with
230 now.
And so my point is the prioritization piece, that is always the most difficult piece. If the board is saying, when you go and look at budget, fund this motion before the CEO funds anything else, then I think that increases the likelihood that this will get, that it will get funded. That assumes that there's all the other pieces. We have the departmental ask, and I know you already know this, but we have the pressures on a budget, et cetera.
But it's net county costs.
Correct.
And then my last question, and I don't have the choices in front of us, but you pay into certain things aside from health and dental, like $9 and some odd cents, and I've like for short-term leave. Does that go to an insurance company, or does the county self-cover or self-insure when someone is going to go out on short-term or long-term? Because that money's going somewhere, and I've always been curious to know whether we're paying it to an insurance company or if we are. I thought we were self-insured.
So we are self-insured, and then we have a third-party administrator that administers the program.
So I don't know what percentage of people, I've been here since 1989, I've never used that, and I've paid in every year. Where does that money go, and why couldn't that be looked at as a pool to offset?
I would have to give you a more specific answer, but what I would say is the fact that you're not using it doesn't mean that other people aren't. We have a ton of people, employees in the county, that are out on
but then I'd like us to study and see what percentage are and aren't, and I just would be curious, because while I appreciate what you're saying, I just would like to know, especially when people buy Aflac, which covers also, and things like that. I think I want to find out what that money is and how much it is and how much is used.
So the amount that folks use to purchase short-term disability insurance.
And long-term, too, because long-term's more expensive. But I'd be curious to know how much is brought in, how much is used, and then where that goes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't see anyone else in the queue of my colleagues. So we'll go to public comment so everyone knows what is before us. There's an amendment to the motion. There's the primary motion of item 11, and then there's also the motion item 15, which proclaims February 2024 Protected Leave Programs Awareness Month. So that's where we would love for you to focus your comments so you know what we will be voting on as a board when public comment is completed. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on these items.
Will Arnold Sachs please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address items 11 and 15, and if you have not already done so, please press 1, then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Dr. Genevieve Claverell. You may begin. Genevieve, your line's open. Go ahead. You might need to unmute on your side.
Yes, good morning. I think that's a good idea. I didn't know we had that available in the counties. It would be nice to have that pilot program and really look how beneficial it can be. So I think I will be in favor of this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tom Carter. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Hi, I'm calling in regard to this, to the issues with the amendment, and also this proposal that Mrs. Mitchell set before the board. I just find it quite interesting how I some time ago spoke about Mrs. Zavala and her 2 Hispanic staff members discriminated against me, and nothing has been done about it. And I'm in Ms. Mitchell's district. So for her to want to pay people that may want to have a
again, what we are talking about is paid family leave pilot program, protected leave programs awareness month, and the amendment to the motion. I'm clear you have comments.
I'm speaking about the.
I'm clear you have comments about our staff, and you can do that in general public comment if you would like. But this item is about paid family leave.
Okay, so in regard to the paid family leave, in regards to that, I stated that I'm in Mrs. Mitchell's district, and if I've mentioned things about people who have done discriminatory things, she's ignored my matter, but she's speaking about paying people without
Thank you. Your time has
ignoring a particular
expired.
constituent,
Next
what they brought
speaker,
to the table.
please.
Our next participant is Cindy Young. You may begin.
Hello, my name is Cindy Young, and I'm a former employee of the County of Los Angeles. I'm calling in strong support of item 11 to establish a paid family leave pilot, and I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for this strong first step. It's long overdue for the county to offer paid family leave. It's a crucial program, and it should be inclusive and cover all employees, not just a subset of them. And on a personal note, I just wanted to share a story that I worked at the county in the Department of Public Health for almost 10 years. And during that time, there were several instances where I could have used paid family leave, but did not have the resource. I had 2 babies and had to use all of my sick and vacation time to cover my time off. And towards the end of my employment, my father became ill. And during that critical time when my father was ill and dying, I needed time off, but could not access any of my sick and vacation time because it was used up. And so I had to make that difficult decision to leave the county and find another job that offered better benefits in that respect. And so I chose to work for Breastfeed LA, a local nonprofit,
Thank you. Your time
to
has
advocate for
expired.
lactation
Next
and family
speaker,
leave.
please.
Our next participant is Mel Bailey. You may begin.
Yes, good morning. Just wanted to ask a couple things. One, as it relates, well, first of all, I do appreciate this awareness being brought to the table, and it is about time for this. I was wondering, when would this pilot program begin? I may have missed it, stepped away, but when would it begin? And I'm asking as it relates to the fiscal year, and I know we discussed the budget briefly, but when would this begin? I do respect the emphasis of how this affects women, but please keep in mind also that there are men that are affected by FMLA, as you know, via being a father of an unborn child or a born child. And then lastly is, how would this affect undocumented members in the household in regards to whether or not we will be able to utilize this FMLA opportunity for those that may be unfortunately undocumented? Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Yeah, it's interesting to have the County Board of Supervisors so diligently going over the Megaflex and all these. It's like a big HR meeting for the county, and it's gone on for a very long time, and so many of us are waiting to speak on the other items, but I think you've done a really good job of turning this one upside down and getting Davenport to explain the $200 million worth of motions that Mitchell keeps belly aching on about, that we'll never be able to fund them all, we're going out of business, or is now going to be 230. So I think we have clarified that piece. The piece that we haven't clarified is why we're doing it this way, why we're making all the people wait forever, and why you're having this kind of a meeting. Shouldn't this be something that happens with little groups of employees, with their little HR leaders? And by the way, calling it HR, I just feel like humans are not resources. Humans are something else. There's something creepy about this whole experience. But anyway, it's nice that you all have decent benefits. And any money that the county is saving should be put back into the employees' pockets.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Delora Gant. You may begin.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. My apologies for not being there in person today. My name is Delora Ellis Gant, and I am the president of the Los Angeles County African American Employees Association. On behalf of our 1,100 members, and I want assigned to more than 15 departments, I want to thank Supervisor Mitchell for motion number 11, and I'm happy to hear that many of the members of the board support the implementation of the paid family leave pilot for the County of Los Angeles employees. Thank you also to CEO CJ Davenport for sharing the additional information about the money and the concerns of the out-of-pocket costs and the various models. By implementing this pilot, 70% of pre-tax replacement income for 8 weeks, this board will help relieve the mental stress and agony that many county employees face when they must make the decision between loss of income and providing care for their family.
Your time has
we also want to
expired. Next speaker, please.
For uplifting the fact that this also impacts.
Okay, we have one more left. It is also a Delora Ellis grant. You may begin. Delora Ellis grant, you may begin. That may be the same person with two lines of heck.
It was the same person. I apologize. I did not hear the other call. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. Now we'll hear from the public in the boardroom. Mr. Sachs.
No, I'll leave it right there. Thank you very much. That was very interesting commentary. I appreciate that. You mentioned dollars, so I brought this advertisement in from Ralph's. There are no more dollar signs on any items. It's got to deal with Thai dollar sign. There are no dollar signs anymore on any items. And somebody mentioned COLAs, cost of living adjustments, and a budget of $4 billion. Your budget right now is $4 billion a month for the county. And you mentioned something about the state legislature. Were you in there when they had the retirement ceremony for the guy who ran the state Senate floor? Mark Ridley Thomas brought him down here. There was an African-American who ran the Senate floor, and he had another guy retiring.
Can you please focus your comments on this topic, please?
She mentioned the legislature. And by the way, we have a distinguished guest up there, Mike Cunt, the guy who was dressed as the KKK Grand Wizard in City Council.
It'd be great if you focused your comments on this item, but now your time is expired. Next speaker.
Sorry, Madam Chair. Eat shit and die. And don't forget.
We're going back to the phones. That's your second warning.
Barack Obama, Affordable Care Act.
Moderator, do we have more speakers in queue?
Not yet, Madam Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to queue up for comment and have not done so already, please press 1 then 0 at this time. The queue was closed temporarily. It is now open again. And we do have a participant, Yotam Kahana. You may begin.
Yes, correct. Hi, my name is Yotam, and I want to encourage you to support the motion to increase Jewish community safety throughout Los Angeles County.
We are focused on item, excuse me, I'm so sorry. We are on items 11 and 15. We are not on that item yet. So if you can get back in queue, we'll hear you at the next item.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you. Just hang in with us a little bit longer. Are there any other speakers in queue, moderator?
We do. Before we go to that, Mr. David Green, if you are on the call, please press 1 0 to queue up. We're going now. The next participant is John Erickson. You may begin. Oh, Mr. Erickson, hold on one moment. Okay, Mr. Erickson, you may begin, sir.
I'm waiting to speak on the next item. I don't know why I keep getting unmuted. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do we have any other speakers in queue on this item? Do we have any speakers?
By direction from the board, we're waiting on Mr. David Green. Mr. David Green, if you're on the call, please press 1 0.
Do we have any other speakers
Mr. Green is
in the auditorium?
Madam Chair.
Okay, have we gotten Mr. Green on the line?
Mr. Green is on the line. Mr. David Green, please go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Kevin. This is David Green. I'm the President Executive Director of SEIU Local 721. Wrote a letter a couple days ago expressing my full support for Supervisor Mitchell's motion. I think it's imperative that the county is leading by example by providing benefits to lead to greater gender equity. As we know, this is a critical need. This should be a permanent benefit. It should be a cost-neutral benefit, and we're fully supporting this moving forward. Also supporting the idea that this is a pilot for Megaflex folks, but we're hoping that leads to be expanded because we feel like this is a human right. This is important to myself and my organization, and I appreciate you giving me a chance to speak today.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next participant has just left the queue. If you were in the queue and dropped off, please press 1 0 to re-queue. Madam Chair, at this time, there are no additional remote speakers to address the board.
Okay. So now we have before us an amendment to item, well, let's take item 15 first. I think that will be easier, and then we'll deal with the next one. So we will move it by Supervisor Hahn, second by Supervisor Mitchell, to consider motion Item 15, proclaiming February 2024 as Protected Leave Programs Awareness Month. Executive Officer, Please call the roll.
Item 15 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
And now we will take a vote on the proposed amendment to item 11. I will move it. It's been seconded by Supervisor Solis. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
So this is Supervisor Horvath to amend agenda item 11 is before us. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Mitchell, no. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Abstain.
Supervisor Barger abstains. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 3-1 with 1 abstention.
So we'll now go to item 11 as amended. It will be moved by Supervisor Mitchell. I will second the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now move on to item 12, increasing Jewish community safety throughout Los Angeles County, which was held by Supervisor Mitchell. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I understand that amendments were made that really focus the motion, as I understand from you and others, as a focus on Holocaust Remembrance Day, which is January 27th. And, you know, I'm struck by our earlier conversation about the Stahl Ballroom mass shooting, and recognize that not only was that an issue around gun violence, it was an issue around hate. And I look forward to supporting Motion 12 and continuing the conversation about the impact hate is having on our county across communities. I know that the LAPD has recently instituted a new system whereby multiple ethnic and religious groups can report hate crimes. Data collection is challenging in this area. People are afraid. And so for us to be able to really understand what we as a county have the opportunity to do to fully address that hate is unacceptable, and that we're going to lean in and use the full power and authority we have as a county to address hate across the board, I hope that we will continue to have the conversation as it relates to a specific and broader communities, and I look forward to working with members on this dais to continue to talk about how we have the really sometimes difficult conversation about racism, about white supremacy, about the various ways in which residents of this county, the county that we applaud for being the most diverse in the country, wake up and go to bed every day afraid because of the hate they experience at the hands of others. So again, in honor of Holocaust Remembrance Day, I'll be supporting this measure. I know that the chair amended it. As we continue to have painful anniversaries like we did today with regard to the Star Ballroom mass shooting, I look forward to us continuing to bring forward motions, not only the examples Ms. Hahn gave us around what we did around gun violence, but to get to the core root of the issue, which is hate that is impacting far too many communities, far too many people across this county. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I will now turn it to Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you. I haven't seen your amendment yet of this item.
I just learned that Executive Office has not circulated that to you, so we will get that circulated.
Mitchell knew what it was because she spoke to it. She was ahead of all of us. Okay, so I was just going to, based on the current motion, I want to thank you, Supervisor Horvath, for bringing this forward. And it has been highly disturbing the rise in anti-Semitic incidents and hate crimes in LA County. And it's clear that the war very far away in Israel and Gaza has had a direct impact on our Jewish community here in LA County. And we have to continue to stand up and be in solidarity that LA County should be and must be a safe place for all of its residents, regardless of their race or religion. And no one in LA County deserves to fear for their life or their safety. I know that we have always stood and are recommitting ourselves to preventing incidents of hate through the work being done in our own Office of Violence Prevention and our LA versus Hate. And it's also important that we are investing and preparing to respond to potential incidents of hate-related violence. And I know our fire chief is here today, and this motion will make sure that our county system as a whole has the tools, tactics, and resources it needs to prevent and respond to anti-Semitic incidents of hate and violence specifically. The County Fire Department, our Office of Emergency Management, and law enforcement partners should be and must be well equipped to prevent, respond to, and follow up on incidents of hate against our Jewish community members, which is why the training exercises and videos outlined in this motion are so important. In a time when so many people feel unsafe and unheard, I think it's more important than ever that we as local leaders show our support for those facing anti-Semitic hate and violence, and also put in the effort and resources to ensure that LA County is a safe place for everyone. Thank you, Supervisor Horvath. I will be supporting this motion, even if it's amended.
Thank you very much. I thank you for that, and the amendments are being circulated. I want to read in the directives that were amended into the record so it's read out loud. To direct the Office of Emergency Management in collaboration with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department and the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and in consultation with Jewish community organizations, to report back to the board within 120 days with a plan to incorporate Jewish community cultural competencies to the Mass Violence Recovery Plan, including implementation timelines. Those were the changes in Directive 1. We also made changes in the preamble. We all know how to prepare for a natural disaster or emergency, and we train for them. We have fire drills, we have earthquake kits. But unfortunately, increasingly violent incidents of hate necessitate the need for us to prepare with the same diligence we prepare for natural disasters. Exactly 1 year and 1 day ago, I introduced a motion in response to an uptick in anti-Semitic hate crimes and hate incidents, which was unanimously approved by this board. The question I proposed in my motion was, what have we done and what are we doing to keep our communities safe? For the past year, my staff and I have worked with Jewish community-based organizations, the Sheriff's Department and county departments, to focus on what's needed to keep our community safe. The result is the soon-to-be-released Jewish Community Safety Plan, a blueprint for community and government coordination to help prevent or mitigate acts of hate, and steps to take if an incident does occur, taking into account the unique needs and practices of the Jewish community. The motion before us implements aspects of the plan. My hope is this will serve as a template for other communities to take this plan and tailor it to their specific needs, customs, and practices. And I welcome the opportunity to participate with community-based organizations in the development of such plans. This Saturday, we commemorate International Holocaust Remembrance Day, the anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz, and remember the 6 million Jews who were systematically and ruthlessly murdered by the Nazis and their collaborators, and to remember the millions of Roma, Sinti, Slavs, disabled persons, LGBTQ+ individuals, and political dissidents who were killed during the Holocaust. The phrase "never again" became prolific after the Holocaust, to remember the atrocities and ensure history does not repeat itself. But today, "never again is now" has become a common refrain. In increasingly polarized times, Immediate action is imperative, and the safety of our communities, all communities, is paramount. We should not and will not make safety and caring for one another a zero-sum game. We must act. As Rabbi Hillel wisely declared, if I am not for myself, who will be for me? If I am not for others, what am I? And if not now, when? Supervisor Hahn, do you have more comments? Okay.
Madam Chair, I do.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair Horvath, for the motion and for Supervisor Mitchell holding the item. You know, ignorance, misunderstanding, and assumptions have increased tension felt from afar and locally, which have resulted in residents experiencing mental anguish and physical harm. I understand that this motion is about protection for Jewish and Israeli American residents, and I'll be the first to say that anti-Semitism has no place in LA County. I would go further and also say that hate overall has no place here in LA County. Last year, I was at the County Human Relations Commission's press conference when they issued their annual hate crimes report. And Sheriff Luna was also there, and he presented data LASD collected, and he shared that of the 20 reports of hate LASD had received, all of them were related to anti-Semitism. It was a somber moment to hear that people think that hate is somehow okay, to sling insults and racial slurs is somehow okay, to attack, beat, and physically harm or injure people is somehow okay. It's not. I want to commend the county's Commission on Human Relations, especially the LA versus Hate, taking huge steps to address the issues of anti-Semitism and to work with victims and survivors of hate. Sometimes I feel like we move 3 steps forward and then we fall 5 steps back. But I continue to be hopeful. The most important part is that we keep moving, engaging, educating, supporting, and caring for each other. We can't stop. These are the acts of the few and not the majority. The majority of us are doing right by our neighbors and our friends, and I believe our board understands that by combating hate. It will require each and every one of us to help shape LA County to become more inclusive, understanding, and compassionate, and empathetic. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Well, Elisa Bernstein, Arnold Sachs, Beth Keene, Daniel Garcia, Donald Harlan, Emily D., Ian Jameson, Kaya L., Matt Friedman, Nyoko Ward, Natty Charney, and Rachel Wallace. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 12, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first speaker, please?
Our first participant is Jeremy Wolf. You may begin.
My name is Jeremy Wolf, and I'm a council member from the city of Agora Hills. And I'm calling in today in strong support of Chair Horvath's motion that will increase Jewish community safety throughout Los Angeles County. Since October 7th, we're seeing what has been described as a tsunami of anti-Semitic incidents, both locally, throughout the country, and throughout the world. We are dealing with an epidemic of hate, and all residents of Los Angeles County should deserve to feel safe. Los Angeles is home to the second largest Jewish community in the United States. And so I want to sincerely thank Chair Horvath for bringing this motion forward to the board and thank the board for taking action on this. It means a lot to the Jewish community, and thank you for your support.
Thank you, council member. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Tom Carter. He may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm responding to this motion. In part, I keep hearing the board members speak about how they are against hate. And also, Mrs. Hahn made a comparison to the Palestinian country. So when I make my comparison, please don't tell me that I'm not on topic because you didn't tell her that. But I've been discriminated against by Mrs. Sabales, and Mrs. Mitchell's office continues to ignore my matter.
The
if you guys are
topic is
talking
on
about
the
hate,
Jewish
hate, hate,
Community
I think
Safety Plan that is before us in item 12. We need you to focus your comments on that item right now.
on that particular item, I feel that you guys only protect certain groups of people when it comes to hate, Jews and Asians. I'm an African American, and you guys do not give the same amount of attention to constituents that report hate from your own office, by Mrs. Zavala's office, but you continue to protect and shield Asians and Jews and give them guidelines and ways to be protected by the county. And my matter has been ignored and is still being ignored by the board. And I'm asking the chairholder
Thank you. Your
yourself
time has
if you could please
expired.
investigate
Next
my
speaker,
matter.
please.
Our next participant is Chloe Levian. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. There's a lot of background noise, but we can hear you.
Hi, my name is Chloe Levian. My parents escaped the Iranian Revolution. My family left Iran, where my great-grandfather was stabbed to death for being Jewish, to give their children a better life. They moved to the two places that were supposed to be safe, Israel and Los Angeles. Unfortunately, there is a very concerning surge of anti-Semitism globally and here in LA. My mom has even suggested removing our mezuzahs from our front door. This cannot stand in LA, especially in 2024. We look to our elected officials to create pathways forward, to take decisive action, and to give our communities confidence that they are protected. I urge you to take concrete steps forward to support Motion 12, and on behalf of the Jewish community, I want to express my thanks for your leadership during this difficult and tenuous moment.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is John Erickson. You may begin.
Hello, Supervisor. Thank you so much. This is Mayor John Erickson from the City of West Hollywood. I want to thank the Board of Supervisors, specifically Supervisor Horvath, for authoring this motion. Hate has no place in any of our communities. I'm so proud to be in LA County, where all 5 of our amazing Board of Supervisors echo that, unlike other places in the country. Supervisor Horvath issued a motion similar to this when she was Mayor of West Hollywood, and I'm proud to see the collaboration at the city level coming up to the county so we can do all that we can to fight back against the rise in anti-Semitism and hatred of all forms across LA County. Thank you for leading the way on this important and critical issue.
Thank you, Mayor. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. You know, there's like 565,000 Jewish individuals living in Los Angeles, and I think that there's something like 200,000 Armenians, and every week you guys are doing a great job of getting onto the, stage and supporting your constituents. So the question of when to do it and how to do it is, of course, coming up repeatedly because we forgot to take a meeting about how we want these meetings held with the public themselves. But the Jewish community is so important, as is the Armenian and other communities, and they should all feel safe. And this task force or this recognition is, comes from the right place. It's just, it does verge on deeply shameful to be trotting these things out endlessly when you have a lot of work to do. And I don't quite get why you haven't thought about the 3 sections where people could be addressed when they show up or when they have time, as opposed to having to wait
Thank
for
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jen Stock. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Great. My name is Jen Stock, and I've grown up in Los Angeles my entire life. As the granddaughter of a Holocaust survivor, never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined people screaming death to the Jews in our streets of Los Angeles. Anti-Semitism has skyrocketed, particularly in the past 3 months since October 7th. As an LA community member and Jewish leader, we must stand up for our Jewish community. We must protect ourselves and support this item. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Abraham Coten. You may begin. Abraham, your line's open. Go ahead, please.
May we have the next speaker, please?
Next participant is Deborah Klein Lopez. You may begin.
Hi, this is Deborah Klein-Lopez. I am a council member in the city of Agora Hills. I would like to echo my colleagues' comments, Jeremy Wolf's comments, and express my strong support for the motion before you. The rise in anti-Semitic incidents in houses of worship, in school, and even in our overpasses has been extreme. We have a wonderful, vibrant Jewish community in Los Angeles, and here in Agora Hills, one of the westernmost cities in the county. Our area is no stranger to drastic incidents. As just a few miles away, we saw the death of Paul Kessler, and we mourn his passing and pray for peace. So thank you so much for bringing this motion before you. We're in strong support, and thank you, supervisors.
Thank you, council member. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jeremy Brockman. You may begin.
Thank you. First, want to thank Supervisor Lindsay Horvath for bringing this motion forth, and thank you to the Board of Supervisors for your consideration. I'm Jeremy Brockman. I'm an active member of the Jewish community. I am a third-generation American. My grandparents escaped Nazi-occupied Holland. Obviously, we've all witnessed after the events of October 7th this tidal wave of hate. It's led to affecting our schools, our college campuses, our streets, our places of work. We hope this motion certainly will lead to conversations, but we really want to see defined action to ensure community safety. Sending a message to those that are emboldened to express hate without any action. We don't want to wait for context. We don't want to wait for actual hate to lead to violence. Just like we erase graffiti because of broken windows theory, we have to make sure that hate doesn't remain unaddressed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Dodie Fromson. You may begin.
Hello, supervisors. I'm very glad to have a chance to speak to you today. I was born in England. My parents escaped Germany in 1933 to go to England and then to America in 1939. I'm very conscious of all that is going on in Los Angeles, and I want to echo Supervisor Horvath's statement, as well as others that have spoken. I don't need to repeat what they've said. I have concerns. Our own synagogue has had to put on tremendously more security for us to feel comfortable going there. That is seemingly going on all throughout the county, which is a terrible shame. And if I were cynical, and perhaps I am, just as the Hamas planned their furtive action on October 7th for many months before, we have no way of knowing that there aren't Hamas
Thank
people.
you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Jackie Katz. You may begin.
Hello there. My name is Jackie Katz. I just want to thank the board for supporting this motion. It's so important. Hate has no place in our community. There is a lot of anti-Semitism ever since the conflict in the Middle East. And I'm just happy that we have supervisors helping stop the hate. I thank you, and I'm in motion of the training and everything necessary to stop hate crimes, anti-Semitic, racial, in any form in Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Victoria Collins. You may begin.
Thank you for listening to me today. I really appreciate what you're doing. A little context about my family and why I'm supporting the motion today. I'm so grateful for this forum, is I was brought by my parents to Los Angeles County because my grandma Barbara survived the Holocaust. Los Angeles County was the place of religious freedom and zero tolerance of targeted hate, violence, and fear. Today I have a son that lives in an area where he has to walk to synagogue, and I'm scared. He gets shouted at and he gets screamed at, and people say horrible, insightful rhetoric, and it's getting worse, and it must be stopped. I'm scared every time he leaves my house every Friday. I'm so grateful for what you're doing, and I can't support it enough. Thank you very much for listening to me today.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Yotam Kahana. You may begin.
Hi, my name is Yotam. I'm here to ask you to encourage you to support the motion to increase Jewish community safety throughout Los Angeles. Many of the Jewish that you just heard are afraid. We are afraid to walk in the streets. LA became just a place where Jews have been targeted. Just walking on the street with the yarmulke can trigger someone to call you the K word, to go ahead and flirt you. You don't know what's going to happen, and it's scary. You can imagine that if it's happened with adults, it's even aggravated with our schools. Nelson Mandela said once that the education is the power weapon that you can use to change the world. I'm asking you to use this one today to change the world for our people, for our Jews, and to change the future for us. Thank you very much, guys. I honestly thought that you're going to be against that, but I'm so happy to hear that like most of you guys with us and understand us. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Lee Brust. You may begin.
Hello, good afternoon. As a teacher of Los Angeles Unified School District, I look to our elected officials to take decisive action and to give the Jewish communities confidence that they are protected. Jewish people of Los Angeles should not have to send their children to school in fear of being ridiculed, hide their Jewish identity, and even change their last names on their Uber accounts due to the widespread of, and I'm not even going to sugarcoat this, Jew hate in this city. I urge you to take concrete steps forward to support the Los Angeles County Jewish Community Safe Plan now, before it is too late. Never again is now. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Abraham Kutin. You may begin.
Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello? Can you hear me? Excellent. I'm a Jewish American with roots in Israel. This item is not about anti-Semitism. Rather, it gives law enforcement more funding to weaponize Jewish trauma and threats to Jewish safety, and it silences criticism of Zionism, which is political ideology, and conflating the two is anti-Semitic. While anti-Semitism is very real, I have personally experienced it myself, criticism of Zionism must be protected. Many Jewish Angelenos oppose Zionism. This item does not address white nationalist threat to Jewish safety, but rather I see it as a way to silence Jewish and non-Jewish voices critical of Zionism, a threat to our First Amendment rights. If we are to truly address threats to Jewish safety and to support diversity of Jewish voices, we must more directly target white supremacy, and we must stop censorship critical of Israel's campaign of collective punishment against Palestinians. The censorship of anti-Zionist voices promotes anti-Semitism. This must stop. Instead, I ask the city to call the U.S. government to facilitate a ceasefire in Gaza. The longer there is no ceasefire, the worse Islamic.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we will turn to in-person comments. Go ahead, sir.
Everything that you guys hear, I'm concerned about the actual preparedness and training exercise. It's about time that they prepare the training exercise for people, for the youth community, because my wife and my kids are Jewish, but I'm a Christian. I'm a Christian myself. But my wife and the kids are Jewish. So I'm concerned about them. But please, I want to have my time to please actually make the when the preparing when the training exercise is done, please apply it to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Thank you so much for your leadership and for the opportunity to speak. My name is Alyssa Bernstein. I'm the Assistant Director of American Jewish Committee Los Angeles, and I'm here to express AJC's unequivocal support for Supervisor Horvath's motion to increase Jewish community safety throughout LA County. Supervisor Horvath has provided a spot-on assessment of the Jewish community's security in LA County. Unfortunately, we have seen a dramatic uptick in violent anti-Semitism in recent years and since the Hamas terror attack against Israel on October 7th. Almost 1 year ago, we witnessed an exceptional example of LA County's highest offices working in concert with the organized Jewish community to address a violent hate crime which took place in Pico Robertson. Because these offices understood anti-Semitism, they could identify it and bring the perpetrator of this hateful act to justice. This motion is a crucial step in strengthening our county's ability to better respond to and, more importantly, prevent further hate crimes against the Jewish community. I encourage you to vote in favor of this motion to ensure that LA remains a safe haven for its Jewish community and all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, dear County Supervisors. I'm Beth Keene, CEO of Holocaust Museum LA, and here to show support for Supervisor Horvath's motion. I'd like to talk about the realities HMLA has been facing as an education organization since October 7th. We've seen our security budget triple. We've had bomb threats, hate phone calls, emails, hate remarks online. In the weeks after October 7th, school groups canceled tours because of safety concerns. We provide free student tours and bus transportation grants for public schools throughout LA County. The reality is that we are an educational institution and sadly now have to direct resources away from our core mission, education, to keep staff and visitors safe. The work we do in teaching students and visitors the lessons of the Holocaust, empowering them to speak out and stand up, is more vital than ever. The Holocaust shows us where unchecked hate rhetoric against Jews can and will lead. Any support to do our work more safely and effectively will benefit this community.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
A January 4th, 2024 Axios article reported that from 22 to 2023, anti-Jewish hate crimes increased 48% and anti-Muslim hate crimes increased 40%. Both have demonstrated an alarming spike. Both are priorities. This resolution needs to list both Jews and Muslims and Arabs as protected classes that need special attention from law enforcement. Ms. Solis and Ms. Mitchell, you have previously mentioned Palestinian civilians as a concern of yours. I therefore regard you as the two least racist members of the board. Maybe you will do the right thing and advocate for the inclusion of Muslims in this resolution as protected classes. And I would just say that I'm really sickened by Ms. Horvath attempting to present herself as some kind of crusader for human rights when you have bewailed the slaughter by Hamas of 1,140 Israelis, but you said nothing about the slaughter by the Israeli government of 25,000 Palestinian civilians, and you have not said anything because you are a racist, genocidal bitch. End the genocide. Free Palestine.
Next speaker, please.
Good morning. My name is Matt Friedman, and I'm with ADL Los Angeles. Thank you for your past support of the Jewish community and all communities experiencing bias. I'm here to ask you to support Agenda Item 12. The past few years have seen alarmingly high levels of anti-Semitism in this country. Our data and anti-Semitic incidents counted 697 incidents throughout the U.S. in 2022, which is also the third time in the previous 5 years that the year-end total has been the highest number ever recorded since we started tracking this data in 1979. The most recent hate crime report from LA County found that in 2022, hate crimes against Jews in LA County soared by 59% from the previous year and made up 83% of all religious-motivated hate crimes. Nationally, from October 7th through January 7th, ADL has recorded 3,291 incidents, which represents a 361% increase compared to 1 year prior. ADL is strongly supportive of this motion and will gladly assist our partners in LA County with this effort, sharing our expertise and decades of research. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Emily. I am a Christian Palestinian American. Anyone like Ms. Horvath referring to me as Hamas is a supremacist because I am a Greek Orthodox Palestinian. I lost 9 members of my family in the Gaza Greek Orthodox church bombing. 4 churches in Gaza have been attacked. 4 churches are attacked. And for you to equate us with Hamas makes you a supremacist. They are wiping out Christians in the Holy Land. Where are all of you protecting the Christians in the Holy Land right now? None of you speaking about my relatives. None of you. A 6-month-old baby that I will never get to meet died under the rebels of the Greek Orthodox Church in Gaza. She was killed by Israelis.
I'm very sorry for your loss.
No, you are not.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
No, you are not. Shame on you. Supremacists.
Next speaker, please.
Your goal with this is to conflate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism so that you can criminalize people speaking up for a free Palestine. For true safety for everyone, we need to dismantle white supremacy. And how are we ourselves free in the so-called United States when we see children and babies and adults and elders being bombed and killed, when we see multiple war crimes being committed, and yet the US government keeps sending money and arms to continue this genocide? You keep using the word hate, but you won't even talk about the genocide that's going on in Gaza right now. And this money is money that you stole from us for our hospitals so that we can't pay for rent and groceries and healthcare. So I'm here demanding a permanent ceasefire to stop sending any money to Israel to end the occupation. And it's disgusting to see you mourn gun violence against AAPI people when you know that white supremacy and imperialism creates the conditions for these mass shootings, and you continue upholding these. And you bring in the sheriff's department to address this when the sheriffs are the most racist of all.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I'm speaking on agenda item number 12. I oppose the Jewish Community Safety Program. I think that it doesn't belong in the county supervisors to be sponsoring special protection for certain religious groups. Shouldn't be sponsoring protection for it shouldn't be sponsoring any religious programs. And the fact that you're doing that is racist, and the fact that you're doing it for the Jewish community is extremely racist. It's really bad what the Jewish community has going on here in LA County. There's over 12 Holocaust museums and exhibits set up all over the county, and really you only require one. And those Jewish people here in Los Angeles, they're not to, they're just here to cover up the Holocaust. They're not here to
Next speaker, please. Your time has expired.
Thank you guys for your public service and taking the time to listen to all of us today. First, I wanted to say that I support safety and believe everyone should feel safe in LA County. I do oppose the motion that Supervisor Horvath has presented. The Anti-Defamation League, which you have cited in your motion, conflates anti-Semitism with anti-Zionism. I am concerned that an effect of this motion will suppress the voices of Palestinian rights. At this time, 25,000 Palestinians have died in less than 4 months, 10,000 of which, probably more, are children. What we cannot let happen is further suppression of Palestinian voices and rights. As someone who has spoken out about the killing in Gaza, I have felt the silencing, extreme gaslighting, and police intimidation at pro-Palestinian protests. So much so that my husband and I, both people of color, left early before it got dark out of fear for our safety by the police and counter-protesters. This is an example of voices being silenced at a very important time. Additionally, as a person who is part of the Black and Brown community, the last thing I want to see is additional resources being shifted to the police force who provide safety for some select few but can be dangerous for others. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Chair Horvath and Board of Supervisors, my name is Rachel Wallace. On behalf of the Jewish Federation of Los Angeles, we urge you to support item 12, a crucial motion aimed at addressing the safety of the Jewish community. Sadly, anti-Semitism is a form of hatred that is age-old and persists today. We thank Chair Horvath for her leadership, support, and for introducing today's motion to take steps to combat anti-Semitism in conjunction with International Holocaust Remembrance Day. Unfortunately, since the brutal attack by the terrorist group Hamas on Israel on October 7th, levels of anti-Semitic incidents have further spiked throughout the U.S., including rising levels of swatting incidents, bomb threats, vandalism, harassment, and physical assault. Although exacerbated following October 7th, over the last decade, we've witnessed a marked year-over-year increase in anti-Semitism, as highlighted by the 2022 LA County Commission on Human Relations Hate Crimes report, indicating that 83% of all religious crimes targeted Jews.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
My name is Nati Charney. I'm an Israeli-American Jew with friends and family in Israel, yet I oppose this agenda. This agenda purportedly cares about the safety of Jewish people while completely ignoring the voices and safety of the Palestinians who have loved ones in Gaza that are currently being bombed by Israel. 30,000 people dead, 11,000 of which are children, and more dying of starvation and disease. All of that done supposedly in my name, well, I completely refute that. The fact that this is allowed to continue without seemingly any opposition here is nothing short of sickening and maddening. I would also like to emphasize the difference between criticism of Israel and its current genocide against the Palestinians and actual anti-Semitism, as purported by the ADL, who conflate anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism to bolster up their statistics. It's insane, it's full of gaslighting, and it's wrong. I completely oppose this motion in giving power to the police to purportedly to care about a community that I know none of you really care about and only want to weaponize in order to justify more white supremacy. Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you. By the way, in addition to talking about this anti-Semitism that's going on, I would like to point out that Barack Obama visited Cantor's to get the Jewish vote. And you have a gentleman up here in the stand.
We need you to focus your comments on the Jewish community safety proposal.
I am focusing my comments on how anti-Semitism has risen because of having the KKK brought back into LA County. Having an African-American dressed up as the KKK Grand Wizard, having Janice Hahn give up on her second district and not knowing that it was full of Jewish people that live there. And she decided that I'm not going to do anything to help them because she's a hater.
We need you to focus your comments on the Jewish community safety proposal.
The fire chief, Darrell Osby, was killed by Margaret Lee Thomas,
Again,
who
your
turned out to
comments
be a
need to
drug
focus
cartel
on this
leader.
item.
And a genocide of Palestine. The Palestinians aren't in Gaza.
Your time is expired. Next speaker, please. No other speakers. Do we have any speakers on the phone?
No.
Okay, then item 12 as revised is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 12 as revised. Supervisor Solis is before you. Aye. Supervisor Mitchell?
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell? Aye. Supervisor Hahn?
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn? Aye. Supervisor Barger?
Aye.
Supervisor Barger? Aye. Supervisor Horvath?
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath? Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 14. You're disrupting the meeting. This is your second warning. We heard all of your comments and appreciate your participation, but you are disrupting the meeting. This is your final warning. You are continuing to disrupt the meeting. We've issued a final warning. Please do not continue to disrupt the meeting, or we will have to remove you from the chambers. And now we will move on to item 14, proclaiming February 2nd. Proclaiming February 2nd, 2024 as Wear Red Day in Los Angeles County, which I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. I'm excited about proclaiming February 2nd, 2024 as Wear Red Day in Los Angeles County. Cardiovascular disease is the leading killer of women in our country, and for far too long, heart disease and stroke have taken the lives of the women we love. Annually, we recognize February as American Heart Month to promote heart health and preventative care for all who may be impacted. When we think of heart disease, women are not always front and center, but in fact, over 60 million women, 44% of those in the United States, are living with some form of cardiovascular disease. It's the leading cause of death for women and can affect those of all ages. It's responsible for about 1 in 5 deaths of women in our country, but over half of women don't know or recognize that it is their #1 killer. This motion asks us to recognize February 2nd as Wear Red Day, formerly Red Dress Day, for women's heart health, to promote care and critical services that women need to get out ahead of heart disease if it may strike. Knowing the facts, the signs, the symptoms, the risk factors will help all women protect our own health. As part of this motion, we're asking for our community members to recognize this crisis that women face and to wear red to uplift women's heart health on February 2nd. Let's all come together, wear red, and use the hashtag #WearRedDay to show that we stand with women against cardiovascular disease. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to join you in this motion and know that February is going to be a time for us to reflect on the American Heart Month, a time when everyone should focus on their cardiovascular health. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States, claiming the lives of over 650,000 people each year, and it remains one of the leading causes of death in LA County, unfortunately, and some groups are harder hit than others. Latinas, Native American, Alaskan Natives, especially Black residents, carry a disproportionate toll from heart disease. And as you uplifted today, it also is a very serious problem for women across the country, with over 60 million women living with some form of heart disease. This is why Wear Red Day is so important. We must uplift the impacts of cardiovascular disease and identify ways to help save lives through prevention. Through regular practices like regularly monitoring blood pressure, controlling stress levels, practicing self-care, exercise can all help to reduce the risk of heart disease. This is a personal matter for me. I lost my mother through stroke and eventually a heart attack. And I know that she lived a full life. However, I know that we could have made and done many, many changes to make it easier on her. We've learned some great lessons from that in my own family. So thank you again for the motion, Madam Chair, and I hope to celebrate with you and many others February 2nd, so we see many of our residents across the county wearing red for women that we love. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for bringing Wear Red Day to LA County. I'll be proudly wearing my red something. Like Supervisor Solis, my own mother was a stroke survivor, but ultimately died from complications of COPD. And recognizing that 30% more African Americans are likely to die from heart disease. I was struck by a CBS Morning Show segment I saw this morning. A Black physician, Uche Blackstock, has just written a book, Legacy, a Black Physician Reckons with Racism in America. And I learned this new term. The term is weathering. And weathering is the toll of a lifetime of systemic racism on the backs of Black women in particular, but also the impact of a healthcare delivery system that ignores you, doesn't see you, denies you access to care. And so when we talk about Wear Red Day, it's also about empowering women to have agency and advocate on behalf of themselves. And if you present to a hospital or to a doctor, and you know your own body, women, heart disease and stroke doesn't present typically in women like it does in males, where you shouldn't assume that just because your left side hasn't gone numb that you aren't having a stroke or heart attack. And so the whole point, I think, of Red Wear Day is to make sure that we are informed and we are empowered with the information to insist that a healthcare delivery system work through its bias and see us and treat us on par with all of our other counterparts. The doctor reinforced today that there isn't generally a predisposition to one condition over another. It's economics, it's where you live, and it's the compound effect of weathering. And so wearing red, hopefully, will educate more about what we need to do to save our own lives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Arnold Sachs please come forward? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 14, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. And, you know, Red Day, as it's known, I guess, is interesting. I mean, of course, cardiovascular disease touches almost every family, you know, in one way or another. But it's not just the women, it's also the men. And I feel like sometimes the county gets into these narrow casting organizations that doesn't feel as inclusive. And, you know, I mean, I have women in my family too. And of course, you know, I had an interesting experience with the blood pressure. When it gets very high, you get nervous. And when it gets very low, you get nervous. The other day, I was nervous because I seemed like the kind of guy who might have high blood pressure. He took my blood pressure right in front of my whole family. And it was very, very good. So I was very happy about that. So I'm monitoring. We all have to monitor carefully, men included. Let's not get too wrapped up. And let's quit complaining about bias all the time, because the bias in part about getting scanned for cardiovascular disease has to do with so many
Your time
factors.
has expired.
And
Moderator, next speaker, please.
Yeah, I know.
Our next participant is Tom Carter. You may begin.
Hi, I'm speaking about this amendment in regard to the women and the support of their heart problems. As the last lady just stated, I don't hear any men being implemented inside of this. What's being told to the county, and also it seems like every agenda is for Asians or Jews, and it's just a little biased. And like men, African American, and the Palestinians, they're ignored, and they aren't thought about through the Board of Supervisors in the implementation of different things like the Palestinians.
We are talking
men,
about proclaiming
and now we're back
February
to
2nd as Wear Red Day in Los Angeles County. If you could focus your remarks on that item, please.
focusing on this particular item. I feel it's a little biased because men are not included in this, and as well as other things that have been presented today. You guys are not inclusive for all races of people, and it's biased. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next participant is Paul Hennessy. You may begin.
Hi, I would like to recognize Wear Red Day because women's heart health is so important. Unfortunately, COVID infections often lead to long-term complications like heart disease, stroke, and cardiovascular systems. So while awareness is important, a more effective way of saving lives is actually addressing root causes by implementing clean air tools and respirator requirements in healthcare, clean air in schools, clean air in public spaces. Awareness is great, but prevention is even better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Madam Chair, there are no additional remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Okay, we'll go in person. Go right ahead.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. As important it is to wear Red Day, a lot of gang members in blood territories wear red, and they wear red laces, but that's different. I suggest you have more denim days for all the women that are being assaulted, that all the women that are forced to work as hookers and prostitutes and get beaten up and live on the streets or in their cars. Nobody seems to have a good idea. It's too bad that somebody said no to Affordable Care Act.
This item is about Wear Red Day in Los Angeles
Is that
County.
P for P? Is that a P period for P period? And by the way, Wear Red about hospitalization. Somebody should look into sickle cell anemia. That's a acute disease that affects a lot of African American women.
Again, this is about heart health and Wear Red
That's
Day.
heart health, ma'am. If you knew something about sickle cell anemia, you'd know that it causes blood clots, which affects people's hearts if you're African American.
Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Okay. And then you can see it, and I want to say that this action is good. It's good enough. It's good enough for me. Okay? But it should be furthermore explored. Because the heart disease is not just about wearing vests. To be awareness. It's to changing the style of living. And you have to be showing the style of living that you need to change. And I believe that you guys can change the power by providing food, healthy food, another thing guiding to other people who need this thing. So waiting that is great, but should be more. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay, item 14 is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 14 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We will now move on to item 19, bringing performing arts experiences to communities, which was held by Supervisor Barger. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Barger, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Give me 1 second. I'm honored to share a little about this motion. As all of you know, the Music Center produces exceptional programming on its campus, but it's not always feasible, especially for residents in the farthest parts of the county, to attend performance on site. That's why the Music Center introduced its Performing Artists in Schools and Neighborhoods program, known as Arts Grown LA. Through this thoughtful program, the Music Center makes live performances accessible to residents in every part of the region. Their team collaborates with communities to identify relevant artists and experiences to engage communities where they are already gathered at parks, libraries, senior centers, and civic events. If we can't bring community members to the Music Center, we can bring the Music Center to them. In 2023 alone, the program brought nearly 200 performances to communities countywide. Arts Grow LA aligns with many of our goals. We're advancing well-being because studies show that gathering with our neighbors and enjoying the arts is good for our mental health. We're putting performing artists to work with good paying jobs, which is especially needed as the sector recovers from the pandemic. And we're celebrating the rich diversity of our communities with performances ranging from flamenco to mariachi to jazz and musical theater. There are 30 performing artists and ensembles in the roster who offer more than 60 performances. And the Music Center is currently opening the roster for more artists to join from now through April 30th. My team is engaged with several of these performances, including at our Parks Winter Wonderland events, at my tribute to the veterans and military families last year, and during their current residency at the Palmdale Playhouse. These incredibly talented musicians bring their passion and their knowledge to engage, educate, and enrich every audience. And best of all, the program is free to all residents. Arts Grow LA is truly a win-win, and I hope to see it continue to expand to more communities in every district across the county. I would appreciate your support of this program and this motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Solis.
Yes, I want to join you, Supervisor Barger, for introducing the motion, and thank you so much, because no matter what zip code you live in, everyone should be able to experience the magic of the arts. There's growing research that shows that arts can make a positive impact on our health and our physical well-being as well as mental. Many of us saw this during the COVID pandemic, where we turned to the arts for comfort, for hope, and for strength. Whether it was film, a mural, or even music, the arts provided healing. That's why I'm proud the Music Center's commitment to bring access through these Arts Grown LA program is happening. It really is successful. It is important to bring these different community-based organizations and local artists together to our communities for free and family-oriented performances. I know that one of the things in our mission for our county cultural policy is investing in cultural infrastructure and access to the arts and culture, advancing arts and culture in every sector of civic life, including the upcoming Olympic Games, and promoting cultural equity, diversity, and inclusion. And lastly, one thing I'd like to say is I would hope that we could reestablish through our countywide cultural policy and reintroduce establishing free concerts in public sites. Typically, in the past, the board members use their discretionary funds to do this. I would hope that our arts department would work with our CEO to provide this, to seek additional funding and to help all of us recover at this time when the arts, we know, are a magnificent tool to help us heal. Thank you.
Thank you. And thanks to Supervisor Barger for being a champion of this program. I'm excited to join you in support of this motion. The Music Center's Arts Grown LA is a powerful bridge that brings wonderful forms of cultural experience and art forms directly into our communities. In neighborhoods and schools across Los Angeles, these programs give Angelenos a space to be creative and to learn. This is exactly what we need more of. Free and low-cost art performances by LA-based artists that meet people where they are. We know from studies that the National Endowment for the Arts has done that for some of the biggest barriers to attending the arts are time and cost, not having someone to go with to a performance, and location and perception. Arts Grown LA removes those barriers and allows audiences to feel a stronger sense of belonging. Here in LA, we're fortunate to be a place that so many artists call home and where the potential for people to engage in and experience art is seemingly infinite. So I am excited to see the Music Center's Arts Grown in LA get the recognition it deserves, and I encourage our county partners to help bring greater awareness of the program and for local artists to apply before April 30th. I hope to see it continue to grow throughout more of our communities in the years ahead. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Daniel Garcia and Arnold Sachs please come forward? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 19, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first participant is Anna Grubin. You may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Great. Hi, everyone. My name is Anna Grubin. I am a program director with the organization, the Los Angeles Neighborhood Land Trust. We build and manage parks in dense underparks, under-resourced communities throughout LA County. And we also activate those parks and work with community members to lead the activation process. And what that has meant over the last year and a half has been bringing programming to parks throughout the county. And a large part of this has been in partnership with the LA Music Center. So this has meant bringing musical performances, theater performances, storytelling, and other similar kinds of activities to park sites in communities that otherwise would not have access to these kind of enrichment. I'll give a really quick example. I know I'm probably almost out of time, but we had a storytelling act that was a part of Arts Grown LA come to our Marston Park Halloween
Your time
event.
has expired.
And
Next
we had
speaker, please.
70 kids show up, and it was a magical experience. Thanks so much.
Our next participant is Eric Previn. You may begin.
Thank you. And the arts are so important. And, you know, LA County does a very good job of trotting out the arts as needed to partially block the debacle as it unfolds. But one thing that I really appreciate is the way the supervisors engage in the community and come to draw a real feeling and sense of what the people want and have lived with for a long time. Like, for example, golf and tennis and the artistic community that play in that space in the area along the LA County Flood District, which is interestingly managed by Mark Estrella. And unfortunately, they haven't been able to respond to any of the requests because we'd love to see the amended lease.
If you could please focus your comments on bringing performing arts experiences to communities, that's what item we're on.
Yes, that's what I was trying to do, because we were hoping to bring a stage play of the pillaging of our land by the Harvard Westlake trustees.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Yeah.
We'll now turn to in-person speakers. Go ahead.
Okay, my name is Daniel Garcia, and I want to say that please let me hear from you that you pass it to that they have the blessing of the Commission of Disability, because he doesn't have the blessing of the community of people with disability. Then you fail to use your asset. You fail, okay? Because Because people with disability who are deaf cannot hear the music. Can you be aware of this thing? How can you be access the music when you're deaf? And you fail if you did consult the Commission to be first, I got my blessing to you. But if you didn't, you got.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon. This is an uplifting item. I like the laser-like focus that you use for this, changing STEM to START. Are you going to have any fathead posters at LA County across the street for any of the advertising for the plays that they're going to put on? You're not going to put up any fathead posters? That'd be a great idea. You should use them. Fathead posters were very collectible at one time. They should be brought back. By the way, the County Office of Education, what schools do they oversee? The County Office of Education. Are there schools that are taught by County Office of Education? Or is there a County Office of Education that has schools in that district? I mean, it's amazing. Is that art for Art Leahy, by the way? Load of crap here. Let's not forget Obama.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Are there any other speakers in the queue? Okay. Item 19 is before us, moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Solis to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 19 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 33, Parking Lot 45 Development Project, which was held by Supervisor Solis. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Supervisor Solis, I'll turn it to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank our DEO Director, Kelly Lobianco, and her team for bringing us to this point today. The Chinatown community members have long awaited this moment. Some of them are in the audience, and I want to thank them for their patience today. And every day. This is a critical affordable housing project in the Chinatown community, as the community has been experiencing significant displacement with the turning over of several once affordable housing units to market rate, not to mention the significant number of market rate developments in comparison to lower amounts of affordable units. Of the 13,000 residents within a half-mile radius of the site, 65% of the households fall below the low-income threshold for a two-person household in LA County. 29% of all households have senior residents, and 88% of those households are considered very low or extremely low income. The community's median income is $37,794 for a two-person household, and almost 50% of the local low-income households do not live in affordable rent-restricted housing. Lot 45 is a 1.7-acre surface county parking lot that serves as public and county employee parking. However, this site is underutilized, such that only about 50% of the 212 spaces are actually utilized. Today, after extensive community outreach that included monthly meetings over several years with a committee of community stakeholders, 4 community meetings, many surveys, and a feasibility study, the DEO is requesting authorization to release a request for proposal to eventually return to the board with the recommended selection of a developer by August or September of this year. In lockstep with the community, the following community priorities were uplifted and are reflected in the RFP. A minimum of 300 quality affordable housing units that are 100% affordable or 80% AMI, with encouragement to provide very and extremely and acutely low-income units. Other priorities are included, such as cultural, creative, service hubs, neighborhood serving retail, such as grocery store and laundry facilities, and green open space. We know this is only the beginning, and we're eager to realize the community's vision through the county's efforts. I also want to mention that our Congressman, Jimmy Gomez, also made an earmark available, and provided some millions for this as well. So we move ahead with the hope that we could uplift the Chinatown community. And Madam Chair, I'm so pleased to ask and request your aye vote on this matter, but also to thank the residents of Chinatown who will be speaking to us today. Thank you.
I'm also excited about this and support you. This project will bring more than 300 much-needed affordable housing units, and the project is intended to go above and beyond the 25% requirement we typically see. So I'm proud to support this item as well. Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will the following individuals please come forward? Amy Chan, Charlie Seto, Daniel Garcia, Isaac C., Junie Wong, King Cheng, Li Huang, Munson Kwok, Sulian Cheng, and Donald Harlan. Please come forward and staff will assist you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 33, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Our first participant is Eric Previn. You may begin. One moment, Mr. Previn. I apologize. The button got stuck.
Take your time.
Okay, you're open, sir. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Well, lot 45, what can I say? I mean, this is such a spectacular lot, and I didn't realize it was over 300. That's exciting. I may be confusing it with the McLaren Hall item, which has been reduced from 340 down to just 202 units. But I think, the idea is that Solis is trying to get some of these affordable units going, and I understand that there's a great, call it a synergy, if I may, a synergy with the local community in Chinatown. They negotiate very hard with the supervisor, but the supervisor is extremely generous and extremely tough. She's tough. Very, very tough, but smart and warm. Warm, but not too smart. Certainly not too smart. Because she knows that you have to be cooperative with a community in order to be successful.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
To be successful.
Our next participant is Julie Rico. Julie Rico, you may begin.
Hello. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay. Our team, CCLA, has been diligently working for several years to make our dream of a low-income apartment complex in the heart of Chinatown a reality. We've had the support and assistance of the SD1 team, and we are grateful for their contributions. It's been a pleasure working with the fine minds at SD1. Today, our focus is on bringing to life our vision of this 100% low-income housing complex. As members of the Chinatown community, we strive to find a balance between providing housing and meeting other societal needs, such as education, exercise space, and green areas. I would like to advocate for a critical aspect of this project known as Chinatown Community Creative Center, which the consultants have dubbed the Hub. The Hub will be an essential aspect of our community's development. We envision the Creative Center as a campus-like environment, welcoming, user-friendly, and a place for learning.
Next speaker, please.
Our next participant is Paul Hennessy. You may begin.
Definitely support more affordable housing, especially in this area. I also want to raise, I'm not sure if this lot is in the route of the proposed Dodgers Stadium gondola, but if it is, making some amendment that it's exempt from being affected by that. I know they're trying to, take over some areas in and around Chinatown, so making sure that this project is not at all affected by that gondola. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now turn to in-person speakers. Go right ahead.
All right. This is Daniel Garcia, and I want to speak on the solution. I'm all about affordable housing. All about it. I like affordable housing. Okay? The problem having the mixed use affordable. What that means? Is it accessible? Is it accessible for people with disability? Is it have all the ADA the qualification to be accessible for people who are seniors, people who are using wheelchair. I don't understand misuse affordable housing. And if you want to make sense to me, say affordable and accessible housing. That's what we need in the day. Affordable and accessible housing. All along, affordable and accessible housing. That's what I need. And everybody needs. Not just for me, but for senior citizens. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Normally we don't do back and forth, but I will acknowledge that yes, this will be ADA accessible and adhere to those guidelines. So thank you for raising that issue. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. I'm Charlie Shito. I'm a vice president of the CCPA in Chinatown. We are so excited that project Lot 45 in front of you, that this project is so important to the Chinese community, such as having affordable housings, which is most needed. And also, we also need the grocery stores, public restrooms, community centers, recreation centers, and all this is most needed in Chinatown and the surrounding area. I would be supported, most delightful that you can pass this motion and make this reality. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, supervisors. My name is Junie Wong. I'm a community organizer in Chinatown with Chinatown Community for Equitable Development, and I'm in support of this motion. There's been far too much luxury and market rate, unaffordable housing in our very low-income communities. Chinatown is made up of working-class families, individuals, and seniors who are severely rent-burdened, facing landlord harassment, neglect, and facing eviction. The SRO that I volunteer with has slum conditions, over 70 violations from the housing department, caught on fire last year, and repairs to those fires have still not been made. One of those tenants received an eviction notice just yesterday. The value of Lot 45 is that we really need affordable housing, especially units designated for acutely, extremely, and very low-income households. I know this motion encourages more of those units be added, but I would ask that they be required, because if you want to build in Chinatown, you should be required to care about the most vulnerable that live here. Chinatown's community needs are under threat by loss of renter protections and also by the gentrifying LA Art Gondola. I ask that the county support this motion and continue to do more so that Lot 45.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Isaac Chu with the Chinatown Community Coalition of Los Angeles. I support this motion and would like to emphasize that Chinatown is one of two historic Chinatowns on the West Coast that have served as an enclave for culture and accessibility. Therefore, I'd like to emphasize the continued need for community oversight of the Lot 45 project, even after the plan is approved, to ensure that the community needs are reflected and continue to be served, especially the lowest income members of the Chinatown community. Dovetailing with this is the renaming of Sarah Park into Yongna Park. And I want to also center the indigenous populations, the Gabrielinos, the Tongva, and the Quiche, who the ancestral village of Yongna is where Chinatown sits today. Because they serve as the land ancestors of Angelenos, this is a common identity that we all share as Angelenos, and I hope that we can integrate this aspect into the project in some ways. There are many ways that we can do this, such as set aside.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
我係 Chinatown 嘅老居民，嘅名係叫做李汪。首先好多謝會議俾嘅機會，我呢度提嘅意見。因為我哋喺唐人街呢，大多數嘅居民呢都係低收入嘅。就依家呢最大嘅問題呢，就係住嘅問題，因為房租呢太過貴嗰度呢，我哋住唔起嘅。咁我提嘅建議呢，最好 政府同有關嘅部門咧建置房嗰陣時咧，多啲安排啲經濟適用房我哋。
I'm translating. My name is Lee Wong.
I don't think your mic is on. Let's hold the time.
It's not on too good.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Lee Wong, an older resident in Chinatown. Thank you for giving us a chance to speak. In Chinatown, there are many low-income residents. The biggest problem is rental problems. The rents are too high, and we need more affordable housing.
因為我咧嚟到美國洛杉磯就住咗幾十年㗎啦，咁我深切體會到住房嘅問題呢係老問題，依家房租就越嚟越貴，越嚟越高。我希望呢，我頭先講過呢，最好呢就有間部門呢就建嗰啲住房嗰陣時呢，盡量安排多啲嘅經濟適用房。
I've been here in Los Angeles for many, many years, and I noticed that the rents are too high and getting higher and higher. So I think that we need more affordable housing for the residents.
Thank you very much. Your time has expired. Thank you for being here today. Thank you for translating that. Next speaker, please.
Okay. Honorable Supervisors, my name is Munson Kwok, longtime community volunteer in Chinatown, also with the Chinatown Community Coalition. Today, I urge you to adopt resolutions to declare Lot 45 surplus, and secondly, to authorize the solicitations for mixed-use affordable housing. It is due to the leadership of Supervisor Hilda Solis and her willingness to hear our community's plea for affordable housing over the decades, together with the tireless effort of her staff, that together we have arrived at this happy point today. We must thank her and her team. Now we look forward to the future fruitful development that will be attractive and enjoyable for tenants so that they will be willing to share and create their own square block community. Further, through creative architectural design and thematic targeted applications of the mixed-use areas we anticipate will be called for in the RFP, we hope that the tenants' living needs will be comfortably met, such as with a localized marketplace. At the same time, this new high village open space.
Thank you. Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is King Cheung, a member of Chinatown Committee for Equitable Development. I'm going to read a letter from an elderly resident in Chinatown. Dear government officials, I'm an 80-plus-year-old woman living on the second floor at 309 All Street in Chinatown. Because I'm disabled, I cannot physically attend today's meeting, so I can only ask others to read this letter to express my concerns. In Chinatown, many elders like me live in private single-room occupancy buildings. Rents are high and living situations are bad. I live in a small room and have to share bathrooms. Many times I fall down due to disability or ill health. In the summer, I cannot even turn on the air conditioners because of the electric wires are too old. I had to be carried down the stairs to see my doctors. So I learned about Lot 45, and I asked the county to pass the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for helping with translation. Next speaker, please.
Yes, good afternoon, honorable supervisors. My name is Sue Ellen Chang, a community volunteer in Los Angeles, Chinatown for many years. Thank you, Supervisor Solis and your staff for your tireless efforts in listening to our community's need and our concerns and bring forward this motion today. I am speaking to urge your support of this motion. As Supervisor Solis just stated, that the residents of our multi-racial neighborhood have endured a severe lack of adequate housing. The proposed RFP would address the community needs of affordable housing to low-income households. Hopefully, it would also provide opportunities for the community-based economic and cultural spaces. I thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you. Next speaker.
This is concerning agenda item number 33. I'm Donald Harlan, concerning parking lot 45 development project recommendation. I'm going to deny this project. There's not to be any parking lot development. This parking lot 45 does not belong to the county, does not belong to the city, it belongs to me. Has for a long time. There's no Native American tribes that were there or some secret camp where somebody owned that. If there's any record in LA County of some Tatavian or Native Americans being on that land or something like that, it's totally false. It needs to be struck from the county records, and those people that put it in there fired and gone after. I'll also say that there's a big problem with the county claiming real estate that's not theirs, and specifically this incident, parking lot 45, it's mine. You cannot sell a property as a tax default if the person never owned the property in the first place.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker, please.
Yes, the Rear Chief Hunt. I'm encouraging that you guys go after more affordable housing in every spas, in every neighborhood, China, wherever it's at, that we go after more affordable housing, more low-income housing, and more Section 8 housing across the board in all spas. I think that's very important, just not only in Chinatown, in Malibu, in Pacific Palisades, in everything, in everywhere in the city, in the county of Los Angeles. A lot of these communities are getting away with not having no low income, no affordable housing, and no Section 8 housing in spas in different areas. We work with the county. They take in a nickel tax out of gas and things like that. Every spa should have affordable housing. Red Chief Hunt.
Thank you. Are there any other speakers?
No other speakers.
Okay, item 33 is before us, moved by Supervisor Solis, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 33 is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
We'll now move on to item 60C, emergency response, notifications, and protections for sensitive sites, which is an item that I held. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. Last October, I hosted a drag story hour at the San Fernando Library to celebrate LGBTQ+ History Month. What transpired was anything but a celebration. Right-wing homophobic extremists descended on the library to protest. They blocked the entrance, not letting anyone in or out, and West Hollywood drag laureate Pickle was harassed as she tried to enter the library and was prevented from going inside. The backlash to progress has begun. Hate crimes are on the rise, and protests often turn violent. It's imperative we do all we can to keep people safe when trying to access services or just to be with our communities while we ensure people's First Amendment rights are upheld. That's what buffer zones and bubble zones do. Buffer zones create a perimeter around a facility to limit how close to these facilities demonstration by those who oppose abortion can approach, for example. Bubble zones establish floating zones of several feet around a person who is within a specific distance of a clinic. Protesters are prohibited from crossing into that bubble zone without the person's consent. Establishing these kinds of zones countywide could be a game changer in terms of access and the safety to those seeking access. Expanding the application to all sensitive sites countywide could be transformative. So I thank our staff who will be engaged in this process to help us understand how we can protect public spaces and make sure that people who are seeking services from healthcare to libraries and beyond, that people are able to access them safely, be respected in places of worship, and have safe places within their communities. I'll now turn to Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I look forward to the report back on the feasibility and what this could look like in LA County. I support the idea of individuals seeking reproductive health services and also support those who are worshiping or in spaces like faith-based, cultural, community, and identity-based facilities. And because I believe everybody has the fundamental right to use these locations safely and peacefully. So I just am a little concerned about what the enforcement portion of the bubble zones and the potential implementation of the Colorado model would look like for LA County. There was an article in Reuters last year that shared some of the challenges that a county in New York experienced with enforcement, which ultimately ended in the county repealing the law. I hope that isn't the path we go down. So I hope that these challenges will be considered during the 90-day feasibility analysis, so we can guarantee that we are thinking through this policy comprehensively and strategically, so we aren't in a position of having to go back to not having them. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other speakers, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Will Elisa Bernstein please come forward and staff will assist you? As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 60C, if you have not already done so, please press 1 then 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
Madam Chair, at this time, we have no remote speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll turn to in-person speakers. Go ahead.
Hello again. I'll keep this brief. Again, my name is Alyssa Bernstein. I'm with AJCLA. I just spoke about the importance of the Jewish Community Safety Plan. But I also would like to acknowledge that it is vital and important that we protect all minority groups and their spaces, whether that be places of worship, nonprofit organizations that protect minority groups. And I, of course, always show up and speak in support of the Jewish community, but I would like to thank you for introducing this motion and express my support for this motion. So that is all. I'll try to keep it quick.
Thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
No other speakers.
If not, item 60C is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Hahn to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 60C is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. We'll now turn to item 60E, proclaiming January 2024 as Human Trafficking Prevention Month, which I held for discussion. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on this item. In 2016, President Barack Obama proclaimed January as National Human Trafficking Prevention Month to highlight and raise awareness of human trafficking and to educate the public about how to identify and prevent this crime. During January, the Los Angeles County Child Trafficking Steering Committee also acknowledges anti-trafficking entities, organizations, businesses, communities of faith, partners, and survivors who work daily to address and end human trafficking. It can happen to anyone and takes many forms. The commercial sexual exploitation of children, forced marriage, and labor trafficking are all insidious crimes that disproportionately impact underserved communities affected by abuse, violence, poverty, unstable housing, structural racism, and discrimination. Our coordinated anti-trafficking efforts must utilize a human rights and public health approach to reduce the criminalization of survivors of human trafficking. Many survivors are criminalized during their trafficking, and the resulting criminal records create insurmountable barriers to accessing safe housing, employment, public benefits, and immigration services. Every individual, family, community, and organization can contribute to enhancing human trafficking awareness, prevention, and response by learning about ways to help and access free training and educational materials. You can go to LA County's human trafficking website, www.nowtosayno.com. That's KNOWTOSAYNO.com. I'll now turn to Supervisor Solis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wholeheartedly support this motion. I have long supported efforts to eradicate human trafficking in our communities, and it's an area that I will continue to support. In my efforts, I have met with leaders and frontline workers on all levels who have worked hard to combat trafficking in all its forms, such as labor and sex trafficking. This work, as you know, is difficult, dangerous, and requires a level of empathy and compassion to work with the victims and survivors of trafficking. I can recall my work when I was in the Senate and there was an incident of labor trafficking in the city of El Monte, where I live, with numerous immigrants forced to work in a sweatshop. 72 Thai worker women whose passports were confiscated. They were held pretty much in prison. Last year, we celebrated the 20th anniversary of the bravery and courage of those workers who stood up and helped highlight an issue that has gone on for decades. Sadly, in my district, there are infamously known corridors and hubs notorious for exploiting immigrants to engage in slave labor or who are severely underpaid for their work. My office has supported the work recently of the Department of Labor, our county's Office of Immigrant Affairs, the Thai CDC, and Cielo, when they work to assist victims of labor exploitation at 2 poultry processing facilities in the city of La Puente and the city of Industry, which are in the 1st District. Some of the survivors were suspected to be underage, the vast majority unable to speak English, and could only communicate in indigenous languages. Trafficking is very real. It comes in different forms and occurs in our own backyard. In response to these incidents, I shared and the reports and data to indicate that high trafficking hubs still exist in the district. I put forward a motion last year to reimagine how LA County approaches human trafficking with a specific focus on labor. Highlighting this work and issue will only help communicate to victims and their survivors of trafficking that there is support for them and it is against the law, and we must put all our resources to eradicating that. To those who are watching, I want you to know you're not alone. You are believed, and LA County stands with you and supports you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I support the motion. It occurred to me a couple years ago, I was on a panel talking about a bill I carried when I was in the legislature that decriminalized trafficking for children victims. In many instances, child victims of sex trafficking would be charged with prostitution to save them, and then they get a jacket and have all the more challenges in terms of finding housing, getting school scholarships, etc. And unfortunately, there's a movement afoot in Sacramento to reverse that, where we would once again charge children for prostitution for being victims of sex trafficking. So I'm hoping my colleagues in Sacramento continue to fight back that effort to reverse the law. But it occurred to me in this panel that it's also incumbent upon us to recognize trafficking when we see it and to be prepared to do something. The LA County Child Protection Hotline is 1-800-540-4000, or you can call 911. I think it's important that you're prepared, that we have that number in our phone, so if we see something, we're not stumbling around trying to figure out what to do, but to have that number programmed in your phone so you can report it. I agree the statistics are overwhelming. We know that incidents of human trafficking and child sex trafficking based on reports across this country increase when there are major sporting events that come to town. And so LA County should be prepared as we prepare any other way for the major events that are coming to town, from the Olympics to the international soccer matches, all of that. We have to be mindful of the trends around sex trafficking and be prepared as a county and individuals to combat that. So thank you for proclaiming January Human Trafficking Prevention Month, because it gives us an opportunity to all be educated, mindful, and if you see something, say something. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, Executive Officer, please call the members of the public who have signed up to speak on this item.
Madam Chair, there are no in-person speakers who have signed up for this item. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address item 60E, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and then 0 to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, may we have the first remote speaker, please?
And we have no one in queue at this time.
Okay, then item 60E is before us. I will move it, seconded by Supervisor Solis, to approve the item. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Item 60E is before you. Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
It is my understanding that there are no specials at this time. Is that correct? Seeing none, we will now hear from members of the public wishing to address the board on all remaining items not held by supervisors, as well as general public comment. For members of the public on the telephone, please press 1 then 0 now to comment on these items. You must indicate the agenda item numbers that you wish to address, including general public comment, in order for us to allocate the appropriate amount of time. Executive Officer, please call those members of the public who have signed up to speak on the remaining items, as well as general public comment.
Members of the public, you will have up to 3 minutes to address the board on all remaining items in general public comment. You will have 1 minute for one item, 2 minutes for 2 or more items, and 1 additional minute for general public comment. Please state your name and clearly indicate the agenda item numbers you will be addressing. You may only address the board on these items. We will now call in-person speakers, and while they're coming forward, we will take telephonic speakers.
Will the following individuals please come forward and staff will assist you? Donald Harlan, Jared Wright, Esther Optional, Victor Salinas, Arnold Sachs, Eric Neef, Red Chief Hunt, Arthur Munoz, Jesus Rojas, Daniel Garcia, Brian Ranger. Moderator, when we have the first remote speaker, please.
Our first speaker is Paul Hennessy. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Thank you. This is for general public comment and item 14. I appreciate the recent decisions to bring back masks in healthcare. I encourage the board to make this permanent and expand the mandate to outpatient care centers and pharmacies. Respirators and clean air belong in healthcare permanently, regardless of if there's a high number of respiratory illnesses going around or not. I also encourage the board to look into mandating clean air implementations in schools, public transit, and all public spaces. Invest in clean indoor air infrastructure. In response to item 14, Wear Red Day, I want to raise awareness that cardiovascular issues such as heart attack and stroke are on the rise, and that is tied to COVID infections. Vaccines do little to prevent long-term issues like that. So please raise awareness for that. And finally, I encourage the board to push back on California's public health decision from last week to shorten the COVID isolation policy to 1 day. This is a dangerous and ableist decision. It's not based in science, and it actually goes against the CDC's 5-day isolation policy rule. The recent decision will put children and workers at risk for infection, disability, and death. So please push back against that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Next speaker will be Janet Gagnon. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Janet Gagnon with the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. Item 4 is a rich man's solution to the issue of cooling that no one can afford after years of COVID-19 moratoriums and lost income. By defining cooling ready as only air conditioning shows an elite attitude by the board that is completely out of touch with financially struggling mom and pop owners that cannot afford to provide such major building restructuring, including new huge electrical panels, wiring throughout their entire building, and other structural costs. It is also a solution that low-income renters cannot afford to actually use, as the price of running an AC is extremely expensive due to its enormous use of electricity that will easily triple existing electricity bills for already struggling renters. There are many far more affordable solutions, including portable tabletop water evaporator coolers, blackout curtains, energy efficiency measures, including insulation and reflective coatings, and cooling centers that already exist at many libraries and senior
Your time has
centers that are
expired.
free to...
Moderator, we have the next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Patricia McAllister. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Yes, I'd like to speak on number 1, 2, and public comment. Number 1, I want to speak about Catherine Barger, okay, our supervisor in District 5. We need some new leadership on that council. We cannot continue to have these supervisors serving 2 or more terms. We need to vote for someone new. Now, we have people running against her, and we need you to vote for them, okay? if you go out and you see what's going on in the street and all the homelessness, the supervisors are welcoming the homeless to come here. Not only the homeless, but I mean the migrants to come to their district. And they said that the immigration won't even bother them. They want to give them work and housing. And we've got hundreds of thousands of homeless people here in this in their districts. Okay, so vote for anyone else except her. We've got a Chris Holden who's running against her, and we have a few other people. Anthony Constantine is running against her. He's a former mayor. So let's get her out of there. And now, also the homeless count. The supervisors are playing games with this homeless count. Okay, they're talking about they want 100,000 people to volunteer. They maybe got 100. They're not counting the homeless. They want to keep those numbers down so they get reelected. So read about this online. Now, another thing I'm having a problem with, and I remember the budget. On the budget, you said that a lot of assaults have got billions of dollars in lawsuits on assaults. Let the people know those are from the juvenile halls and the centers. Those kids were being sexually assaulted when they were locked up. Okay, that's where all those lawsuits are coming from. Online, you can see all of these attorneys. They have class action suits against these schools, juvie and the regular schools. So we need to get those pedophiles out of our schools and out of our juvenile halls and camps. But that's where all those billions are going from. These children are adults now, a lot of them, and they're suing. They're suing the county because they were sexually violated. So just one more thing, as I did, when I voted, I went down and voted for everybody Republican. Okay, so do the same thing. We've got to get these communist Democrats out of office. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. As a final reminder for participants on the telephone, if you would like to address non-board held items in general public comment, if you have not already done so, please press 1 and 0 now to be placed in the speaking queue. Moderator, and we have the next speaker, please.
Next speaker is Heather Detweiler. Please go ahead. Your line is open.
Hi, my name is Heather Detweiler from Sherman Oaks. While I'm happy that masks are now being required in hospitals, I realize that's only because SARS-2 transmission and hospitalization numbers are high, and once they go a bit lower, masks won't be required anymore. Also, I'm speaking on general public comment and item 14, so I get 2 minutes. I'm urging you to keep masks in hospitals even when the numbers go down. SARS-2 is not only a problem during respiratory virus season, it's around all year, and having masks required in hospitals isn't enough. Everyone should be able to access healthcare safely, and no one can when masks aren't being required. Not only are the immunocompromised left out, but because of COVID being a deadly and debilitating disease, everyone is left out. Everyone is at high risk of something horrible happening as a result of a COVID-19 infection, including heart attacks, which is why the rate of heart attacks is going up. We need a mandate. Remember that at least 40% of COVID cases are asymptomatic, so even those people who would do the right thing and wear a mask when they're sick won't know to wear one if they're not having symptoms. And most people don't do the right thing. Los Angeles should be leading the way, but we're behind. Other counties in California have safer access to healthcare than we do. Please amend the recent health order to include masks in all healthcare settings, and not just surgical masks, but N95s, since N95s are required protection for a BSL level 3 pathogen like COVID. Don't be afraid of those anti-maskers who don't understand the science. You are the leaders and should not give in to these people. It's your job to protect us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Our next speaker is Adriana Quiones. Please go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. My name is Adriana Quinones. I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights, and I'm calling on behalf of item number 6. I wanted to let you know that our community is highly satisfied with the level of service that we receive from our industry sheriff station. The allegations that have been made, we can tell you that we believe are not true. They do need to be investigated, and if any deputies violated any laws or any policies, they need to be held accountable. But I wanted to let you know that we have the best sheriff station in LA County. Every deputy that we have come across is highly professional, very devoted to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
We have no further speakers in queue to address the board.
Thank you. We'll go to in person. Go right ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. My name is Daniel Garcia. Supervisors, I know Supervisors Holly, Michigan, Kalimbergo, Holly, Holly, Green Hall. I don't know how about because I never was a citizen advocate for you. My previous job was to be educating you about issue about disability. I don't have no job whatsoever in the field anymore. So I'm advocating for you guys now. My proposition for you is cutting budget. Allow me to, and I want to serve in any capacity whatsoever to the county commission. So if you want to please allow me to serve, and I'll be happy to serve at the youth leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'll be talking on item number 4 and public comment. My name is Jesus Rojas. I am for the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. This motion is extremely premature, as the state is already researching this extremely complicated and expensive issue with recommendations due back by or before January 1st, 2025. Air conditioning is expensive for everyone. It is enormously expensive for rental housing providers, for their existing building to try and bolt on to accommodate the amenity with new and greatly expended electrical panels, wiring through each unit and other structure aspect to accommodate air conditioners. It is also hugely expensive for renters to run AC systems and can easily triple their existing electricity bill in addition to the cost of the AC units themselves. At the time when both mom and pop owners and renters are still struggling financially to recover from the impacts of COVID-19, this motion seems particularly callous and tone of death to the needs of the LA County residents. We urge the board to take a measured and realistic approach by letting the state conclude its research and see what alternatives it develops. Then and only then should this board move forward with this issue to see if there are any unanswered aspects to address at the local level. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Esther, Chair of Los Angeles Board of Supervisors, Lindsay Horvath, will you please put on calendar for discussion regarding the voting machines, which have demonstrated many anomalies? Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm Donald Harlan. I'd like to speak on agenda items 5, 9, 18, 22, 23, 24, 27, 28, 29, 31, 32, 33, 42, 45, 46, 47, 48,
That's enough.
53, 57, 59.
You'll get your full 3 minutes.
Okay,
2 minutes based on your previous comments. You'll have 2 minutes.
Sorry. Agenda item number 9. Fiscal motions during the budgetary process. No, you guys messed up the budget real bad. Try to spend money that's not real. You guys are to be held responsible. Agenda item number 18. Faith-based outreach in Los Angeles County. No, you're not to be doing faith-based outreach in a government agency. No. Agenda item number 27. Taxing entity compensation agreement. No, there's not supposed to be any Inglewood development projects, especially sponsored by the fire department. There's a big problem with real estate over there. They're getting flooded, or they need insurance, or they don't have infrastructure that's placed on those people who illegally develop that property in Inglewood under agenda item number 27. All the agenda items I mentioned are to be no. Agenda item number 46, High Desert Facility Replacement Project. Okay, this is an important agenda item. Agenda item number 46. They don't need refrigerators for your high desert replacement project. If there's somebody replacing people in the high desert, they don't need new refrigerators. Put them out of business. Get rid of those people completely. Agenda item number 59. Planning and zoning for Pear Blossom Community Corridor area. That's all of Blossom area is illegally developed, whatever county supervisor was responsible for that.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you. My name is Eric Neff. I'm commenting on item 60H and public comment. I'm a deputy DA with LA County. I'm not speaking here on behalf of my office. I'm speaking in my personal capacity as an informed citizen and an involved citizen. I'm speaking here without waiving any of my rights as a citizen, county employee, or potentially a whistleblower. Lawyers who work for you and lawyers whose budget you approve are trying to get you to approve a payout of county funds that may be a waste of money, knowingly or unknowingly. I was the lead prosecutor on that case filed by LADA that led to the litigation, which I am a co-defendant in. Based solely on publicly available information in the press and public court filings and decisions, these are some of the questions I believe you should be asking of county counsel. Why should we settle when a related claim resulted in the dismissal in federal court in Texas? Why is the county not litigating obvious early defenses, in particular prosecutorial immunity, which can be filed at the early motion phase? Has the county even considered the applicability of California's anti-SLAPP law to this litigation? When anti-SLAPPs are successful, plaintiffs pay all attorneys' fees for both sides, including the county. If it has not been considered as of this meeting, why not? Does this timing and request have anything to do with George Gascon's re-election campaign? Why are we settling a claim for lack of probable cause when, allegedly, as reported in the media, a grand jury of citizens of Los Angeles County found there to be such? Even more unusual, why are we settling a claim for lack of probable cause after the DA decided, after they became aware of all these supposed problems with the case, they still went ahead with filing a complaint, which again asserts, under the DA's own policies, not only probable cause, but a likelihood of conviction beyond a reasonable doubt? Have all county internal investigations into this matter been completed? If so, have you read them in their entirety? Has county counsel? Are you aware of their findings? And if all internal investigations have not been completed, why is this agreement being proposed to you now? Does it have to do with George Gascon's re-election campaign calendar? I can speak to you more about this in an appropriate setting.
Thank you. Your next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Victor Salinas. I've been providing as an administrator, providing driving under the influence program services for 30 years. I'm here to speak to item number 40 and public comment with regards to driving under the influence license resolution. I am in favor of moving forward, if the board, with board permission, move forward in approving the application provided to the Department of Healthcare Services. And just want to make note that in Los Angeles County, there's approximately 1,000 DUI arrests each month. DUI programs are in place to help reduce recidivism rates, of course, fatalities and injuries as well, by providing counseling using substance use disorder counselors that are certified by the state of California. And I ask that you support the approval of the application that's being submitted to the Department of Healthcare Services to help reduce fatalities and injuries on the road throughout California, but specifically here in Los Angeles County, where the application for a DUI program has been presented to you or presented for you as a resolution. Thank you very much for your time. I certainly appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good afternoon, supervisors. Excuse me. My name is Gerard Wright, Government Affairs Director with the Greater LA Realtors, on behalf of the 12,000 members, some of whom are housing providers, speaking on item number 4. Just also echoing the concerns that our colleague partners at AGLA has articulated with respect to the air conditioning units, and particularly items 2E and 2F of the motion. The other concern is other related factors such as landscaping, and I use this as a personal example from where I just recently moved from. There was a tree trimming that in front of my apartment unit at that time that significantly increased the temperature of my apartment, that by a good 10-15 degrees. Now, this is a naturally breezy area, had the shade tree and everything, but that one little change created that change, irrespective of needing air conditioning. So that's just something to put into consideration for including landscaping and other such things if we're going to study it and have a report back as an environmental concern or cause that can create significantly.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Next speaker.
My name's Brian Ranger. My water company has been supplying me with caustic water that rusted out my pipes and been killing my plants. I complained for a year. They were forced to get a water report, which said their water was okay. I submitted this to District 5 staff on Marengo office. They said they would get back to me. This has been going on for about 3 weeks. I have had no contact with them until I got here, and they said that it was a state issue and it had been submitted. So I had to wait 3 weeks to get a response. And I came down here to get this on record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. If you'd like additional assistance, Victor is in the constituent assistance team up in the corner, and you're welcome to speak with him if you. Okay, and District 5 staff will be there as well. Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, I'm addressing 57. I believe it's 18, and public comment, please.
Okay, go ahead.
My name is Arthur Fred Munoz, and I am a fully disabled person within the meaning of the Americans with Disabilities Act. I come before you with all due respect. I know you're tired. I know you've had a long day, and I thank you for your time. I would like you to know that I'm a relatively new what do you call it, Angelino. I fled from Ventura County based on the fact that Ventura County authorities were trying to murder me based on a 1990 conviction in which I was guilty. And I mean, I was innocent, but they suppressed my defense evidence and convicted me after suppressing my defense evidence. And they didn't want me to find out about the evidence, so they tried to kill me on 2 different occasions. They've abused my cell phone, or any of computers that I've had, so I couldn't have communications with the outside, with anybody, with any attorneys or any attempt for me to get any kind of outside help. My contention before the board today is that when I moved out to Los Angeles, I moved out as a homeless person because they stole my last vehicle to separate me from my legal paperwork. And this is all factual evidence. I have proof to establish this evidence. They were giving me a hard time on a daily basis. Well, since I've come to Los Angeles County, my computers have been, or my cell phones have been facing the same type of the word I'm looking for. I'm suffering from lethologica, but the word I'm looking for is viruses, from the same type of viruses. And I've been literally stuck with my severe disability and in the world of hurt. I have a really remarkable story to reveal, and I wanted to set this before you, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming here today. Victor is up in the constituent assistance team corner, and you can speak with him, and he will direct you to additional services to help support you. Go ahead. Next speaker, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for doing an excellent job at the meetings, keeping it consistent with the old meetings and things like that. I really appreciate that. Holly Mitchell, Supervisor Mitchell, federal funding for the Martin Luther King Hospital is necessary. You got my approval on that. We need to keep on opening up spots in different areas and working with the homeless people and things like that. I'm dedicated to that area in different spas and things like that. We have 120,000 homeless people, and no way in 4 years are we going to get 120,000 houses, not unless we claim eminent domain on 1/3 of all structures, new structures and things like that. We need Joe Biden to do that. Let's clear up the homeless issue. We've been doing it since 2004 when Carol Sobel filed the injunction, Edward Jones versus the city of Los Angeles. Thank you, Han, for all your help.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Oh, yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So I have a whole bunch of stuff here. You've been talking about the union here for the county, so I'm wondering just oh, by the way, are you going to keep the gondola in Chinatown? I heard they don't want the gondola. Why don't you do something about cleaning up the buses? The buses and the air in the county are the worst. It's the worst air in the whole country. The smog and pollution have been terrible since the mid-40s, and you haven't done a goddamn thing about that. Your laser-like focus your laser has lost its battery power. I would suggest you, now I have this form here. This says scan with an R on it. This is an enrollment for low-income, this is enrollment for scan health plan. It's a supplemental plan. But this is also a scan with a Black Apple. Who uses a Black Apple computer? And you mentioned something about how racist it is.
Thank you. Your time has expired. You did not, your time is expired. You only asked for general public comment. You didn't specify which items. If you would like to specify another item, you can have another minute. Thank you. Your time has expired, sir. Thank you. Are there any other speakers who would like to participate in the meeting?
No other speakers.
Thank you. Your time has expired. That's your final warning. Executive Officer, please indicate the agenda item numbers we will be voting on.
The following items are before you. 1, 4 as revised, with Supervisor Barger voting no. 5, 6 as revised, with Supervisor Hahn abstaining from the vote. 7 through 9, 13, 16 through 18, 20, 22 through 27, 29 through 32, 34 through 36, 37 with Supervisor Barger and Supervisor Mitchell recusing themselves from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308, 38 through 43, 44 with Supervisor Barger recusing herself from the vote pursuant to Government Code Section 84308 because she received a contribution or contributions of more than $250 within the past 12 months from Gary Clifford, who is a party participant or agent of a party or participant in the proceedings. 45 through 50, 52 through 59, 60A and 60B, 60D, 60F through 60H, 63, 64 as amended, and 65.
Moved by Supervisor Barger, seconded by Supervisor Mitchell to approve these items with the exceptions noted by the Executive Officer. Executive Officer, please call the roll.
Supervisor Solis.
Aye.
Supervisor Solis, aye. Supervisor Mitchell.
Aye.
Supervisor Mitchell, aye. Supervisor Hahn.
Aye.
Supervisor Hahn, aye. Supervisor Barger.
Aye.
Supervisor Barger, aye. Supervisor Horvath.
Aye.
Supervisor Horvath, aye. Motion carries 5-0.
You are continuing to disrupt the meeting. Please be quiet so we can continue our business. Thank you. At this time, it would be appropriate to hear adjournments. Supervisor Solis will begin. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I have several noted adjournments today. Today I move that when we adjourn in the memory of Ofelia Valdez Yeager, a fierce Latina advocate for the arts who passed away on January the 7th, 2024 at the age of 76. Ofelia was born on January 11, 1947 in Durango, Mexico, and moved to the city of Montebello at the age of 6. In 1965, she became the first in her family to attend college. She was part of the first group of students to form the UC Riverside's Equal Opportunity Program. Recognizing the transformative power of education, she pursued a Spanish major with aspirations of becoming a teacher and expanding bilingual education. Post-graduation, Ofelia worked as a high school counseling assistant and then received her credentials to be an elementary school teacher. Her involvement extended to serving as a PTA president, tirelessly advocating for student success through increased parent and community engagement. Later on, Ofelia worked as an administrative assistant for Riverside City Council and became the chief administrative liaison for the Riverside County Superintendent of Schools. In 1992, Ofelia became the first Latina to be elected to the Riverside Unified School District Board of Trustees. During her tenure, she recognized the imperative need to enhance communication with Spanish-speaking students and families. Collaborating with the superintendent, she played a pivotal role in bringing on the board's district's first translator and interpreter, making a significant stride toward access, equity, and inclusion. Additionally, Ofelia played a foundational role in establishing the Cheech Marin Center for Chicano Art and Culture in Riverside at the Riverside Art Museum. She helped raise $14 million to establish the Art Center. Ofelia co-founded and served as the president of the Riverside Latino Network, a philanthropic organization addressing community issues impacting the Latino community. Under her leadership, she was instrumental in spearheading the successful effort to construct the Cesar E. Chavez Memorial at Riverside's downtown mall. She'll be remembered as a trailblazer for the Latino community, and I recall meeting her at several different events throughout my career. Ofelia leaves behind a legacy of service, love, and impact. Ofelia is survived by her husband, Lay, daughters, Marisa, Ana, Teresa, son Luis, and 7 grandchildren. May she rest in peace.
Supervisor Solis, may I join you on that one, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Maria Teresa Griffin, known as Terry. Terry was born on June 15, 1949, and passed away on January 15, 2024. Terry grew up in the City of Commerce around Eastern Avenue in her early childhood and then moved to Monterey Park. She spent her formative and life years living and working in Monterey Park and East Los Angeles communities on Whittier Boulevard. She attended St. Alfonso Catholic Elementary School in East LA, Sacred Heart of Mary High School in Montebello, Alhambra High School, and graduated from East LA College, where she earned an associate in arts degree in landscape architect and minoring in accounting. In 1974, after having worked at various community jobs, Terry set out to look for a new job walking down Beverly Boulevard. On October 31st, 1974, she walked into Barrio Planners, Incorporated, and was hired as the company's accountant. They're an architectural firm. She was later promoted to landscape designer and controller. Terry was dedicated and a compassionate community member. She provided impeccable services to Barrio Planners, overseeing capital funds for the company to support grand-scale projects in East Los Angeles, such as the following: the Metro Gold Line East Side Extension Phase 1, LA County General Medical Center, Adventist Health White Memorial Medical Center, Altamed Health Center, and the Whittier Boulevard Community Business Revitalization, which is known as the ARCH in East Los Angeles. Following the construction of the Mariachi Plaza in Boyle Heights, Terry joined the board of directors and became treasurer for the nonprofit organization Mariachi Plaza Festival Foundation. In addition, Terry was an environmental advocate and known very well throughout the community. She supported the closure of the Exide battery recycling plant. Terry left an incredible mark on the community of East Los Angeles, and she was known for her enthusiasm of life, exemplified through her participation in several community organizations, and was a founding member of the Mothers of East LA. Her commitment to the community and her exemplary career will have a lasting impact on many, many who have come to know her and her work. She is survived by her sisters and brother, Anna Padilla, Edward Griffin, Gloria Guadalupe Brady, John David Griffin, Olivia Hadcock, Irene Alec Graffney, Carolyn Velasco, and Diana O'Connor. May she rest in peace. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Monica Loera Martinez, a lifelong resident of LA County who passed away on Monday, January 15th, 2023. Monica was born and raised in the San Gabriel Valley and was a graduate of the San Gabriel Mission High School. All her life, Monica was dedicated to helping others. She worked for a nonprofit sector for many years with the AIDS Health Foundation. But her greatest pride was working for Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard and supporting all the work she's done in communities in Southeast, LA, Downey, Bell, and Bell Gardens. Monica was happiest when she could make a difference in the lives of others. When she wasn't helping others, she was fiercely cheering on the LA Dodgers, spending special holidays at Disneyland with her family or friends, enjoying an evening at the Magic Castle as an associate member. And Monica also dedicated to supporting her loving husband, Sergeant Juan D. Martinez, a 26-year member of the LA County Sheriff's Department and a magician at the Magic Castle who goes by the name Great Juan Dini. Monica bravely fought a battle against breast cancer for over 15 years. She was a tenacious warrior, a dedicated wife and daughter, a beloved aunt and sister-in-law. She's survived by friends and family, including her sister-in-law, Maggie Martinez, an assistant director for LA County Department of Human Resources. She will be deeply missed by all who knew and met her. May her soul rest in peace. And lastly, Madam Chair, I know last week there was an adjournment that Supervisor Mitchell had on behalf of the memory of Alan Nisho. Unfortunately, I wasn't here when that was presented, but I did want to add something to the adjournment if I could. Once upon a time, he was my boss. He gave me my job when I came back from Washington, D.C., and was serving as the director for the Student Opportunity and Access Program to help young children, underrepresented youth, go to college, something that I carry in my heart because I know how important it is to have mentors. He was part of an early team in my career at Cal State Long Beach, and he helped to promote me, assist me, and give me guidance in many ways. He taught seminars in Asian American Studies and advised the Asian American Student Association. He did so many things, which I'm sure that you noted in the adjournment. But I want to say one of the greatest achievements for me was coming back from Washington, D.C., and having him help me in my campaign for election to this office. He had several events in Little Tokyo, introduced me to the community, and it was a great pleasure to work alongside with him and to continue the fight to represent Japanese Americans to attain their redress for wrongful incarceration and through that particular history and time when many were forced into encampments. So I say that with a heavy heart and my best condolences to his wife of 55 years, Yvonne Wong Nisho, the daughters, Angela Nisho and Mia Lockwood, and 6 grandchildren. May he rest in peace. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would invite all board members to join me in this one because she was a long-term county employee. And so today when we adjourn, I ask that we adjourn in the memory of Bobby Jean Anderson, who was born December 21st, 1938 in Shreveport, Louisiana, and passed away December 30th at the age of 85. In 1951, Ms. Anderson relocated to California with her family, residing in Venice, the San Fernando Valley, and ultimately settling in Los Angeles. She was a graduate of Fremont High School and then went on to attend Downey Court Reporting School, where she became a certified shorthand reporter. Ms. Anderson served the County of LA for 40 years, 25 of which were with the law offices of the Public Defender. Her last assignment in 2023 was supervising legal office support assistant for the airport branch. Her last assignment in 2003 was supervising legal office support assistant. She was instrumental in the opening of the airport courthouse. During her time with the Public Defender's Office, she successfully established a program to provide on-the-job training and internships for high school students interested in working for their office. After departing from county service, she served as a field representative for then Assemblymember Mike Davis, where she worked to address constituent concerns and quality of life matters for the residents of the 48th Assembly District. Ms. Anderson was a remarkable woman, community leader, political activist, social justice change maker, and mentor, whose life was dedicated to uplifting and empowering marginalized communities. She was indeed a fierce advocate. She joined SCIU 660 and 721 to aid in the fight for workers' rights and fair wages. In 1989, she went door to door, organizing her neighbors to fight for fair market values and relocation costs for homeowners and tenants after Caltrans used eminent domain for a freeway expansion. Her efforts were successful. Each impacted homeowner received relocation costs and fair market value for their homes, and tenants also received appropriate relocation benefits. In 1995, Ms. Anderson was appointed to the Criminal Justice Task Force by then President Bill Clinton. She provided leadership in a range of other areas, including her work on the Los Angeles Police Commission Permit Review Panel, the Redistricting Commission, the LA County Democratic Party, where she served as vice chair, the Black Women's Forum Criminal Task Force, where she served as chair, and as a long-term member and board member in the New Frontier Democratic Club, the oldest and largest African-American Democratic club in the state, as well as on the Commission on the Status of Women. Ms. Anderson volunteered with the Genesee Center for more than 20 years and served on the board for the Domestic Violence and Intervention. She received many awards and commendations for her service, including being twice awarded as LA County Democrat of the Year. She received the Genesee Center Silver Rose Award for her work on domestic violence and a Lifetime Achievement Award from SEIU Local 721. Ms. Anderson was a faithful and devoted member of the Greater Ebenezer Missionary Baptist Church for over 25 years. She served her church proudly as a member of the choir and as a Sunday school teacher. Bobby Jean will be remembered as a strong matriarch, devoted community organizer and advocate, and a mentor to countless individuals. She leaves behind to cherish her memory her devoted son, Andy, daughter-in-law, Jarvella, grandchildren, Anthony and Desiree, and great-granddaughter, Jalen, and a host of extended family, friends, neighbors, county family members, and mentees. I ask all five, since you work for the county, yes. And Senator Hahn and I both attended the service, and we took the family a 5-signature scroll that was displayed after her service. When we adjourn today, I ask that we adjourn in memory of Mark A. McKay Sr. Mr. McKay was born on August 21st, 1960, and passed away on January 5th at the very young age of 63. On August 21st, 1982, he married the love of his life, Robin, and to this union, 5 children were born. Mr. McKay worked as a surgical nurse at St. Francis Medical Center and took a second job as a janitor, which helped him save money that would be used later when he was ready to open his own business. He went on to work at Service Corporation International for 7 years, where he handled the end-of-life arrangements with compassion and care. This experience provided a realization that his passion was in helping families cope with the unimaginable circumstances of the passing of their loved one without the added stress of being unable to afford to bury them. In 2003, he and his wife opened McKay's Mortuary in the city of Lawndale, which is now expanded to include 4 more locations in Fontana, Riverside, Victorville, and San Bernardino. In February 2023, he and his wife received the Dr. Jonathan and Agnes McPherson Living Legacy Award from the Inland Valley News Service. 8 months later, in October 2023, they were honored by the Veterans Administration at the Riverside National Cemetery as the only mortuary that serves indigent veterans when they pass. To further support the families of veterans, he helped them realize that there are burial benefits available to them, a benefit that he described as underutilized and not well known. He will be remembered as a loving husband and father, and as a successful businessman who cared deeply for others. He is survived by and will be deeply missed by his devoted wife of 41 years, Robin, and their children, as well as a host of extended family, friends, and clients. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of James L. Easton, a close member of the UCLA family who passed away on December 4th at the age of 88. He was a lifelong Angelino and resident of Encino. James graduated from UCLA in 1959 with a bachelor's in engineering. Jim's father built a business making innovative and custom archery gear, and Jim took the business to new heights. For the 1984 Olympic Games in Los Angeles, he was named the archery commissioner, the head of technology, and the mayor of the Athletes Village. From 2002 to 2006, he served as vice president of the International Olympic Committee. Given Easton's long association with sports, UCLA athletics benefited greatly from Easton's philanthropy. In 2014, Easton was awarded the UCLA Medal, the university's most prestigious honor. At the time, Chancellor Block hailed him for his engaged citizenry and tireless devotion to UCLA. James is survived by his wife Phyllis, his 2 children Greg and Lynn, and his grandchildren. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Ernest Marquez, Santa Monica historian and West Hills resident. He died on January 6th at the age of 99. Marquez was born in 1924 and grew up in Santa Monica Canyon. After graduating from Santa Monica High School, he served in the Navy during World War II. He returned to Santa Monica in 1952 when he married Lois Burke. The couple settled in West Hills as Santa Monica became increasingly unaffordable. After working as a commercial artist in the aerospace industry, Marquez began a new career as a historian. His passion was partly due to his own personal and family history. Marquez was the descendant of the Mexican family who owned the 6,656-acre land grant rancho that included part of what is now Santa Monica. On a small piece of this land called the Rancho Boca de Santa Monica remained a family cemetery that Marquez fought for decades to preserve. The cemetery was designated a historic cultural monument by the city of Los Angeles, and soon his family plans to lay his ashes to rest there. As a historian, Marquez wrote books and collected many photographs, maps, books, and postcards. In 2014, the Huntington Library acquired 4,600 images he had amassed over half a century. At the time, Jennifer A. Watts, curator of photographs at the Huntington, said it was the best and most comprehensive collection of its kind in private hands. He published 4 books in total, including Santa Monica Beach, Port of Los Angeles, Noir Afloat, and Rancho Boca de Santa Monica. Marquez is preceded in death by his wife, Lois Marquez, and his son, Tommy Marquez. He is survived by his children, Eileen Bonaducci, Monica Marquez, and Ernesto Marquez, as well as his grandchildren. And finally, I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in memory of Les McCann, who died on December 29th at the age of 88. The beloved jazz musician was a resident of Beverly Hills. McCann was born in 1935 in Lexington, Kentucky, where his love of music took hold early. He sang in his church's choir and began playing piano at age 3. After leaving the Navy, McCann moved to Los Angeles, where he studied music and journalism at Los Angeles City College. While performing in LA clubs, McCann was recognized by a label and was offered a record deal. Today, McCann is a widely recognized jazz pianist and vocalist who helped carve out the genre known as soul jazz. He released more than 50 albums, which helped influence future funk, R&B, and hip-hop artists. His music has been sampled by Nas, Snoop Dogg, the Notorious B.I.G., and countless others. Music fans around the globe mourn McCann's passing through the songs that have touched the hearts of millions. Supervisor Hahn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of David Lomelli, who was a San Pedro native. He passed away at the age of 84. He attended San Pedro High School and then at the age of 19, he began working as a longshoreman, joining the ILWU Local 13 in 1959. There, David worked his way up from being a casual to a Korean instructor, while also serving on the local's executive board and being a coordinator for the union's alcohol and drug recovery program. He remained a proud and active member of Local 13 until he retired at the age of 62. David spent his later years enjoying time with family and friends, tending to his garden, and cruising in his classic cars. He also co-founded the Legends Car Club. David was preceded in death by his parents, brother Richard and Michael, and grandson Robert. He's survived by his wife, Leticia, 5 children, 12 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of Denny Lund, a Long Beach born and raised restaurateur. He died last week at the age of 74, just 6 days before his 75th birthday. Denny was a true Long Beach character who lived his life to the fullest. Along with his sister Denise, Denny built and owned 2 of the most popular and iconic restaurants in Long Beach. Schooner or Later in the Alamitos Bay Marina, and Tantalum in the Marina Pacifica Mall. Despite ongoing health issues the last few years, he still visited both restaurants almost daily. Danny was born and raised in Long Beach, attending Carver Elementary and Marshall Middle and graduating from Millikan High School. He went on to attend Long Beach City College and Cal State Long Beach. To his loved ones, Lund carried the Long Beach spirit and is known as a generous gift giver and the life of the party. Danny is survived by his sisters Denise Lund and Sherry Highland, granddaughter Corey Fullerton, and grandson Curtis Fullerton. I also move that when we adjourn today, we adjourn in the memory of James Christopher Kelly, a longtime resident of the Palos Verdes Peninsula, who passed away at the age of 88. James was born in Ireland. He immigrated to America in 1969, and much of his career was spent in aviation. But in 1984, he pivoted to open Kelly's Corner, the beloved deli in the Rolling Hills Estates. He worked there for 40 years before it became too difficult for him to stand all day behind the counter. James was a deeply faithful man. He grew up Catholic but converted to Christianity after meeting his wife Esther and attending a Billy Graham crusade. James was preceded in death by his children Susan, Dean, and Tracy. He is survived by his wife Esther and children Michael, Brian, and Sean. And I also move that when we adjourn in the memory of Christo Jelenic, a longtime resident of San Pedro. He was 82 when he passed away. He was born in Croatia, and later he immigrated to San Pedro, where he became a part of the vibrant Croatian community. Christo honored the home country and culture by becoming one of the founding members of the Croatian Hall. He is survived by his wife, Rosanda, son Robert, and daughter Susie, and grandchildren Derek and Brooke. And the last one I have is that we adjourn today in the memory of Lynn McGowan, who was 75 when she passed away. Lynn worked in the international travel industry, but after retiring in 1993, she pursued her dream to sell designer women's clothing. She was the essence of fashion. She had dignity, class, style, and grace. She was full of strength and determination to accept and overcome her medical condition, which became her hallmark. Lynn volunteered at local hospitals and enjoyed spending time with her grandchildren, international travel, her Norwegian heritage, spending time in Vail, Colorado, and gourmet cooking. She was admired, loved, and treasured by her many friends and family. She is survived by her husband of 34 years, Palos Verdes Estate Council member Dave McGowan, her son John, stepsons Christopher, Brian, and David, her grandchildren Caitlin, CJ, Catherine, David, and Graham. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Supervisor Barker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when we adjourn today, we do so in memory of Edek Agakani, resident of Glendale who passed away on December 25th, 2023. He is the father of Burbank School Board member Armand Agakani. He was born on April 4th, 1941 in the city of Azna in Iran's Arak region and was the eldest son in a family of 9 siblings. From a young age, he showed remarkable academic promise and a thirst for knowledge. He graduated from Tehran's Kahush Armenian School in 1960 and went on to earn an accounting degree from Tehran's Accounting Institute, becoming the first in the family to earn a degree in higher education. In 1963, he met and married his wife, Haikuhi Karshishian. They had 2 children together, a daughter, Nora, and a son, Armand. Edek's pursuit of knowledge and his incredible work ethic continued as he returned to school attending Tehran University while working to provide for his family. He was an active in his community and played a key role in establishing the Armenian School of Khoramashar. When the Iraq-Iran war began, Edek moved to Germany as a refugee, joining his wife and son, and in 1987, the family found their way to Glendale. Edek's knowledge wasn't just about facts and figures. It reflected his deep love for understanding the world, and he approached everything with a sense of wonder. He carried the lessons of his early responsibilities into his personal and professional endeavors, demonstrating a strong work ethic, unwavering determination,
and the ability to take on leadership roles with grace and confidence. Edic's legacy lives in the hearts of all that were fortunate enough to be touched by his love. He was a loving father, husband, a generous friend, and a beloved community member. He's survived by his wife, Haikuhi, 2 children and grandchildren, Monte and Armand.
Supervisor Barger, I'd like to join you on that one. Armand is a good, dear friend of mine as well, so thank you.
Sure. I also move that we adjourn in memory of Ted Okono, born October 30th, 1927, who peacefully passed away at his home on January 15th. Ted is also the uncle of Miss Sachi Hamai, former CEO of Los Angeles County. His family was interned in Amachi, Colorado during World War II. After World War II, his family moved to Denver, Colorado, where his family founded a successful restaurant called 20th Street Cafe. 20th Street Cafe was in business for 74 years and was known to anyone who grew up in the Denver area. After 3 generations in the family, the restaurant was closed in 2020. He was married to Ann Okono for 57 years. Ted will be deeply missed. He's survived by his 3 children, Candace, Rod, and Patty, and his sister, Chiaizoko Momi, 4 grandchildren, 4 nieces, and 3 nephews. Also, that we adjourn in memory of Ronald Tesruda, born October 18th, 1936, who also peacefully passed away on January 16th. Ronald was the uncle of Sachi Hamai, our former CEO of Los Angeles County. Ronald also was interned during World War II with his family in Gila River, Arizona. After World War II, his family moved to Denver, where he attended Colorado School of Mines. He graduated from Colorado University with an engineering degree. After graduation, he moved to Southern California with his wife, Aileen, and worked for McDonnell Douglas for 36 years. He retired from McDonnell Douglas Boeing Company in 1998. His daughter Lori passed away on December 23rd, 2023. She had a PhD in microbiology. The US FDA recently approved her company, BioMarin Pharmaceuticals Gene Therapy, for eligible adults with severe hemophilia A. He was immensely proud of her work. Ronald will be truly missed. He's survived by his wife, Aileen, his son, Ronald Jr., and his 5 nieces and 2 nephews. Those are my adjournments.
Supervisor Barger, can I join you also on Edict Acadian? Because
Sure.
Thank you. We will take all motions as seconded. If there's no objection to a unanimous vote, that will be our action. Members of the public and colleagues, we're now going into closed session. While we're in closed session, we'll be showing video presentations. Supervisor Solis has a video presentation recognizing Lunar New Year and memorializing those who lost their lives last year in the Monterey Park ballroom shooting. I have 2 video presentations celebrating 40 years of the nonprofit organization Chrysalis and the volunteers of the annual Los Angeles Homeless Count. Executive Officer, please read us into closed session.
In accordance with Brown Act requirements, notice is hereby given that the Board of Supervisors will convene in closed session to discuss item CS1, conference with legal counsel regarding anticipated litigation as indicated on the posted agenda. Thank you.
Happy Lunar New Year. I'm LA County Supervisor Hilda Solis, and I'm proud to represent the 1st District, one of the most diverse districts in the county, and the district with the most Asian and Pacific Islander or AAPI communities, such as Chinatown, Little Tokyo, historic Filipino town, and Thai town. The Lunar New Year is the most significant holiday in many AAPI cultures, with 2024 being celebrated as the Year of the Dragon. This tradition has been observed for centuries throughout several AAPI communities. As such, the LA County will be joining in celebrations of AAPI cultures that are an integral part of our region's diversity. In the Chinese zodiac, the dragon represents many values, including dignity, strength, and renewal. To me, no community has better exemplified these values and prepared for the coming year than the city of Monterey Park, a community that I am grateful to represent. While we, yes, celebrate Lunar New Year, I also ask that we remember what happened only a year ago. We tragically lost 11 residents, and many others were injured due to a horrific mass shooting that took place in a ballroom. In the aftermath of the tragedy that marred the celebration of the Lunar New Year in 2023, the community came together to show dignity and strength on a global stage. From individual community members to community-based organizations and government at every level, Monterey Park's response to an unthinkable tragedy gives inspiration to us all. Instead of allowing an evil act to define the community, Monterey Park and the surrounding communities of the San Gabriel Valley came together to support one another, to heal and push for common sense gun safety legislation on a national level. And to that end, we must continue our push for gun safety so that tragedies like the one that struck Star Ballroom on January 21st, 2023, and took the lives of 11 beloved members of the community does not befall any other communities in the nation. I would like to take a moment to thank the City of Monterey Park, the City Council, and the city staff for their tireless work in the past year to help their residents heal. And I would also like to thank several community-based organizations for their work in response to this tragedy, including Advancing Justice Southern California, Buddhist Sushi Foundation, Chinatown Service Center, and the American Red Cross. Additionally, I am grateful that our own county departments and staff work right alongside our city and community partners like our Department of Mental Health, the LA County Sheriff's Department, and the District Attorney's Victim Services Bureau. May this year, the Year of the Dragon, bring success, new possibilities, and a sense of renewal to Monterey Park, the entire San Gabriel Valley, and the entire county of Los Angeles. I'm proud to lead this proclamation proclaiming February 10th to the 24th as Lunar New Year in Los Angeles County, and concurrently memorialize those who we lost last year in Monterey Park. Thank you so much.
So on behalf of Los Angeles County, we are so grateful for all of the work that you do from Pacoima to Santa Monica in my district, downtown. I know you also have a location in Anaheim. You serve countless people and have touched so many lives for more than 40 years now. And we thank you for all of the work that you do. Thank you for welcoming us so warmly this morning. And on behalf of Los Angeles County and the beautiful artists who make this wonderful commendation, we wanted to present this to you and thank you for the work that you do.
Wow, thank you so much.
Absolutely.
We very much appreciate, first of all, you're taking time out to come here to meet with the community and for being such a fierce advocate for the community and the people that we serve at Chrysalis, because the human potential here, as you heard this morning,
Absolutely.
is so powerful. And it improves and uplifts our entire community. And with your support, the commission, as well as the board support, I know that we can make LA a place that we're very proud of. So
Absolutely.
Thank you for being a tireless advocate.
Oh, well, thank you for your strong leadership, and thank you so much for sharing your stories and for your commitment to realizing your dreams. That's the best part of Chrysalis, is seeing you succeed. So I'm really excited to have heard your stories and all the places that you're going to go, and please call on us to be of assistance in any ways that we can. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Every year, we conduct the Los Angeles Homeless Count, an essential effort to understanding the scope of homelessness in our community. While not the only meaningful data marker, the count is a crucial federally required effort that shows us changes at the neighborhood level so we can focus resources where they're needed most. So many dedicated volunteers give their time to make a difference. Now, I'm reaching out to you to join us in this important initiative. The annual count is next week, and many communities in the 3rd District need volunteers. Signing up is easy, and we provide training to ensure everyone feels comfortable and confident in their role. This is about coming together as a community and compassionately taking steps toward positive change. I'll see you at the count.
No, no. I usually just try to kind of reconcile certain things.
Okay.
And then I head out.
Bye, you too. Okay, I'm gonna head over there because I didn't eat anything. I didn't get to eat because Dell asked me
that's
to
right.
come at
Yeah.
12:30. My lunch didn't get there.
Oh man. Yeah, I can grab something to eat. I'm gonna take a little break after. I'll comment once I have another meeting with us or with you guys. Oh, okay. I'm out of here at 5.
Is our executive officer close? Is our executive officer coming? Very good. Executive officer, please read the report of action from our closed session at today's meeting.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On item CS1, there's no reportable action taken.
That concludes today's meeting. The next meeting of the board will be policy presentations, public hearing, and closed session meeting to be held January 30th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. The next regular meeting of the board will be held Tuesday, February 6th, 2024 at 9:30 a.m. We are adjourned.